Hey, viewer. Doing pretty well. How are you doing? So, I'm gonna be playing in both dailies today with my cruise control deck. If you're not familiar with it, I have a link to my Reddit post um, in the middle right of my screen. But I'll also be discussing the deck as I play, obviously. Visible for me or for you? What deck are you playing? Oh, 82 players. That's a lot. It's probably due to the time changes. This is actually the second daily I've ever played in, and it'll be the first daily that I've played in since like 2008 in the fall. The stream is still up for me. Alright, looks like we started. And yes, we'll play first. And we will keep. This is a fine hand. Looking for brainstorms and cantrips. The Scred plus the mountain is really good. Like if he goes turn 1 Delver, then we have an answer to that. We are going to open with an island. We don't want to reveal that we're playing red quite yet. And we're not going to play the wilds yet because we don't want to play on turn 1 if we're going to crack here on turn 1. And like I said, I want to save that for brainstorm because we have plenty of untapped lands already. Tron. Okay, so this is like a very good matchup. If you're in my Reddit post, I described the overall matchup strategy. The general idea is we want to treat Tron the same as we would treat any other deck that is very threat light. Because Tron is actually very threat light. It only has like 10 creatures and like 1 or 2 Rolling Thunder, and that's it. So we just need to save our counter spells for Rolling Thunder, and then we're pretty good. Now the matchup is still more stressful than other matchups, just because they can randomly play a bunch of big things, and we could just not happen to have our counter spells. So yeah, I'd say this is like maybe 65, like high 60% matchup percentage for us. Time a day. Yes, I did change my sideboard. I put in. Hold on. Okay. So there's no chance of him playing a creature next turn. So we're going to play our wilds and brainstorm. Yeah, I did change my sideboard. I took out 2 disenchants and put into Oblivion Ring. The disenchants, so if you recall, the main point of them is actually, it's twofold. It's to kill random things, like it can kill a Relic of Progenitus that's already in play. It's also to kill Armadillo Cloak, which is part of our grand strategy on how to beat hexproof, if you've read my article. I'll explain that later, especially if we get paired against it. Sorry. And so the Oblivion Ring is functionally the same against Armadillo Cloak. It's also better against like Domain Affinity and the new Angler deck. So this is a completely untested change. I thought of it while in the shower this morning. I feel like hexproof is slightly on the decline, and then the other decks where the Oblivion Ring is slightly better are on the upswing. Okay, so in this position, he can play a big creature next turn if he has the Urza's Power Plant, and we will exclude that. So our draws haven't, like our hand right now isn't super ideal. The Flame Slash is dead in this matchup. Like, sure, the Flame Slash kills Mulldrifter, but we don't want Mulldrifter to resolve. That's not how we win games. So with the Brainstorm, I still kept one of the Screds, because that was better than those lands slightly. That might have been a slight mistake, because we actually were hitting all of our land drops here. But almost all the matchups went on all of our land drops. I keep on saying that because it's really true. Okay. Yeah. So speaking of land drops, we will get some land drops. So the ideal situation is that he plays some stuff, we counter/kill it, and then we cruise. Oh goodness, am I lagging? Oh, my client is frozen, my clock is ticking down. Yep, client is frozen. Well, we're gonna have to kill MTGO and then we're gonna have to play really quickly. Okay, this is my second time streaming, and first time I was not playing quickly because I'm not used to talking while playing. This is not good. Alright, so I might have to stop narrating for a second. Okay. So he's just dripping down, waiting for stuff. If he's not already familiar with like my username, he might not know what deck we're playing. Meaning like he doesn't know we're playing excludes. So we will pass. I'm not cruising just yet because we'll have to discard some cards. We're in no rush. So we knew about that cruise, but we were hoping he was going to play something last turn. Yeah, we'll cruise. We can discard the Sands and Misfits. Looking to draw a land here, as always. Alright, so this is one of the rare times where we did not draw a untapped land. If you recall, the deck is designed so we can aggressively cantrip into untapped lands, but there we drew 60% of our non-untapped lands. So the Screds here are going to be used against the Zulmug's Crushers. No point in countering those. Also kills the Finger Marauder. No point in countering those. Want to counter Mulldrifters, Maul Splicer, and Rolling Thunder. Those are the only cards we actually care about. Like I said, I was looking for an untapped land there for the exclude. In game 1, our counter spells are slightly overtaxed. Game 2, we'll have Power Blasts for his Cruises and Mulldrifters, and we can save counter spell for Rolling Thunder. Alright, here we're going to get Highlands. Just play some more things. So he's color mana screwed, but it's so either his hand is like trash. There's a couple of possibilities. Hence probably a bunch of removal. I still think in his position, since he's know what deck we're playing, the style of deck we're playing, you should be playing creatures. Okay, so we're gonna let this resolve, and we're gonna scred it. And we're completely happy with that. Like I was saying. Anyway, so I think he's probably not sure what to do here. Like in terms of holding back spells or playing them into our removal. He wants to actually hold them back. Like the way we win is by trading 1 for 1 and then cruising. That's the general flow of the deck. So we're not going to brainstorm. We're going to save the other scred for the Marauder when he plays it again. We're in no rush. I didn't crack the expense last turn. We're probably going to brainstorm this turn. Get rid of the plane so we can fetch it, and then start enlisting next turn. So we're not going to kill this, and we're going to scred it instead. Okay, so great. These are great cards. Planes. Alright, so we're going to AK first. We're going to see if we draw some more lands. We don't. Who gets an island? We're looking to see if we have more lands there to see if it's possible to start double enlisting at some point. Alright, and we're just going to pass with exclude counterspell. Like I said, we were looking for lands on Automatic Command Knowledge, so that way we could have played a land and then cruised. In general, we can aggressively try to cruise for that 5th untapped land there to once again have counterspell exclude. I'm just playing it safe here. Alright, Marauder. We will exclude this. Worst case for us is he plays like double Mulldrifter, but he would need like a land and another prism or something like this. We'll see. So thinking green mana, so he's probably playing Ancient Stirrings. Right, see? Ancient Stirrings is completely fine with us. Can get Crusher and we can... Well, we're forced to counterspell the Crusher, which isn't ideal. We're still in a dominating position. Yeah, that's why the land off the cruise would have been really nice there for double exclude. Yeah, so like I predicted, Crusher. We're in counterspell, but we could like draw 8 to 11 cards next turn and looking for that 3rd or 4th scred. That would like seal the game completely because then we have counterspell for Rolling Thunder. He has nothing. So yeah, those are the considerations there. All right. let's cruise so we know which land to discard. Can I start playing slightly faster? Well, we did find the spread. That's good because that means we can start doing some things. So we have 7, 8, ponder. So we're gonna ponder for other stuff. Okay, great. So we can still lose to Rolling Thunder here, sort of ish. So how much money can he make? He can make 12, 14, 15, 16, 17. So you can Thunder for 15. And I was pondering. I was double. I cast both my cantrips last turn to look for a counter spell. But we're still in good shape. So like last turn we saw what 10 cards, pretty strong, right? So if you think about like the consideration to counterspell his Crusher, like I was saying when that happened, we knew we were going to see between like 9 and 11 cards depending on how the cantrips went, and we had 2 more spreads left in our deck, so like it wasn't that crazy of a decision to let the Crusher resolve and then spread it. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to save this exclude for Mulldrifter. Alright, so what we're doing here is our game plan right now is just looking for the last 3 counterspells in the deck that will seal it up. So this should give you a flow for how the idea for how the games usually flow in this exact matchup. Okay. Great, counterspell. Counterspell's a good card. We're gonna Scradaroo. We would have hoped for another land there, but what do? So Prohibit's pretty bad in this matchup. 9, 5, counterspell exclude, 14. Yeah, we're going to just play it like super duper safe. We have counterspell plus exclude, and he's about to be on a 2-turn clock because we will dig into another land next turn to make the 8th attacker. Well, Firebolt, that's fine. I'm not gonna fight over that. Yeah, when I said 2-turn clock, I just meant the threat of a 2-turn clock. We're completely fine having a 3 or 4-turn clock here. He needs to have like double Rolling Thunder, and let's not draw our faster counter spells. Looks like this is a Rolling Thunder, excuse me. If this is a Rolling Thunder, yeah, we'll counter it. Because we're going to have to counter it anyway later in the game. Yeah, I just need to start playing quicker in case somehow I lose game 2. You make sure I time for game 3. But this matchup's really favored, expecting to win 2-0. Okay, yeah, let's kind of spell that. Him thundering conservatively there tells us that he's not expecting to have blockers. Is this another thunder? So I guess this is another thunder. Other thunder, I still would have preferred him not drawing both his thunders in the top half of his deck because he's 29 cards. Because that's just like worse for us than if he drew 0. But we can still so in theory we can lose this if there's no more land or the other that's spent in the top of our deck. Okay, so let's AK. So there's an example of no more lands. Okay, 13 cards left. Let's ponder. Huh. This is not ideal for us. This is funny. We might actually lose to decking here. Yeah. Trying to quickly. Maybe I should have shuffled with that ponder. You can flash them all back. Some firebolt. Bolt. We're gonna cast this prohibit. We have to cast it at some point anyway. This is gonna be sad if we lose this game. So we're gonna have to cruise next turn, looking for lands or our second enlistment. Notably, we still have our second planes. Mulldrifter will get excluded. One. Oh goodness, client's being laggy again. Okay. Discard pressure proofs. So he's just hoping to deck us out, and we're hoping to draw into lands and our second enlistment. Alright, so we're gonna. So an option there is to preordain for a Flame Slash to kill this. But instead, since we drew a land, we're just gonna enlistment naturally. It's still possible we lose this. He could draw perfectly, and we could not see another land. But I hope this game illustrates that the matchup is very favored. Yeah, we're gonna counter that. No reason not to counter there. We already double cover and pull back up. We'll counter that as well. Okay, great. Alright, so basically it's now a top deck war, except our draws are insanely better, e.g. that enlistment. We would have really liked to have the second planes at this point to double enlistment this turn. Should still be okay though. Just need to play quickly in the next games. White? I guess it doesn't matter, he has 3 prisms. Or he's already setting colored mana. So cruise, we'll just kind of spell this. It's unlikely he's playing 3 Rolling Thunders. If we knew who's playing 3 Rolling Thunders, we would consider not counterspelling there, because we already had the excludes for any of his creatures. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna really low on cards in our deck. We're gonna walk into like the 3rd Rolling Thunder, because if he were to, okay, great. Yeah, even if he Rolling Thunders and we hold back the enlistment, we might still lose. Okay, so about Power Blast for Mulldrifter and Treasure Cruise. It's Flame Slash is bad. Oblivion Ring, Perpet's bad. Oblivion Ring's it kills it's better than Flame Slash. It's not ideal. Something like Negate would be much better to counter his Rolling Thunders, so our counter spells aren't being taxed. We don't actually need both enlistments, but so Protection Red is interesting against Rolling Thunder, but this would still kill our creatures, which is usually relevant. So we're gonna go with this. We're gonna keep both enlistments to play around with Trickery and Rolling Thunders. Yeah, like I said, the cyber changes to the blue rings are 100% untested. So I had not played this matchup with Zigzag 75 before. Opening hand here, not ideal because we have the planes. We would prefer an island or a cantrip in its place. Oblivion Ring. Okay, so we're going to play Island Pass. The fact that I have with your own isle means that he doesn't already have like 2 to 3 Tron pieces in his hand, so there's no threat of him playing a creature on turn 3. If there was, turn 4. If there was, we would play the Expanse at some point, so we could be guaranteed to have Exclude on turn 3. But, well, we drew untap lands, so we're already guaranteed to have Exclude on turn 3. His draw seems like super clunky. Remote Isle, Haunted Pengraph. Looks like he kept out like a hand that had no Tron lands, and he drew the tower. Or maybe he only had 1 Tron land, and he wanted to play the Elves first, because it comes from play taps. Okay, he cannot play a creature next turn. So we need to hold up Exclude. We're going to go ahead and fetch for the mountain here, because if he does play a Mulldrifter, we're much happier using our Power Blast on Mulldrifter than Exclude on Mulldrifter. I was considering Ponderer and then Planesing there, but I want to sack these lands. I want to get these lands out of the way first. Fuels our cruises, etc. So here we're going to put island. Counterspell, that's a good card. For hold up, Power Blast and Exclude. Let me know in the chat if you have any questions about things. Also, let me know if you think I made a mistake. I would appreciate that because 2 reasons. 1, I might be doing things wrong all along without thinking. Also, like I said, I'm not used to streaming, so I'm going to be making some minor mistakes due to me streaming. I might not notice all of them. Okay, so we're going to keep the spread on top, and we're gonna have the option of fetching it away. The Oblivion Ring means that we already have an answer to Mux Crusher. So we actually Oblivion Ring is also good against Haunted Pengraph. That's something I didn't think about earlier. If we place the Penguin Marauder, we're gonna let Resolve and then Scred. Okay. Actually, we could Crusher, or we could have Oblivion Ring. I don't want to Oblivion Ring here because then I don't have Exclude up. So I'm just going to untap and Scred. Bradley B. Earth Rift. This matchup is fine without it. Even if hypothetically Earth Rift costs like 1 mana or something ridiculous, to the point where I could kill lots of lands, he's still gonna have lots more lands. We don't win this matchup by overloading on mana. They're definitely gonna have double or triple their mana in the end game, as we saw from game 1. The way we win this is simply by overloading their threats with our answers. This deck is threat light. We have like 30 or 40% more answers than they have threats, and so we'll just do our plan. Okay, great. So, well, when I say great, I don't mean great. Mulldrifter is actually strong against us. But I'm happy that we have the exclude for the Mulldrifter, because, like I said, mentioned earlier, and also in my article, we want our excludes to counter Mulldrifter and Mulldrifter, and our counter spells to counter Rolling Thunder, and our Screds to kill his guys. So we're going to counter spell here. We would have preferred to have Power Blast with Special Cruise, but it's okay. We're low on time because I'm bad at streaming, so we will need to play to win this game for sure. Alright, we don't have quite enough mana to Enlistment with Counterspell back up, but we can start doing it next turn. Both Oblivion Rings here is interesting. Also interesting is that both his creatures in his graveyard are ones that, like I mentioned earlier, we want to counter. So actually that means that if he Haunted Pengraphs this turn, we will have to Counterspell. Looks like he's cruising. Leaving Mulldrifter left, that's fine. Yeah, so one cool thing about Cruise in the Tron deck is that unlike other decks, where you want to make it so Cruise always costs 1, you're completely fine paying like 6 mana for Cruise in this deck, because you're going to have like 30 mana in the end game anyway. Okay, Cruise. This is interesting solution. If I had a cantrip, I would counter that and then cantrip into a counter for a small splicer, but I don't have a cantrip, so I'm gonna play it safe. So the ideal draws for us here are just cantrips and cruises and command knowledges to draw into exclude and counterspell. This game is not going like 100% ideal because we're low on counter magic, and we're not able to counter that cruise because of that. issue. So in this position, when he Maul Splicers, we might want to let it resolve and then spread an Oblivion Ring with tokens. Since we've been drawing poorly the last like 6 cards, we might need to save the counter spell for something scarier, like a Rolling Thunder. Or this Mulldrifter. Blast. Okay, we're going to counterspell this, and then we're going to kill the Splicer tokens like I described. Semi-ideal. We might lose this game. He could already have a double Thunder in his hand. Yeah, so if you're a Tron player and you want to improve this matchup, you should play more Maul Splicers. Oh goodness. Okay. This is ironic okay, this is me being lazy. In my article on Reddit, I described how to play around Earthrift, but then I completely forgot about it in this instance. That's embarrassing. So, not good. Yeah, it also means we cannot play our Oblivion Rings. Aha! Well, we're rewarded for our mistake by drawing a planes. So 2 spreads left. Alright, so the past 2 turns I've made mistakes. Not used to streaming while playing, like trickery. Okay, right. We're gonna have to concede in a little bit actually to have a chance to win with clock in game 3. We'll have to counterspell as Earthrifter. So Earthrift and Electrickery means that the prohibits Suicide out aren't completely dead. Perhaps I should not have said them out. I think I was maybe too overeager to try out my new Oblivion Rings on the sideboard. Also, I guess that was 10 minutes ago. Bradley beat answer question with Earthrift. So I was answering the question as if Earthrift was free. We'll go through this again. It's not free, so like also the cost is relevant. We just don't want to be tapping 4 to 7 mana to kill one of their lands. We need to have a lands untapped. Okay, so let's keep those prohibits in. Actually, don't need both on this mints. Alright, we're probably gonna lose this one at a time. Sorry, guys. Sounds fine. So he is in a position to play a creature next turn potentially because he has 2 to 3 RUG Tron. This means that we want to make sure we have exclude in case it's a Mulldrifter. If it was Mulldrifter, we could just Pyroblast. He has the RUG Tron naturally. That's always very good for him. Against other decks, it's like super important. Against our cruise control deck here, it just means that his game plan is accelerated by a couple turns. Like in game 1, he was very, very slow and clunky. Even if he's super accelerated, we're actually completely fine. I still think this matchup's very favored. We might lose here. Playing a bunch of baubles. He's gonna evoke a Mulldrifter. I don't know why you would evoke a Mulldrifter. Oh, he's just drawing things. Okay. We're gonna Pyroblast this Mulldrifter. Save the exclude for Mulldrifter. Also, we haven't drawn removal yet, so we might also need to save it for a Figment Ladder. Cruise, we'll Pyroblast that, that's fine. So this is what we call lining up. We lined up our Pyroblast against this Cruise. Of course, in his deck it doesn't matter too much. But other decks, that would be like devastating. So he does have the Mulldrifter. Okay. If only we had double Pyroblast. So it looks like we're gonna lose this game actually. His start was really good and our start was clunky. We need to try to countermesh, so that's the exclude. So this is really not ideal, but we have, like I was saying earlier in game 1, we don't want to be excluding modders, we want to be spreading them. Well, we haven't seen any removal yet, and he already resolved the Mulldrifter, so we need to remove that. Okay, so is he gonna play another Mulldrifter? Actually, he can't play another Mulldrifter. That would be devastating. Evoking it. I think this is a huge mistake to evoke here. he wants all of his threats. Like I said, our matchup plan is to abuse the fact that his deck is actually threat light. I think we're actually going to Power Blast his Mulldrifter. We want to actually conserve our life total to require him to like double Rolling Thunder to kill us. For those of you just joining the stream recently, I'm going to be streaming both dailies today. So I'll be streaming like all day, just with playtest games in between. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions in the chat. Mog's Crusher off that strings. Not ideal for us because you kind of know weird draw this game. Okay, so that's AK and Brainstorm. Drawing the Excluder was really nice. Okay, so yeah, action down 10, this is Pauper. Okay, we're really low on time. Also, we are going to be saving our planes, as you learned from second game. I forgot to do that, even though I could have grabbed my article on Reddit. That's what you got to do in this matchup. He's actually in a favorable position here. He has lots of mana, lots of colored mana as well, and a full hand. The way these games usually go is that he'll have lots of mana, but he won't have a full hand. Unfortunately, he was able to resolve one of the Mulldrifters early. The way his matches usually go, he doesn't resolve any creatures I don't want him to resolve. Exclude. Okay, we're going to exclude here. I was looking, I AK'd first to see if I drew an exclude or a Power Blast. Okay, so he's in Rolling Thunder. Like I said, this is why we wanted to kill that Mulldrifter aggressively. So that way it takes 2 Rolling Thunders to kill us. I guess for 10, so now if he has 2 Firebolts, those last 2 Firebolts will be sufficient. We have the Prohibit though. Okay, he can Rift with Flashback. We're going to go for the Enlistment next turn. The double Enlistment, actually. Okay. Days. We're going to lose on time. I was misclick. I should have discarded Ponder. Ponder and Treasure Fears are like identical in this situation almost. but hers is slightly better, drawing some more lands. So end of turn, we're going to touch of plains and then double mismints, hopefully. Yeah, I shouldn't have discarded the cruise. Okay, we have the AK. That's good. Oh goodness, I do not want to lose this on time, especially since this is a favorable matchup. It's favorable, but it's still stressful, as you can see. Like this game, he had the natural UR Tron on his third turn with the Prophetic Prism. We'll counterspell on the flashback here. We didn't counterspell the original one because if he did, like, not counterspelling the original one encourages him to flash it back, as opposed to playing something else. If you're looking for a counterspell, this made knowledge. Oh goodness, motor's slowing down. We're low on time. I think that's my biggest thing to work on is playing quickly while streaming. Rolling Thunder. Well, we just lose because we didn't find that counterspell. Alright, GG's. That is unfortunate. It's a favorable matchup. So things we could have done better there are discarding the Ponder instead of the Treasure Cruise that because that was a misclick. We could have also. I was just really rushed because I was low on time. But that last turn, I should have preordained and then pondered. Preordained into the Power Blast and then pondered into a counterspell. Oh, actually, no, I didn't have enough mana. I was left with red, blue, blue. So when I saw the Power Blast of the preordain, actually, okay. Right, so in that situation, we couldn't have done anything better on that turn. Well, that's not true. We could have pondered and then preordained and hopefully found a counterspell, and then used our last red to cast a mismint. Because if you recall, we were left with blue, blue, red. If we had cast both cantrips and used a red for mismint, we would have blue, blue. If we found the counterspell off the 7 cards we saw with both cantrips, which is not unlikely, considering we had 2 counterspells left in our deck. So that would have been one way to play better. Matchup's still favored overall, so I'm disappointed we lost. So I'm actually, well, now we're 0-1, but before that, anything, so I'm playing both dailies. Anything less than a 7-1 record is a big disappointment for me. I would be expecting 7-1 or 8-0. Looks like we're not going to get that though. Let's play well in the next matches. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Be right back. All right, back. So another option we had there was when he flashed back the Flame Rift and we had blue open. We could let that resolve. That way we have a counterspell for his Rolling Thunder or something. But then we have to win the game with those 4 tokens, which is bad. I mean, it's just problematic. Turns on his Firebolts and stuff. I think all things considered, we want to counterspell the Flame Rift there. The counterspell. So he only had 1 Rolling Thunder left in his deck. It isn't super likely it's in his hand. I think it's more likely we lose due to not be able to kill him with those 4 tokens than lose to him having the Rolling Thunder in his hand and us not drawing a counterspell off the 4 cards or 5 cards we saw the subsequent turn. So yeah, I think that was right play best. But we just had the double Rolling Thunder. Oh. Wait, did we? Okay, so this is round 2. Wait, where's the chat for this? We mulligan this. The Plains Enlistment is already like kind of mulligan-ish. And we didn't have blue anyway. How do you get the chat? Okay, here we go. Well, our opponent's wasting a minute. That's good considering I'm a slow player when streaming. Okay, we're gonna keep. The Plains in our hand is not ideal. But we brainstorm, that means we just need to look for fetch land. We look for, hope for draw. So this isn't the best 6. We prefer to have blue or blue-red instead of blue-white. We'd also prefer to have like a cantrip to play in turn 1. Or a fetch land to play in turn 1. Either is fine. Okay, this is really good news for us because that land is a signal that he's playing the blue-red control deck, which is actually our best matchup. I will discuss that if it turns out to be the case that he's playing that deck. Wow, preordain. Exactly like I said, what we wanted. Just looking for lands here. And Ponder. That's like pretty good. So this is a very, very minor thing. It's not relevant in Pauper. It's more relevant in Legacy. I guess I'm also a big Legacy player in paper. So with that preordain, we left the land on top of our library. I do this because, like, just suppose he Cataxian process sees we don't have the second blue. That misinformation is much better for him than if he sees that we don't have a follow-up ponder. The follow-up ponder there is not very relevant. Freak, pronounce your name. Yeah, everyone's matchup. Yeah, this is the worst deck in the format among the really popular ones. If you've watched my stream 2 days ago or read my post on Reddit, you know that I loathe this deck. It's just really poorly designed. So like, there definitely is a good blue-red control deck. It's just not this one. This one plays Delver Secrets and Secret Oracle in the same deck, that's not a winning strategy. So yeah, there definitely are viable blue-white control decks in the formats. For example, the one I'm playing right here. It's very good. Okay, that's not the best cards to see. If we had a way to shuffle some of those away, we would keep some of them. Like playing Mulldrifter, Secret Oracle, and Delver Secrets in the same deck is not a good idea. The Delver should just be any other card. Okay, so our focus here is to play quickly, so we don't lose the time like we kind of did last game. Okay, he probably has Secret Oracle in his hand. He's missing his third land drop. So if you watch my stream on Thursday, where I said this, I'll repeat it. One disadvantage of my cruise control deck is that it cannot punish clunky draws by opponents, and it directly punishes clunky decks by just beating them, like in the match. But we aren't, like, even though him playing Secret Oracle and Delver in the same deck is super clunky, we don't really abuse that directly because we still have to flame slash everything. But we're just going to abuse it by outvaluing him. Like, Exclude binds up really well against Mulldrifter. Because one of the flaws with this popular blue-white control deck is that he has no way to protect his creatures. That means Delver is guaranteed to die. That means Mulldrifter is guaranteed to not resolve. Lands are exactly what we want. Considering he's doubling on mana, the situation for us is that we just hit all of our land drops up to like 10 lands and then win. With this deck, the ideal late game situation is like 13 lands, so you can double enlistment with counterspell and exclude. Yay, we're not wasting time this time, but he is. Yay. It's always good. So he kept a 1 or 2 land hand with a Ponder, which is, it's fine. He's just gotten unlucky, kind of like how we got unlucky in last round. No draws. But just pretend he hit all of his land drops. We're completely fine. We have the excluding counterspell for his Mulldrifters. The only way we lose this matchup is if he gets like the triple Delver draw. I don't say double Delver draw because unlike actually good Delver decks, he has no way to protect his Delver. So we will just eventually draw into our removal before we die. But if he has like triple Delver by turn 2, turn 1 Delver, turn 2 double Delver, and he's on the play, then that's rough. But that's just like super unlikely about his deck. His deck is not designed to use Delver at all. It has lots of lands that come into play tapped. It has lots of derpy stuff like Secret Oracle. Secret Oracle and Mulldrifter are also non-instants and sorceries, so it's less likely to flip his Delver. Just all these things combined to make it a bad deck, in my opinion. We can continue to not reveal our fountain. So this is going great for us. Like I said, cruise control here that I'm playing can't punish bad draws, but this just means we get to the late game faster than he does. Doesn't matter what total match, we're gonna win this match anyway. Well, he found his lands and he's not playing Secret Oracles, so that meant this means that his keep was probably a bad keep. It means he probably has like a Mulldrifter, and maybe at some point he was planning. Right, let's see. We're gonna prohibit this. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Mana Leak in this deck. I'll do that in a second. But anyway, I think this is a signal of a weak keep by him. It means that maybe he was planning on turn 3 evoking a Mulldrifter, and he was looking to draw a second and third lands for that, and never did. Now he's just gonna be hardcasting Mulldrifter. I don't know, it kind of seems like a derpy hand. Maybe it's really high in removal. Like I said, this cruise control deck is abusing the fact that everyone's overloaded on removal. And this blue-red control deck he's playing is already very reliant on removal. That's actually its strength. It's a very strong matchup against like mono blue Delver, because it has like 14 removal spells or something. Alright, so I'll discuss Mana Leak now. Mana Leak is really easy to play around in this deck because this deck doesn't pressure you. Like I said, it's a bad Delver deck. So there's like no rush to play around Mana Leak. There's no rush to run into Mana Leak, I should say. Yeah, I don't like Mana Leak in this deck. We're gonna leave up double exclude. In general, in matchups like these, where we're under no pressure, we don't want to rush ourselves, and so we don't want to be discarding cards necessarily. Oh wait, that was a mistake by me. I knew there was a counterspell there. I should have hit end of turn. I was being stupid, and so I didn't remember there's a counterspell on top of my deck, and I was hoping to draw into one. We will not fight this. Instead, we'll cruise. So this is game 1. We don't have Power Blast, so there's no reason to leave up the Power Blast mana or even bluff it. Let's go to Flame Stash. It's completely possible you play like triple Delver next turn or something, but we have plenty of ways to dig into removal. So like the really burn heavy, or the versions of this blue-red control deck that have lots of burn that can hit players, like imagine us playing like Big Burst Lightning or something, or even Chain Lightning. They have a way to win against us because they can just draw the entire deck and burn us out. I've actually lost one game that way. That's the only time I've ever lost to this control deck ever, out of like 14, 15 games. What was I gonna say? Right, and right, but the versions that just have like Flame Slash, Electrostatic Bolt, they don't have sufficient burn to deal 20 damage, so that angle of attack is not an option for them. He's playing a Mana Leak, counterspell. That's good that he has to burn a counterspell, but not good that his creature's resolved, obviously. Okay, let's brainstorm. Jeez, okay, well, we were looking for lands. Looking for lands and sense enlistment. That's not a sense in this mess. So if you're having this position, the only way you're going to win this game is by decking us. We're just way overloaded on answers to his threats. And so, therefore, if you're him, you want to be playing a try to deck us. Okay, we will exclude this. So this is like a perfect example of why Delver is bad in this deck. It's just not good early because I can't efficiently flip it and back up with pressure, and it's not good late because it's guaranteed to die. Contrast with like a good blue-red Delver deck or something like that, where they can protect the Delver with Counterspell or with Spell Sweater Sprite on all the 1-mana removal in the format. Looking for Sense Enlistment here. We don't find it. Let's shuffle. Saving our lands to double enlistment will eventually draw the enlistment. If we don't draw the enlistment naturally, I'll probably be cruising next returns. Okay, we're going to just scrub the Delver. Save our excludes for his guys that give him value. He's already used 3 of his counterspells, right? Not 2 of his counterspells. Well, I'm happy that we're at least not down on time in this game. The old Flame Slash. Let's cruise. Probably should not play that land. That was an instinctive misclick. Maybe we can play the land there first. Enlistment. Hurrah, hooroo, hurrah. Okay, so we have 10 mana. We can double enlistment with counterspell back up. And also play around mana leak. We don't with the draw spell. So it's actually just double enlistment with counterspell back up. Or another option is to be conservative, single enlistment, and then next turn double enlistment. Let's actually go with that. If this is post sideboard, where he might have like 1 Relic of Opportunity in his sideboard, then we would want to double enlistment here to play around him top decking the Relic and somehow getting through our counter spell wall. But we're going to play it super, super safe. No reason to rush. Alright, so it's his 5th land finally on turn 13, so that sucks for him. Yeah, some bad draws for him, but anyway, it means that he's going to start unloading Mulldrifters. Good thing we have triple exclude. So we already have, like I said, like at the beginning of this match, actually, the ideal situation for us is 13 or 12 lands. We have 11, but we're under absolutely no rush. So we're going to just single enlistment here. No reason to rush things. Sidebot / Osman. Sup? Gotta see you're watching the stream. So there's no way he can win here. He's going to be very demoralized if he plays Mulldrifters the next 4 turns and we counter all of them. But that's probably what's going to happen. Or not. Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with this. 19 cards left in our deck. Not any worry of decking out because we've already found our enlistments. Like we can very easily just win this game with these 4 tokens that we're about to have. So we could cruise looking for a land. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Hit our land drops so we can start double cruising with cancel back up. In this position, like we're really happy that we're ahead on time because I'm a slow player while streaming, and this gives us plenty of time to play optimally in game 2. Because this is our best matchup, and if we play optimally, we can't lose. So let's cruise first. We've already used all 4 of our AKs. If we hadn't, we would want to do the trick of casting the enlistment first with retrace. It's not really a trick, just casting enlistment first with retrace so that way we get an additional land in our graveyard in double way. Just mentioning that in case you hadn't thought of that interaction. Great, we found our lands. Okay, so we have 10 mana, 11 mana, 7 mana, 15 cards left. Let's ponder. I want to see how many lands we have coming up. We're going to be single listing this turn. Great, Scred. Excellent. We're going to go like this. We're going to have the ability to end the turn Scred like a Delver. Let's go to Fem Slasher. We already killed 2 Delvers. So we want our removal to use on his Delvers and our counter magic to use on his Mulldrifters. Since we already killed 2 Delvers, this 1 Scred should be sufficient for the remaining 2 Delvers in his deck. Also, we have really good counterspell backup. In this case, it's not. Using Cruise, counterspell the Cruise. In general, this matchup, especially game 1, counterspells don't do anything besides counter Cruise and Mulldrifter. So like, this isn't a waste by any means. So this is just highlighting the general flow of this Cruise control deck, which is that. Actually, hold on. Let me think. So we could be walking into a mana lake here. So he can leak. Okay, so we're going to counterspell back. The reason is, so if he had like not missed off his land drops early, then in theory he can mana leak back, draw 3 cards, and then Mulldrifter, and we couldn't counter because we don't have Power Blast since this is game 1. But anyway, that's not a concern. So we are fine walking into mana lake there. What I was saying was this is somewhat illustrative of the general flow of this deck, which is that we get to an endgame where we have lots of lands, and we just draw more cards than they do, and eventually gets to a point where we have like 7 cards and they have 0 cards in their hand. Because he's missed so many land drops, his hand isn't empty, but it's effectively empty because these 3 excludes represents like 3 additional cards in our hand. Since the way he's winning this game is by creatures. Like, since I mentioned earlier, he doesn't have enough burn in his main deck to kill us. So these 3 excludes essentially represents him having -1 cards in his hand. Well, 1 card after this Mulldrifter. So we could cruise and then double enlistment, 12, but it's much more conservative to just single cruise with double exclude and spread. All right, great. So sideboarding plan. So we want the Power Blasts against everything in his deck. He's playing Electric Bolt, so that means he's not playing sufficient burn to burn us out. So that means that Copper Red is actually useless. So like if he has 20 damage and burn in his deck, then Copper Red is extremely strong because that means it shuts off all those cards. But if he has less than 20 damage or burn in his deck, then Copper Red is almost useless. So no Copper Red for us. We just want the Power Blasts against his Mulldrifters and Treasure Cruises. We don't need Flame Slash because Power Blast kills all of his creatures anyway. So yeah, we're really happy with this. We're gonna keep 2 enlistments because he might have 1 relic in his sideboard, and we want the ability to play around that. Okay. So I'll talk more about Relic. Relic is decent against this deck, but it's only meaningful if the opponent has like pressure to back it up. I've won games where my opponent goes 2-1 Relic, and then they just derp around for the next 15 turns. And the way we beat that situation where the opponent has no pressure and we have lots of mana and they have lots of mana is that we just get in a position to play enlistment. Enlistment resolves. We still have priority. We can retrace the enlistment with our second plans. And we have 4 tokens. We ride that to victory. So basically, we have 2 enlistments. So we have 2 shots to make 4 tokens in 1 turn. So if they already have 1 relic in play, they'll pop it after you play the second enlistment, and then we can follow up with our second actual enlistment, and then counter their other relics. So in theory, if they had already had 4 relics in play, then we can't counter the second relic, and so then we're stuck with only having access to 8 total tokens, which is not super strong for us. But anyway, the point is just relic alone does not beat this deck. You need relic plus pressure. You need the pressure to not let us be in a position to double enlistment with Night's Full backup. What's going on here? Okay. Okay, so we will keep this hand. We have land cantrip. When playing this deck, you need to not have the fear. It's very similar to the 4-Ponder Miracles build on Legacy, which plays 21 lands, 4 Ponder, 4 Brainstorm, 4 Sensei's of Buying Top. And the rule of that deck is never mulligan, essentially. You just need to keep a 1-9 hand with a top or a Ponder. And just have faith in the design of your deck. That's what we're going to do here. So he could have the good old triple Delver draw, like I mentioned, just don't wait for him to win. But we're fine taking 9 damage from this Delver. And actually we might if he flips it and then we don't draw our red mans. So looking for red mana here. Chat's been pretty quiet. Let me know if you guys have anything you want me to talk about other than just the games at hand. Okay, great. So this is our turn one play. So we want Ponder and Terramorphic Expanse. Next turn we can, so if he plays the second Delver, then we will Ponder into the second Scred. Otherwise, we will fetch and then Ponder. To reveal Flame Slash. So that's good for us because it means that his deck didn't have enough useful things in his sideboard from his side out all of his useless things like Flame Slash. So in this situation, we just want to Ponder into more lands. So that way we can make sure that at least one of our Scred and Power Blasts resolves to kill his Delver. I'll just reiterate what I said in game one. Like, this is a bad Delver deck. Yeah, sure, maybe like 10% or 8% of the games or something, you get the turn one Delver that flips in turn two draw, but the deck is just not designed for that. So it's just luck at that point. 3 lands is essentially ideal. I guess like 2 lands and a Karen Sharp would have been better. So we're going to next turn pass and then Scred either in his upkeep or his end step. Let's think about it. The advantage of Scredding in his end step is it allows us to exclude any creature he plays, but he will only have access to another Delver or a Secret Oracle, as opposed to Mulldrifter, for example. If we Scred on his upkeep, we save 3 damage, though. Looks like his only burn in his deck is 4 bolts, so that would put us at 2. Like, we take 3 down to 11. Or sorry, that puts us at -1. So it's fine to Scred with protection up. Yeah, I'm just debating being in a position to counter a Secret Oracle. But we can then Power Blast it. Yeah, so let's actually try to stay above 12 life. We really like if we're in a position to completely ignore the 4 bolts in his deck by being above 12 life the entire game. That's like a really strong tactical position to be in. Alright, this is awesome. We have Power Blast and Exclude for Mulldrifter and Expel, and Dispel, let's say. It's a really good way to line up. Ponder, we don't care. So we're going to hit all of our land drops. Like, we could cruise here, but we're not going to. No reason to rush it. Run into one of his Power Blasts. We basically want him to be in a position where he's forced to just run Mulldrifters into our counter magic. And we can trade mana efficiently. Because our Power Blasts and Excludes line up really well against his Mulldrifters. So he's really low on time. So we could just win this match on time if you wanted to. Because these 3 games, just pretending hypothetically we lose this one, are going to go super long. Guaranteed. Let's see. We want the counterspell. We won't be casting Period in this turn. So we want to go like this. We want to have exclude plus Power Blast against his Mulldrifter plus Dispel, or plus Power Blast of his own. Well, I suppose a Power Blast of his own can't be Power Blasted by ours. Yeah, so actually, if he Mulldrifters, we're going to Power Blast that. Just to make sure the Mulldrifter does not resolve no matter what. If we exclude instead of Power Blast, we risk him Power Blasting our exclude. Then he resolves the Mulldrifter. We don't have a way to kill it. And we have to dig for one. We'd much rather just not have to dig for one and sit back and do nothing, and then win eventually like we did game one. Yeah, so to summarize, excluding his Mulldrifter here is just the more aggressive play, and we're not going to do that. No reason to be aggressive. So, exactly as predicted, he's going to Mulldrifter, and we're going to Power Blast, and we will prohibit 6 mana. Oh, he's cruising. Okay, well, this is pretty good for us. Yeah, Treasure Cruise. Not good against Power Blast. Okay, pretty. One option there was to AK into the Expanse and play the Expanse. I'm doing this play instead just to be conservative and play around Mulldrifter plus Dispel or something like I mentioned. Since we're under no pressure, we're under no rush to find enlistment. If we were under a rush to find enlistment, we might consider doing the aggressive command knowledge play there. But anyway, we're going to be drawing into the Expanse, fetching a Plains the next couple turns anyway. So yeah, not much to see here. This is by far our best matchup. The Kiln Fiend matchup is a lot more interesting, simply because if they're on the play, they have potential to kill us. It's actually really similar to Infect versus Miracles and Legacy, if you're familiar with that matchup, because Miracles can sometimes be kind of clunky to kill creatures, and so Infect can kill quickly with counterspell backup. It's the same exact thing here. Since if they go like turn 2 Kiln Fiend and we don't have our red mana yet, then they can threaten a turn 3 kill. Yeah, so all the popular blue-red decks these days are very weak against us, but among them the Kiln Fiend deck is the strongest against us. Still favorable for us. It's in the spectrum of blue-red. It's like this blue control deck we're playing against is by far the worst against us, and then the Kiln Fiend aggro deck is better, but still unfavored. Okay, great. Yeah, we win. Yeah, that matchup's unwinnable. I think from game one, he saw how our deck worked and recognized it's unwinnable for him. Okay, so we're 1-1. Still upset that we lost against Tron. That's a favorable matchup. So in general, I'm playing in both daily events today. Like I said, I'm expecting to go 8-0 or 7-1. Anything else is a disappointment for me. This deck's worst matchup is Stompy. So if we face that like more than once, then we're probably gonna lose both of those. But I don't expect to face Stompy more than once or twice in 8 matches. Other than Stompy, I think we are favored against the field of popular decks. So the blue-black Angler deck that's become a thing the past couple weeks is a very strong deck. I've been playing it the past couple days, and I like it a whole lot. The matchup against us, we're actually only slightly favored. It's because their deck is actually well constructed, as opposed to most decks, so they can fight us in the attrition game. They can also just come out with like double angler by turn 3, turn 4, and then we need to draw our skreds. Like, that's just because it's a good deck. So let me show you my current version of the deck. If you watch my stream on Thursday or saw my VODs, I discussed the deck then. We can go over now. So this is like a controller version of the deck because I'm playing 4 Moonsnag. Thank you for what, Freak? Anyway, okay. So like, I'll just briefly repeat what I said in my stream on Thursday. So there's 3 versions of this deck I'm envisioning. One version is the one that everyone else is playing that plays like 2 Jeskai Sage. Another version is this one where we have like a control plan. We have more removal. Oh, are you Pascal 3000? If so, like, good job making this deck. It's a really good deck. And congratulations on your success so far with it. Yeah, so anyway, this is a more controlling version. It plays more removal and more counter spells. And so it puts us in a position to actually just grind out the opponent. And then the third version is a tempo version, where you're playing with 4 Cataxian Probe, 4 Days, 1 Gush, and 3 to 4 Jeskai Sage. And you're just like rolling through your deck. I think all 3 of those versions are viable. I haven't decided which one of them is the best, or which one I like more yet, but I'm just playing with this version because I wanted to try out Moonsnag. And so far it's been going very well. Yeah, so actually, since you're Pascal 3000, you and I briefly had a Reddit chat a couple days ago. So let me go over my current sideboard. I am doing the Aura Flux, even though like I said, Aura Flux isn't that strong, but I just didn't want to lose to hexproof. So I'm playing Aura Flux, Negate, and Annul against hexproof. Since this is a controller version, my initial 75 had 3 Dispel and 3 Negate in the sideboard, just to make sure I have a zillion counter spells. But that plan, I feel, is a bit premature. If for example, if my cruise control deck becomes popular, then we would want more counter spells, or for example, Duress that like Pascal 3000 plays. But these control decks aren't yet popular. And so until then, I will just play more removal instead of counter spells. So other differences between the 75 and Pascal 3075. I'm experimenting with 0 of the tap lands. What's it called? It's like Dismal or something. Yeah, the Dismal Backwater. 0 of these, because comes and play tapped, and I'm just trying to get by with 2 swamps. The reason being that I really don't like lands that come to play tapped in an aggressive deck with Delver that wants to its land drops and also wants to position to Angler with like Moonsnag backup. This means that you need to be very careful about milling your 2 swamps, which is not really a concern. It's more of a problem that in post-sideboard games, you're going to be slower with Grim Harvest because you'll have to you won't be able to Grim Harvest and recover it and play Angler all in the same turn. So you have to split that across 2 turns, which slows you down. Something that's fine. Another thing to think about is that the design of this deck with Mental Note, Thought Scour means that you actually can't splash a 3rd color in your sideboard. For example, you could splash a mountain or Power Blast and stuff, but you just won't be able to consistently find that because if you can mill it. It's contrast with my current blue-red Delver deck, where I actually am splashing a forest for Serene Heart and Ancient Grudge. And you can very consistently find these because we play a bazillion cantrips and fetch lands. So Pascal 3000 was Raging Flump playing Familiar like he always does. Yeah, so the Rancid Earths, let's bring that up. which I don't have that apparently. But so yeah, this is strong against. So in a vacuum, it's gonna be playable against Tron and against Familiar. Now with first bring my deck. So with my set, with this flavor, because there's 3 flavors of this deck I'm envisioning. This is a control flavor. So the Rancid Earth here is not going to be super strong against Tron because our games against Tron actually go very, very long. You can watch the VOD from my Thursday stream where I play a match against Tron, and I win pretty convincingly, but the games all go very long and involves lots of planning by me. And so in a long game, Rancid Earth doesn't do anything because, sure, I kill one of his lands, but it doesn't matter, he still has 20 mana. In a short game, we can Rancid Earth and then aggressively attack with Angler and Delver. But that deck just be overloaded on Firebolt and Flame Slash. So I don't think you can consistently protect your Delvers to have a fast clock. The Rancid Earth is decent against Familiar. I'm 2-0 in matches against Familiar so far from packet stream, which doesn't mean anything. It's such a small sample size. But just to give you a flavor of how my playing against Familiar, I have lots of, so I'm gonna have 4 snuff outs, so 4 0 mana interaction, and then lots of just cheap interaction like the spell, Gas and Demise, this figure. And so the way you win those games is just trading with them mana efficiently, and then hoping they don't resolve a crazy Reaping the Graves, which is the best card in the deck. So like I said, I've played 2 matches against so far, and I won one of them even though the guy resolved Reaping the Graves for 6, which was really embarrassing. I agree with what you just said, Pascal 3000, which is that most Familiar pirates are like awful. The deck is really strong. People just don't understand how to play it. I'd say more generally, the Pauper format is very unexplored. Deck support design, like I discussed last round, the blue-red control deck is awful. My Cruise control deck is like strictly better. I also think people make lots of micro mistakes in their deck, from like the mana base configuration or just weird choices. Like for example, on my stream on Thursday played against like a mono blue mid range deck, which played Delver and Mulldrifter in the same deck. That's not a good plan. I'm sorry, I played Delver, Gush, and Mulldrifter in the same deck. Like, you should have either Mulldrifter or Delver and Gush, but not all 3. It doesn't make sense to be in a position where you want to get 5 lands from Mulldrifter, but you don't want to get 5 lands to have Gush and Delver. It's just a bad idea. And so, Pascal 3000, you made a post like a couple weeks ago, just bashing on lots of people's deck design mistakes. And I agree with everything you said, especially just the spirit of the post, in that people need to play better, design better decks, and stop net decking. Pauper is a very intricate format. It doesn't get much attention. It's like none of the pros play it or anything. And so therefore, like, it's still unexplored. Also, a lot of people incorrectly think that because it's just commons that the format's like easy to play or anything. No, it's actually the opposite. Because it's commons, you don't have lots of haymakers and I win cards. So you have to play carefully. I think more importantly, design your deck carefully to be in positions to win. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Okay. So round 3. Oh goodness, now I just screwed up. Okay, this is an awesome hand. Cantrips are pretty good. Lead with a Preordain. We're looking to draw a red source for our Scred. Otherwise, just looking for lands. So yeah, let me finish my previous thought. I was talking about great red source. Okay, so yeah, Pauper. I miss the good old days when like Storm and Invigorate were not banned. I really like powered formats, and Pauper was a lot more powered back then. I feel like these days lots of people are just playing like decks that just drop around, don't do anything. For example, the blue control deck we just play against. It's kind of lame. I think it's a lot more fun if the format is super powerful. I really don't like Modern. I have no interest in Modern. The only formats I care about are Legacy and Pauper. And so basically with Storm and Vigorate unbanned, Pauper is actually super powerful, and it's like near the power level of Legacy actually. At the very least, you have more like explosive games. Okay, so this is either the blue-black control deck or the blue-black Angler deck. I think we're slightly favored against both, but we definitely have the potential to lose. Unlike against the blue-black control deck we played last round, where we have 0% chance to lose. The blue-black Angler matchup is most interesting because they're playing a Community Knowledge. And we are too. Okay, so this is the blue-black Angler deck. We are going to cut this Resolve and then discard it during his upkeep. He's not in a position to Angler, so we're going to preordain. So game one he does not have Grim Harvest, so we're going to abuse that by overloading him removal. Pascal, so what kind of miracles do I play? I play the 4-ponder version that Philip Schrödinger recommends. If you don't know, I'm not familiar with him, he's like the best miracle player in the world and one of the best deck designers, in my opinion, in the world. So the list has 4-ponder, 4 brainstorm, and 21 lands. It doesn't play anything like Venser or Click main deck or Caracas. Nothing flashy. The goal of the deck is to be consistently in a position to set up your late game plan, which is Sensei's Divining Top plus Treat the Angels plus other things. Yeah, the list is super strong. I'm a big fan of it. I play a whole bunch of decks in Legacy, but I'm playing in a monthly Legacy event tomorrow, and I'm playing the 21 Ponder list. Okay, so Angler. We're going to let this resolve and then discard it. Oh wait, we don't have another land. Well, that's one way to lose this game. Wow, I'm an idiot and miscounted my lands. Okay, well, fine, we'll cruise for a land. Okay, that was a mistake. We should have counterspelled there then. Sorry guys. Well, good old getting rewarded for my mistakes. I mean, it's fine. We play so many tap lands, like so that's definitely a mistake, but it's still completely fine. Drawing into lands there, drawing into untapped land for our counterspell. Actually, so we are not gonna AK here. Under no pressure, there's no rush. The whole AK interaction is interesting because both of us are playing Command Knowledge. Yeah. Sorry, bud. Yeah, that went well. Because if it didn't go well, that's our chance to lose. So in post-border games, he has Grim Harvest, which is a lot more interesting for us to play around. Okay, so I forgot to mention Think Twices. Yeah, so he's playing Think Twice. That's also an option here. Like I said, I've been experimenting with 3 different versions of this deck. Another card to consider is actually Deep Analysis. Playing like 1 in your 75 maybe. Okay, Delver of Secrets. So we will exclude. We're excluding. He could potentially follow this up with an Angler. He could follow it up with like Thoughtscour, Angler. So we have 2 Command Knowledge built for our deck. I'm gonna shuffle those away. We got Islands. And looking for a Flame Slash. Because we want our Screds to line up against his Anglers. Great, Flame Slash. So game 1, let's see, he wants. Game 1, like I said, he does not have Grim Harvest, which means all we need to do is just Scred his 4 Anglers. Game 2 and 3 is a lot more complicated than that, though. Counterspell, we'll counterspell back. So the games we lose are the really grindy ones where he gets Grim Harvest and we don't draw into our 9-hole Spellbomb. We can also lose if he gets like a really aggressive draw with double Angler and we only have like 0 or 1 Scred. Both of those are possible, which is why it's not like the strongest matchup. Angler, counterspell. Like I said, since this is game 1, all we need to do is answer his Anglers. The Delvers are guaranteed to fall. Angler is not guaranteed because we only have 4 answers to it if it resolves. Okay, so we know the top cover deck is a counterspell. We're just gonna pass. We can AK into it if needed. AK into double counterspell. Let's go, sure. Yeah, so Jeskai Sage is very strong against us, but it might be kind of weak against other decks. But against us, it's really strong since, like, even if Jeskai Sage didn't have prowess and didn't have its ability, we would eventually still need to kill it. Like I said, one weakness of this deck is that, this is interesting, is that we can't punish clunky stuff from our opponent. Like, we, hold on, let's see. Could counterspell, exclude. If I'm actually going to counter this duress, so as to not give away information. But anyway, what I was saying is like in the blue-red control matchup, if he goes turn 3 Secret Oracle, we're eventually going to have to Flame Slash that. It's unfortunate we have to burn Flame Slash in a bad card, but just the way things work. So in this exact situation, you're hoping he doesn't have a counterspell for this. It's unlucky to. Like with this version, what we've seen so far, I think twice is he doesn't have room for more than 4 counterspells main. He's already used 2 of them. So this is pretty good board state for us. We're hoping to draw a cruise to put this away. Like I said, I think we're slightly favored. We have slightly more card advantage and a slightly better overall plan, except for Grim Harvest. So we need to be careful about that. The question here is, do you want to command knowledge and give him a chance to command knowledge himself? We are going to do that. Define lands. Since this is game 1, we just need to like hit our game plan. We're all set. Okay. So we don't. So actually, yeah, we can enlistment with exclude backup. Let's do that. In almost every matchup, this is one of the rare situations where we're going to be enlisting this early in the game. So Sorry, I pressed move the game log back down. But in this board state, we're fine enlisting on turn 10. Usually we don't want to start enlisting until we have like 12 lands. Okay, this is great for us. Spread's also great for us. Huge insurance against double angler. Sorry, I have exclude for the other one. Yeah, this game's pretty locked up unless he draws running cruises into running anglers, which is possible, and that's just a testament to the strength of this deck. I need to play a little faster because games 2 and 3 are going to be really grindy. The Grim Harvest, like I mentioned. So overall, I'm disappointed I lost to Tron. It's a terrible matchup. The only deck I'm afraid of is Stompy, and I'm actually slightly afraid of this deck. In the hand of a really strong player, this matchup is relatively even, I think, and it's like the only matchup besides Stompy that's not in our favor, I think. That's against a really strong player for the blue-black angler deck. Okay, great. So there's no cards, so this cruise is guaranteed to resolve, and then this game is pretty much out of control for him, unless we draw nothing. Of note, we only have one. We actually have 0 counter spells left in our deck, and we have 2 exclude left in our deck. Okay, so we could. Okay, let's see. We cannot double in this mix. I've been holding back lands. He doesn't have main deck graveyard hate. Oops, let's do that. Like, arguably, we might not want to reveal the double enlistment there, because if he hasn't seen my Reddit post on this deck and you didn't know that he had double enlistment, he might think we only have 1 enlistment, and then his play in post-sideboard games will be different if he's playing like the 9 spell bombs. This is an angler. Actually, this is a cruise. Okay. So that was good for him. Brainstorming to cruise. Another brainstorm. So actually, Pascal 3000, if you're still watching, I'm curious what your thoughts are on Dismal Backwater in the deck. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't like it because it comes into play taps. And yeah. Okay. Flip over another cruise. It's good for me to flip over the thought towers. The snuff outs though, because they're useless. Another one. Just Sky Sage. Okay. These are all good situations for us here. Delver. Delver. So we're going to prohibit we're going to exclude to get the guaranteed card out of it. If he plays Angler, we will square the Angler. Since he only has 1 card left in his hand, you could not double Angler, otherwise our play would be different there. We would save the exclude for 1 of 2 Anglers, because that's the way we lose this game. Another cruise. Yeah, so like these 2 decks here in this matchup, these are the best decks. These are some of the best decks possible at casting Treasure Cruise in the formats. My blue-red Delver deck is also very strong at Treasure Cruise. These are just well-designed decks that are actually designed to cast Treasure Cruise. Other decks are not designed to cast Treasure Cruise. Okay. So this game is spiraling out of reach for him. Like I said, we have slightly more card advantage, and we're drawing a little better. So it's possible he's actually not playing Humiliated Knowledge, He's playing the thing twice in its place. I need to play a little faster here. Hold on. Let's send this mix. So it's also an open question as to his sideboard. You could have the main card as Justice, clear our guys, something to consider. So yeah, some other things I forgot to mention about the Blue-Black Angler deck. I was showing mine earlier. I don't like the 1-ofs in the sideboard. Well, the relevant 1-ofs, like for example the main card as Justice, because you could mill it. If like as opposed to decks with Ponders and Preordains that can find their 1-ofs reasonably, the Blue-Black Angler deck cannot. So if you have a 1-of that's really important and like unreplaceable, like Justice, then I don't think it's a good idea for it to be possible to mill that. But other 1-ofs like Dispel or Negate that are just interchangeable and are played more of a way just to have more of the same effect, those are completely fine as 1-ofs because you don't care if they get milled over. So yeah, so one slight weakness of the deck is that I don't think you want to be playing 1-ofs that don't have a graveyard effect. Like you play one Grim Harvest because it's insane as a 1-of, but playing other 1-ofs is not as insane. Okay, anyway, Flame Slash, not good. Power Blast kills everything else that Flame Slash will kill, but also counters things. We want double Mismit because he might be playing Nihil Spellbomb. Oblivion Ring kills Angler. So the Oblivion Ring here is a new addition that I have not tested before this daily, but it was added partially because of Angler. So that's something we want to make use of. Kind of take out the prohibits. Let's go with this. I'm not claiming my sideboard strategy there was correct. Probably close to correct, but you might have wanted to leave in like 1 or 2 prohibits. So yeah. Yeah, Boggles. I mean, I've beaten Boggles with the deck, but it's not something I want to play against 24/7. Yeah, but Boggles is I don't know. I don't really like Boggles that much. It's kind of only good against Delver stuff. But it's very annoying because it always feels like they just draw perfectly. It's like they're always getting lucky. It's just frustrating to not have interaction against them, similar to like Trinum Nemesis and Legacy, where it's still frustrating to not be able to interact against it. So here we want to shuffle, looking for removal for this Delver, and those cards we saw there are kind of clunky. Speaking of clunky, 3 Coups is very clunky. That's why I play Brainstorm. Duress is very good for him here. He should take the Power Blast, so we can't Power Blast the Delver. Since it's on the play, the Duress is even better because we can't counter it. So like, I'll comment more on this deck. So things like Duress and Raven's Crown on the sideboard are going to be very strong against my story deck here, but I feel like they're not so strong against the metagame because, because control decks with late game plans like this one are not currently popular, and so that's why I don't play Duress or Raven's Crown in my 75. But like in a vacuum, like if Pauper was played by people who are actually good at designing decks, then I think good control decks, like when I'm playing, would be more popular, and so therefore you'd want to have a plan against them. And then, the Duress and Raven's Crime are good. Super Fog, I've only played against Super Fog like twice so far with the Blue Black Angler deck. I won both matches. They're both really close. I think we're slightly favored. Keep in mind I am playing the 4 Moon Snags, which is additional counter magic. One nice thing about the Angler deck is that, okay, let me think. Could cruise here. Yeah, we want to cruise here. This is not a good game. We might lose this game. We can get one of these cruises out of the way. What? Stupid magic line. I'm stepping up quicker. We might lose this game, so we can have time for game 3. Okay. So this deck is no reach, so we're under absolutely no rush. The rush is instead just us hoping he doesn't play like double angler. So we both of us kind of clunky draws. Well, second over, not clunky. So we're gonna upkeep Power Blast. Something like Negate is a concern. Let's see what he reveals. Okay, that's good because that saves us at least 2 damage. I'm not flipping the other Delver. So yeah, I like I predicted negates. Unfortunately, we can't fight that. It's unfortunate. We've had a clunky draw this game. Yeah, so I have a feeling he's not playing Accumulated Knowledge. I think Accumulated Knowledge is super good in the deck. We're looking for just any of our red cards. Or actually planes, I guess. Or not planes. Okay. So options here are cruising into a red card, passing with exclude. I think cruising into a red card is our best chance. He could have Dispel for it, but we're not in a position to play around Dispel. Oh wait, oops, I miscounted, apparently. Oh no, I didn't. Good, I didn't miscount. Okay. This is a really awkward game. We haven't drawn any cantrips. Like usually we don't want to be cruising for more than 1 mana, but for the past turns we've had to do that. So yeah, probably lose this one. We need to draw a runner. Well, actually, no. Well, we need some help from our opponent too, and him not flipping Delvers. Yeah, Lightning Axe I've also been considering. Lightning Axe, yeah. In a deck like Teachings or Blue-Red. For the Blue-Red control deck, something like Into the Royal to bounce it is also decent. You can also just play more remove soul effects in those decks, more counter spell effects. So he didn't flip. This means that we have a chance if we draw removal for his flip Delver. Unfortunately, last turn we mulled away our Command Knowledge, which means that we don't have a way of dropping multiple cards this turn, besides Brainstorm. And there first is the Command Knowledge that I wish we had in our graveyard. So we're going to Command Knowledge, looking for Brainstorm or a red card, and it's not. We won't concede. I want to see if he shows us more of his deck. this has been a weird game. We saw one red card in the top half of our library, which is pretty unlucky. Also, deck didn't draw any cantrips. Kind of felt like both players this game had weird draws, bad draws. So, like, in this position, if we had removed the Delvers, I think we're in a very strong position. Triple exclude. Okay, let's see. I think we're fine. Yes. We're gonna mulligan this. If I had an island, we would have kept it for sure. So this deck mulligans very well. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that, but I feel like I mulligan very infrequently with this deck. Radiant's Judgment. Is that the enchantment removal? Or is that something else I'm thinking of? If it's the enchantment removal, like Leave No Trace is also good, but if you read my huge article on Reddit about this cruise control deck, we are actually completely favored against hexproof using my sideboard strategy with the cop greens and the disenchant to kill Underworld Cloak. The disenchants are now Living Ring, which also kill Underworld Cloak, so we're completely fine there. So yeah, I'd rather have like a multi-purpose card like Disenchanter of Living Ring than Leave No Trace, because I think we're completely favored against hexproof with this cruise control. But correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm thinking of something else when you say Radiant's Judgment. Actually, it's this book. Oh, I see. I was thinking of something else, sorry. Should I have a 4-grader? Yeah, you could. Living Ring does the same thing, kind of. Instant speed isn't super relevant. Okay, so this is really good for him. He mulled to 5 and planes, so that means for him he can resolve an Angler or a Cruise this turn. And then that's good for him. Not flipping 2 turns in a row is good. So my record for not flipping is 7 turns in a row. This was like a year or two ago. It was like 2 years ago. I was playing Grixis Delver in Legacy versus Elves, and my turn 1 Delver missed flips 7 turns in a row, including cantrips when we try to find instants and sorceries. It was this incredibly unlucky, and I lost the game barely. If I had gotten flip anywhere else besides the last turn, then I win that game against the Elves. So anyway, the point is I can feel this guy's pain about the Delver not flipping. Pyroblast. Okay, so really awkward draw for us. But even if this wasn't awkward, I'll just note that yeah, we're not likely to have double Pyroblast in post-sideboard games because we only have 2 mountains in the deck. Late game, we will be able to fetch for both of them, but that's just something to consider. One slight way that you need to play with the deck. Okay, so we could Pyroblast here in response. Yeah, let's do that. Oops, that's not much to. If we had if our hand didn't suck, I would actually consider letting the Brainstorm resolve and then actually running one of my Pyroblasts into a negate, just because I have 3 of them. And like I said, I'm not way to cast more than 1 in turn. And that's just a way to make use of our cards. But since our hand sucks, saving the life there buys us another turn or 2, which is what we're going to need to draw some stuff. Yeah, so that play came back to bite us because now we can cruise and we can't power blast it. Yeah, so that's kind of a judgment call there. If we don't power blast the Delver and we do power blast the cruise, then he still has cruise plus Delver plus counterspell backup potentially. And if we don't power blast the cruise and don't power blast the Delver, then we're in the same situation, except he was off a cruise, which seems bad. So yeah, spread there, not optimal. Open question. Does he have Raven's Crime? We want our land drops in case we draw Treasure Cruise here. So yeah, our hand and draw sucks. So this game is the way the games would go except flipped, because he's on with a full hand and we're not. Kind of a consequence of us falling to 5 and our draws being awkward. So ideally we could spread into our counterspell. Yeah, we're not going to spread here. Okay. I think we're going to lose this game. Grimhar was such a beating in this situation because he has lots of mana. Yeah, I like negate a lot in this deck. It's very strong. It protects Treasure Cruise and protects Angler, which are the best cards in the deck. So that's good. Negate doesn't fit well in my cruise control deck because we are really control-y, and so we want to have Exclude instead to counter their creatures like Mulldrifter and stuff. Okay, O-Ring, O-Ring, O-Ring. So we can O-Ring his Angler and Power Blast his counter magic. That seems really good. O-Ring there is actually a good draw. I didn't mention it, but I was thinking in this situation what to draw O-Ring. Our just overall draws this game have been really awkward. Like, we haven't cast a single cantrip at all. And so we are not doing too well on the cruise front. Whereas our opponent is casting all these fun things. So yes, the good old Oblivion Ring from the sideboard. Justice. So he is playing Justice, and he did happen to draw it. That is going to be problematic. Means we need to overload on counter spells eventually. Also notably, he can do the final 2 points of damage with it. So that means we're not 3-turn clock, because he can do 9 with the Delver and then the final 1 with the Justice. Angler, not good for us. Counter spell. So he has 2 counter spells and like 1 or 2 negates left. Islands. We can keep that in case we have Brainstorm, because we need to get some good stuff coming up. So if he has counter magic, we're dead. We need to draw Brainstorm here to double removal. Not likely since we've already spent 4 of them. Okay, that's game. Jeez. Yeah, I'm fine losing that match. It's pretty even, slightly in our favor. Mulldrifter to 5 game 3. Much more upset about the Tron loss. So this has been a disappointment for me because I think my deck is very strong. Was really looking forward to going for a. So actually, let's talk more about some things in the remaining minutes. This was a quick match. Let's talk about my blue-red Delver deck. So this list is what I was playing before Fate Reforged came online. With Fate Reforged, Angler is like a really strong card. And so the thought process behind this deck does not have Fate Reforged in mind. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so the thought process behind this deck is that this is actually a Treasure Cruise deck. So before I designed Cruise Control, I designed this deck, and at the time, this was by far the best cruise deck in the format. We get to cruise more often and more than our opponents, and we have Power Blast for their cruises. We have the ability to play really aggressive with Phantasmal Bear, Ninja, and Burn and Snap for blockers. We also have the ability to just play the long game, brainstorm those cards away, and just wait until like turn 12 where we can like gush, cruise all in the same turn, and then play all of our cards. I had this one really crazy game where I didn't draw a single cruise or a single gush until the last like 18 cards in my library. Draw a gush, I gush, and I play 3 treasure cruises and play like 8 creatures, not creatures, like 6 creatures, 3 Richard Delvers. They all flip next turn, and I kill them like in 2 turns. And that's like a outrageous example, but that is the late game play in this deck. Just drawing more cards than your opponent. This deck is also designed to actually make use of Delver. We have lots of ways to make sure Delver flips. We have Sprite to protect it. We have Burn to kill their flying blockers. It's just like an all-around solid plan. The sideboard plan is in the Delver Mirror, we become the control deck because we have red cards. Against control decks, we sideboard in our counter spells and it's out advantage them with our draw. For example, against Familiar, this is probably Familiar's worst matchup. Like all of our cards are incredibly interactive against Familiar. There's not much to say here. Like it should be pretty apparent that we're strong. Like the Black-Red Angler deck has some game because Snuff Out has 0 mana, but Mulldrifter is still a huge problem. That's one of the reasons I'm playing Runesnag. Where in this deck, Power Blast is an awesome way to stop Mulldrifter for the Familiar matchup. The Sweetheart and Forest are exclusively against hexproof, like I discussed. With these, we have a slightly favorable matchup against hexproof. We're guaranteed to lose game 1 almost. So most things I say are kind of exaggeration on purpose. Yeah, I've won plenty of games once against hexproof, but it's just not expected to win game 1. But post sideboarding, Sweetheart is a blowout against them. Hexproof isn't like that big of a metagame, so another valid option is to just concede to hexproof to pad your other matchups. That's fine. But like I said, this deck was the 75 is before Fate Reforged and before Angler, and so it's with that in mind. With Angler, we're still pretty good. Snap is very strong against Angler. Power Blast is very strong against the Angler deck. We have no answer to Grim Harvest though. And so we want to be using like Snap on Angler, and Spellsorter's Rights on Grim Harvest. I have not played that matchup before. It's probably a very interesting matchup. But anyway, about Angler. This deck here is very strong in a vacuum, and I think it's definitely a contender. Yeah, Sidebot, thanks for the good luck, and best of luck to you charging your phone. I don't know about the Twitch iOS app, but the Twitch Android app is pretty sucky. All right. How much time is left? So it looks like the Raging Flump is 3-0 so far with his familiar deck. Good for him. He's been playing familiar forever. That's really strong. I mean, he's a really strong player. Probably like the best familiar player. Definitely has most experience with it. So yeah, we have a lot of time left. Let me know if you have any questions or anything you want me to discuss. If you've got anything that's happened about Pauper. I will leave up my Goblins deck in case you're curious about that. This is a deck I played. I screwed around with this deck for a few times in the practice room. It's playable, but it has some weaknesses. So it's unfavored against the really bad but popular blue-red control deck. Our game plan there is actually to deck them. But if our opponent is not an idiot and realizes that that's the only way we win, then they can play around that plan. But I actually 2-0 in matches against blue-red control because my bad opponents have fallen right into my trap. Oh, my mic fell off. Sorry. I was saying that my bad opponents fell into my trap and let themselves be decked. So the decking plan is we just need to kill all the creatures, and then they can't win. And we actually have sufficient removal in our deck to do that, as long as they don't chain Mulldrifters early in the game. So yeah, the blue control deck is like our worst matchup. Mono black is also really bad, but that's not popular these days. Hexproof is also bad. Other than that, we have pretty solid matchups. Delver is our best matchup, and that's what this deck is designed to destroy. Sparksmith is crazy good in Pauper, and crazy good against Delver. Silflock Lifestaff is also crazy good. There's a Madness deck that I was playing around with. This was back like the first week of January, which was when I got back into Pauper. This deck is not viable, and it's especially not viable now that Fated Forge has been printed online and Angler just outclasses our 4/4s. But pre-Angler, was playing around. Like I said, I just got back into the format and learned that Circular Logic was reprinted at Common, as well as Arrogant Warmark Common, and that'll try this deck out. So Wild Mongrel used to be the defining card of the format back in the day. Now it sees 0 play, but this deck is just like a it makes one remember the good old days back when blue-green madness and red-green madness were like two of the top decks in the format. It's just not playable now. And even before Angler, it felt underpowered. Just felt pretty clunky. So cruise control. Okay, Merfolk Looter versus Looter Rogue Core. Okay. I did consider Looter Rogue Core. Top of my head, I don't remember why I didn't do that. Let's see if I can remember that. Oh right, this is why. So maybe this was loose, but I wanted to have ways to make Circular Logic and Rune Stag better. I felt with this deck, like I said, I don't think this deck is super strong. But ignoring that, you'd want to enable Self-Buck Circular Logic and Arrogant Armor Instant Speed, and so that's the reason I have a Looter. The Arrogant Armor Instant Speed is it's okay. Yeah, I agree that maybe it's not enough of a reason. But either way, I don't think this deck is viable. So one thing to think about is that once this blue-black deck becomes more popular, which it will, and also if my cruise control deck catches on, which I might not yet because I did poorly this daily, but I still think it's a very strong deck and deserves to be played. Anyway, if those two decks become really popular, then people will start playing cards like Relic of Progenitus, and that might change some things. It's just something to think about. With this blue-black deck, I've beaten Relic several times. Like I've beaten turn 1 Relic before. It's very possible. It's just a little stressful. You have to play really carefully. So sometimes you happen to draw into your Delvers and just can ride those to victory. But because you're playing Thought Scour or Mental Note as opposed to Ponder and Preordain, you're much less consistent in finding your stuff early. So, okay, let me clarify. You're right. I didn't give enough information there. Yeah, Relic is not super good in blue-black deck. The specific thing I was thinking of was something I didn't mention, which is that I was playing against, what deck was it? It was some deck with like loads and loads of removal. For what it was, but just imagine that they have infinite removal and Relic. That means that our Grim Harvest is no longer a thing, and that we have to play very carefully to have a way to win the game. But if, just for example, yeah, I agree. If hypothetically, if their only answer to Angler is Relic, then we're completely fine with that. And so just more generally, like just one deck design idea is like you don't want to just have do nothing hate cards and rely on those. So like I said, the example of Relic against Angler. In Legacy, an example would be like Grafdigger's Cage versus Storm or something, or versus even Reanimator. Like you want to be playing proactive answer cards usually, otherwise you give your opponents way too much time. Let's see which time we have up now. Okay. Pascal 2000. I like this main deck. The Dismals. How many Dismals would you consider playing? Snapcaster? What about Snapcaster? Consider that Snapcaster is amazing in the 4-pounder Miracles list. But so, okay, about Dismals, like, what were you playing? What deck were you playing though? Ratchet Bomb. Oh, Graphic versus Snapcaster. Okay, yeah. Yeah, don't do that. That's okay, yeah, I think that's a very good example of the point I was trying to illustrate. Yeah, just bringing in your Grafdigger in the hope that it might shut off their Snapcaster is very, very weak. Just the worst example of this would be doing against Miracles, because they have Brainstorm and JS's Brainstorm just to shuffle away their dead cards, and then you have a dead card. So like you're all of a sudden down a card. So you're down the Grafdigger in play, and also down the other Grafdigger in your deck. It's just a really bad idea. So yeah, thank you for the example. I agree with the example. Anyway, so about the Dismal Waters, why I'm playing Rune Snag. So maybe I don't know if I want to play 4 Dismal Backwater because it shuts off like a turn 3 Rune Snag. Consider playing 2, yeah. Like I mentioned, one weakness of the deck is that the Grim Harvest plan is a lot worse with only 2 swamps. Okay, so this hand is fine. We would prefer to have one less counterspell and one more cantrip per land. This hand is weak against Delver if we don't draw another land, because I'm playing first. Oh, I thought I was playing second. Oops, I need to pay more attention. Anyway, yeah, if we don't draw a second land, for example, if they go turn 1 Delver, then we're going to be forced to get an island and hope we draw other lands. All right, Mountain. Okay, so this is Burn. Probably not Goblins, because I don't think you ever keep a hand that has no turn 1 like Goblin Cohort effect. Burn. So we're slightly favored against Burn. We have the 2 Copper Reds in our sideboard. Like I mentioned in my Thursday stream, considering cutting those just because we're already really favored against all the blue-red decks imaginable, and Burn is on the decline. But without those, Burn is unwinnable since we have no clock. With those, Burn's pretty good. Game 1, we're not favored against Burn, as you can imagine. And so don't expect us to win this game, but do expect us to win the next 2. So pretty much counter anything he plays. Almost anything he plays. Okay. Guess we will counter that. I think that's like the worst card to counter. Just gotta do something. the ideal card for us to draw here is like a Ponder into a land. I've won game once against Bren before with this deck. It's just not expected. So we need to be very like precise in this game one. If you place a Cauldron Marauders, we're gonna resolve and flame slash it. We need to be saving our counter spells because we only have 4 counter spell and 2 prohibit in the main deck. In some versions of this deck, I would play the 3rd or the 4th prohibit in the sideboard, but I've since cut them. We would obviously like to have those here though. Almost misclicked that planes. That would have been losing. So he's kind of flooded on lands, which is good for us, but still not super happy with this. So we're going to counter this. We need to make efficient use of our mana. Just hypothetically, if we draw the planes next turn, we will cast Enlistment, and we'll not have counterspell back up. So we're going to make use of our counterspell here. The way we win these game ones is them having a slow draw, like he does, because he has 4 lands, and us barely getting there with Enlistment beatdown. The way we win games 2 is hitting our land drops and contributing into the cop red. So we want to planes here. Oop. So once again, I'll reiterate, this deck does not punish clunkiness directly. So we're giving him infinite time to draw enough burn spells to kill us. And since we don't have cop red yet, that is going to be good for him. We hit all of our land drops though. We have enough dead cards. Like the Scred and the Exclude are dead together. We don't need both of them. So I want to hit my land drops to be in position to cruise plus Enlistment, for example, as opposed to saving that mountain for a Brainstorm, because we will just put back a Scred with the Brainstorm. Can we knowledge? Yes, we cast this. Looking for that planes. We found it. Good. So next turn we can Enlistment with counterspell back up. Unfortunately, give him infinite time, and he's probably almost about to kill us. So we're hoping that he has useless things in his hand. Like you can get unlucky and have lots of lands. We're hoping that he has lots of creatures that, because those do best than 3 damage each. I could use Mountain for Enlistment. What does that mean? Oh, to discard it? Right, except, yeah, that's true. But in this situation, I want to Enlistment with counterspell back up. I need... Oh, wait, right. I could have done that anyway. Okay, fair point. I miscounted my lands at that point. I thought I only had 4, but I already had 5. So yeah, I agree with that. Actually, no, we want to save Scred for Cauldron Marauders end of turn. So yeah, Turkish Yam Yam, I agree that that was probably a mistake. Considering, well, if we did not have enlistment already, then playing the land there is decent for purposes of treasure cruise. But since we already had the enlistments, yes, I agree with you, that was a mistake. So good, he's playing lands and not killing us yet. This is our chance to win. Okay, Searing Blaze. So options here are letting it resolve, counterspelling it, or shredding our own dude. I'm gonna shred. If he killed in Marauders, I will counterspell the Keldon Marauders. But he's already used to them, so the shred isn't super strong. Otherwise, wait. Oh wow, you're right. I was thinking of. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I was thinking of the blood, if it's called Searing Blood, the uncommon, where it has a main deck Pyroblast. That's interesting. The Searing Blood, or it's called, has a trigger on when creature dies. Okay, well, so yeah, that was 100% a mistake. I was thinking of a different card. Doesn't actually matter because this card's pretty much dead here, and the creature's gonna die anyway. But yeah, thinking of a different card. Okay, so well, we're expecting to win this game anyway. But you can see how it is possible for us to win game ones. Yeah, like he wins. Okay. Okay, so obviously cop red. That's pretty much it. We want both enlistments because we actually want to present the clock. So we could do. So Flame Slash is going to be slightly better here because it lets us kill the Marauders before turn 3. And looks like he's not running the version that has a bunch of creatures. So Exclude gives us the option of countering the Marauders to save 2 life. So we're going to play it this way. He could have Curse of the Pierce Heart, against which Disenchants are better than Oblivion Ring. Do you have any thoughts on Oblivion Ring versus Scred? We should at least do 1-1 split. Well, we have our copyright and cantrips, so keep this. Watch us like not see a land in 10 cards and then lose the game. Chain Lightning. Well, he didn't see a prohibit last game, so we got that going for us. So in this situation, we are just going to very aggressively dig for our planes, since the way we lose is not finding the planes. And found it. That's good. So if you're him here, and you're playing to win, and I know we're both 1-2, so it's fine to not play optimally, I guess. But if you're playing optimally, there's plenty of time on the clock. He knows I'm playing a non-standard deck because he saw the enlistment in game 1. So I would not concede when I see the Circumfection Red on him, because it's possible that me, Draco 36, would screw up and he can still win, even with the Copper Red in play. Also, you can see more of my deck. For example, you can learn about the prohibits that you didn't see game 1, stuff like that, things to consider. So we're just going to play super duper conservatively. If he bolts us in response, then we'll... Actually, no, we still won't ponder. Just play super conservatively here. Him being Landlight is good, because it means that he can't sneak anything through. Okay, so he is conceding with plenty of time. The third game. So he probably has some number of Flaring Pain. We can't do much against that other than counter spells, obviously. Actually, it's like a Killed Marauders. Is it when it dies or when it leaves play? I think it's when it leaves play. Leaves the battlefield. Okay, so it isn't like the Oblivion Ring on Marauders would save us 1 point of damage. Okay, so this hand does not have an Allian, so we're going to mulligan. This hand is very strong. It's very similar to our hand last game. Cantrip plus land, and we actually have the Copper Red earlier on this time, so it's been better. So yeah, we're just going to look for that planes, and then he's going to concede again. Unless he... So like, if you're him... Let's see, if you're him... Actually, so him conceding last game either means he was incorrectly not expecting Copper Red and did not side in his Flaring Pains even after seeing us with white mana game 1, or he doesn't have Flaring Pain at all on the sideboard, and that's why he conceded. So like, if you're him when you have Flaring Pain, and you think about our deck based on what you saw game 1, I think you definitely bring in Flaring Pain, because you would see that from game 1 you saw that our deck doesn't really do much, doesn't put in much pressure, and so even if we have bazillion counter spells, we'll eventually run out of them. And so like, it's the Tilliard, it's very expected for us that if we had some way to beat Burn, it would be Copper Red. Other ways to beat Burn that I consider when designing this deck were things like Lone Missionary and Teros Faithful, or pronounce it, Faithful, sorry. But those just don't gain enough life. There aren't any good, efficient, life-linking creatures or things like this to gain life a lot in the format that common. So Copper Red is like the good, compact way to beat Burn in these colors. So basically, he should be expecting Copper Red. I'm just gonna play it. He's no way to counter or anything, so it's like we're leaving it for a bit. Okay, so let's just pretend that he does have Flaring Pain and screwed up by not selling it in game 2. The way he wins is just like getting a bunch of stuff and overloading us. So yeah, we're just looking to draw lots of lands. This is a matchup where, actually, hold on, let's think here. We're not going to counter that. The only way we lose is Flaring Pain, and we want to have 2 to 4 counter spells against his 1 to 2 Flaring Pains. Anyway, so this is a matchup where like Pressure Truths isn't super good, but it's better than the Excludes and Flame Slashes, and we don't have enough good stuff to bring anyway. Like I said, I don't have any additional counter magic in the sideboard, but I did at one point when designing this deck. Doesn't bother attacking. Turn. I think this means that he has Flaring Pain. Otherwise he'd be conceding. Because if he was trying to beat us without Flaring Pain, then I think he would attack there, something in this click, or our Dom for some reason. This is trigger, right? Actually, this is the first time we're going to be copyrighting a Marauder's trigger. I don't know how to do that in the actual line. That worked? Yeah, that worked. Okay. So I wasn't sure exactly how you would choose the card, but clicking on the trigger picture worked. Command Knowledge, yeah, we'll play it for lands. We know he doesn't have that many lightning bolt effects in his hand, because he could have bolted in response to us preventing the 1 damage from the Marauders when came into play a couple turns ago. So it doesn't like he has 4 lightning bolts in his hand. Land. Options here are us cruising, leaving up 1. We're going to be really conservative though. We might cruise leaving up 2 or 3 at some point, if it comes to that. Okay. It's a pretty boring game. I feel like the matches I've played with this deck so far on stream have been not that interesting, and so maybe some of you guys out there think I'm exaggerating how good this deck is. I think you'll have to trust me when I say this deck is not better than it seems. I haven't played against any of the more popular decks that we have insane matchups against, besides the Blue-Eye Control in this daily. So actually our plan here is going to be to discard the hand size. If we don't draw lands at cantrips, the plan is made to discard the hand size and then cruise with that additional card in our graveyard. The good old discard strategy. Okay, well this is very strong. cruise for 3, leaving up 3. He has 6 cards. No reason to rush it. If he plays Golden Marauders, I will just exclude to cycle it. There's more advantage to passing there. It's just that option. Yes, I'll be discarding Flame Slashes since we have to exclude for the Marauders. An Oblivion Ring if he has Curse of the Pure Start. I mean, the Cop Red is also answering against Curse of the Pure Start, obviously. It just ties up our mana forever. So our plan here is just going to be to resolve and the Smith once. He will have to spend burn spells killing the creatures, and then he'll never be able to overload the Cop Red. In theory, he could have 4 relics or something crazy in sideboard. That is something to think about, I guess. I'm delving the aka just being super safe. I mana. This is not a game of cards, really. A card advantage, rather. It's just a game of card selection. We want to find our planes, our Cop Red, and our enlistments eventually. Whew, now that is interesting. Prohibit isn't doing anything except countering Flaring Pain. But that is exactly how we can possibly lose, so we will play accordingly. We can also lose on time, I suppose. Seems unlikely. Rift Bolts, it's fine. This is 2 Rift Bolts, also fine. Brainstorm. No one to be Brainstorm locked. So we have a bunch of bad cards in hand, like the Slashes and the Exclude. We're just not rushed at all here. This is a very boring game for you viewers out there, so apologize for that. I will note just one thing, that yeah, we got kind of lucky drawing the Cop Reds really early, both games, but our deck is designed to do that. We have lands come to play on tap, we have loads of cantrips that give us card selection. So this isn't like, for example, we're playing the blue-red control deck and we happen to draw a relic on turn 1, completely luckily. Okay, so he does have the Flaring Pain. Okay. So if that resolves, then he has 9 points of damage. Okay, we're going to counter this. Like I said, the counter spells and prohibits are saved for Flaring Pain anyway, so we might as well use them, because that's the point. So I think this means that he didn't side in Flaring Pain game 2. Otherwise he wouldn't have conceded immediately. So he should probably concede here. Maybe he's just making sure that we don't click on these decisions. He's just used so many resources. I think in this matchup, if he has full knowledge of the decks and their roles, Pyroblast is bad. He just wants to be overloaded on burn spells, I think. Or the Pyroblast plays could be okay. He needs to do the same thing and save his Pyroblast for our counter spells, which are saved for his Flaring Pain. if you're not going to do that, then you might as well have more bolts rather than power blasts. So the point is either don't have power blast or use them on the counter spells for your flaming pain. Huh. No reason to rush. So these decks usually play 1 to 2 flaming pain total. So we just need to find another counter spell. We have 3 more left in our deck. Evans. Okay. So, like, yeah, we'd be really happy if you play Cauldron Marauders. It's a cycle or exclude. Other than that, we're just hoping to draw enlistments, cantrips. Another cruise would be fine. I would cast another cruise. Counterspell. This is great. This is what we want. So now the only way we lose is if he has 3 flaming pain and he draws the 3rd flaming pain before we draw the last 2 counterspells, and he has enough mana to do like to do 2 full overloads. Like we're just that's unlikely. We're just not much more consistent than that. All right. We'll just discard. So we're doing the good old plan here of fueling our treasure cruise. Great, we get to cycle this. Bad card. If you're him, so you might as well do this. He's doing the obvious strategy of just waiting till he has 7 cards and then drawing an 8th card. The other option is to play on exclude there and just try to sculpt your hand. Oh wait, okay, good. So now we can brainstorm away the slashes and cruise. That seems really good. If we draw enlistment here, we're definitely playing it. Still ahead on time. It's good. Oh, those are not good draws. We'll discard Flame Slash and the land. Still keep the Oblivion Ring for something goofy. We'll also be brainstorming it away in a second anyway. Infinite things. Okay. Well, we have the counterspell. Okay. We're fine just spending a land permanently on Curse of the Pure Start if he happens to have that and draw it. Oop. Looking for enlistments. Nope. Still looking for enlistments. And of course, we drew all the cards that we brainstormed away. Okay. That's the thing. He has 7 cards. We're gonna be conservative. We're not gonna cruise just yet. Next turn we will cruise and hopefully finally draw an enlistment. Okay, so considering we haven't seen enlistment yet, his other win condition is hoping that the enlistment both enlistments are like the bottom 10 cards of our library, and then he can instead use his burn to kill the creatures. That's completely valuable. And so we're going to start saving lands if we don't see the enlistment soon. Opening with Flaring Pain. Okay, so let's not play the land yet. 5 mana. All right, yeah. So we're just gonna counter this. He might. So if he only has 2 total, he'll concede when he flashes us back and we counterspell. And if he doesn't, that tells us he has a 3rd one, obviously. Okay, so he's. Okay, this is very smart by him. I mean, for lots of reasons, he should wait. So one reason he should wait is that he now has 2 less mana because he already cast his Flaring Pain. The other reason you should wait is that when he flashes it back, it costs 1 less. So it's like even better than this turn. Under the percent, I mean, like he has to play as though we don't have counter spells, because if we do, he just loses. Yeah, let's cruise. Looking for enlistment in the last counter spell. Like I said, last counter spell is pretty much gain enlistments. Okay, cool. So there's a 6 mana counter spell, counter spell. Yeah, let's do that. We will discard Flame Slash. Also, yeah, we drew the 4th counterspell. Pretty good. So this matchup is kind of like Burn versus Miracles and Legacy. Very boring and grindy if it happens to go long. So the way it goes along here is Copperhead, as you see. The way it will go along in Legacy is if Miracles gets the counter top block pretty early, and the Burn deck is just grinding through that, which it actually can do. Okay, so we're gonna dig for lands. So he has like he has 4 turns. Well, he actually has 3 turns if we hit all of our land drops. If we draw straight lands. Okay, this is his first main phase. Okay, so yeah, counterspell this. Either he concedes here or he has a 3rd Flaring Pain. But we're fine because we have these guys. Well, actually, that's not true. He gets a 3rd Flaring Pain, a mountain, and 5 burn spells. Third Flaring Pain. Okay, well, if he has the mountain and 5 burn spells, then that means that I was dumb and shouldn't have played the enlistment. Oh wait, fuck. I'm a moron. Okay. Well, if anyone is watching and saw my mistake, feel free to point it out. We just lose here. His Fire Blast. We shouldn't have counterspelled the Flaring Pain because it did nothing. We should have saved counterspell for the Fire Blast he's about to play, and then we win. Well, so sorry for that mistake, but we win that game if I don't make that mistake. That's just me being trigger happy with my counterspells. Well, that's embarrassing. Yeah, so we should have not countered the last Flaring Pain. And we can save the counterspell for this 5S. Actually, my mistake was casting the enlistment. I shouldn't have enlisted there. That's just me being a very lazy player. There's no. Okay, that's just me being a lazy player who's not consistent. I was pretty strict that entire game of not being aggressive and digging for stuff, and then once I found the enlistment, I became aggressive and using it. That was awful. Okay, yeah, so we should not have enlisted, and then we counter the flashback Varying Pain, and then we have 4 more mana to counter to copyright all of his spells, and there's no way he's playing a 4 Flaring Pain, so yeah, the game is 100% winnable if I don't play like a moron. Okay, so I am going to play the next daily, which is at 5. In the meantime, I will play some practice games. Yeah, so we should really be 2-2 there. If you just played my part. The match against Tron was really close based on the way the draws went, so we could have easily won that. The match against Blueback Angler, it's a close matchup in a vacuum, but we mulliganed to 5, so he deserved to win that one. So yeah, we probably should have gone 3-1 instead of 1-3. Okay, well let's actually confirm when the next later daily is. It's actually 5:30. Okay. So, for viewers out there, let me know what deck you want to play with. Otherwise, I'll pick one. Okay, great hand, cantrips, cruise, swing once. So looking for Terramorphic Expanse and cantrips. With this deck, you just want to be cantripping your first like bazillion turns of the game. This is burn again. Click this is burn again. Yeah, I still feel bad about counterspelling that flashback Varying Pain. That's just really egregious. Oh, is this? Oh, why miss make hay? I was just so trigger happy and happy that I had drawn the 4th counterspell and the game was locked up that I made those 2 series of misplays. The series of 2 misplays. My opponent's probably like thinking, "Wow, Jacob 36 is an idiot." Rightfully so. So the Goblin matchup is actually unfavorable, especially the tokens version. This deck in general does bad against stuff like Squadron Hawk, and Battle Screech that produce lots of things. We have like Trickery in the sideboard, but if he's smart, he'll anticipate that and play around it. Okay, Mulldrifter. What kind of spell? We don't have Swirling Sandstorm like the Queen main deck. So that's why we're in favor game one. Big Bombardments. Yeah, that's very good against us. Game one at least. Also, like the Copper Red is not game over against Goblins since they have lots of sources of damage. Copper Red plus like Board Wipe is game over then. So we could slash Expanse, Cruise into Cantrip. Yes, sounds good. It's a cantrip. Good. So 5, 6 we don't. Near events chance half next turn. So we can go AKA counterspell. Draw Scred. So actually, yeah, that was a mistake. We knew we had the other Scred. So we're going to be Scredding with these guys anyway, which is us with 5 mana, not 6. So it would have been nicer to play the Expanse there to fuel our cruise, rather than this untap Island, which actually is not need to be untapped. So yeah, as you can see, game one's pretty derpy for us. We are very inefficient against his token producers. Game two, we have board wipe, which is very strong. Looking for exclude, counterspells, bolts. Yeah, we're gonna counterspell this. So far, good. So here we're looking for exclude probably. Exclude. Okay, whoa. Well, I guess we're brainstorming hoping the third card down is a counterspell. Nope. Who's it? Third exclude. Okay. So he's playing Tarfire and Fire Blast. I don't like Tarfire in the tokens deck because I don't think he wants to be playing 4 Goblin Matron. Maybe he wants to play 0 Goblin Matron actually in the token deck. And so Tarfire is just worse than Chain Lightning. Although in the token deck you do want to be playing Fire Blast, I agree with that, because you just want to kill them quickly in the token deck as to like a control version of the Goblin deck. Okay. Actually, Scrapping Infinite Speed is relevant here. The only time the toughness, the additional damage of 10 Flash is relevant is it's like Goblin Raider, whatever it's called. This matchup is me about my board wipe and my circle protection meds. Exclude's pretty slow. Actually, okay, so in this matchup, we just want to live long enough to get our Copper Red in play. Copper Red. It's nothing else. Yeah, we'll do this. We will to prohibit his turn 2 play next turn. That should buy us enough time to dig through the bad cards. Fetch 10 would be awesome here. Great, so being on the play here helps, because now his clock is like greatly reduced. We don't want to be brainstorm locked here. I'll probably brainstorm next turn. Great bombardments. Yeah, I considered the living rings for that, but I think we want to be in a position just to wipe his board and Copper Red sort of thing, and in both those situations, the bombardment doesn't do anything. So we're concerned about like another one of these guys and a bushwhacker that would do a lot of damage. That's brainstorm. Okay, we found our Landaroo. Put back the Okay, let's go like this, and we're gonna grab trickery. If he plays things with haste, like the bushwhacker. Good. So this is so he's gonna be able to save his Foundry Street Denizen or his Migrator. Okay, now. Oh, or not. Okay. Well, I don't know why he didn't save this guy. Okay. There's an island on top, which is not what we want. We want this sandstorm to still be active. So we're just gonna fetch, aka pass. This lets us cantrips. Okay. Okay, this is always good news when the bushwhacker just for the additional 1 damage by itself. We'll probably concede. Unless he's playing Fang Pain. But because he only has 1 card in hand, I don't think he's enough resources to Fang Pain. Yeah. Still feeling bad about those huge mistakes that cost me the match against Burn with Fang Pain. Alright, I think we're happy with our deck. Sorry. We have cantrips and white mana. Don't want any of these. If his deck wasn't so fast, then we would actually keep that. The cantrip set us up for a cruise. It can turn 4, turn 5, but as you can imagine, that's just slow. Too slow. Can save counterspell for raid bombardments. Or we can ponder into a cantrip / a copperhead. It seems better. And great. Exactly what we want. So we're going to preordain away the spread. You can still win this. You can explode with like a whole bunch of tokens. This is good because if he had token stuff, you would have done that first. This because we're going to have one. Oh wow, that was a misclick. Well, might depend on planes. I was gonna say if we play the planes, we only have 1 activation, and so he preferred to have more than 1 creature. Okay. Well, we definitely wish we had that. Didn't misclick and could copyright this to save. Actually, I guess it only saves 1 damage because these are the sources of the damage of the creature. The sun is right in my eyes through these blinds. So, some messes. Okay. Well, we're definitely going to cop red this. Otherwise, the cop reds only represents saving 1 point, whereas here it says 2 points. But why do we tap off his mana first? That seems really loose and bad. Command's fine. Yeah, we could still lose this, because environment's pretty good. We want to draw our board wipe here, but actually we're in a rough position because we don't yet have 7 cards for Sandstorm, and we don't even have a Mountain, Electricity, or Sandstorm. Okay, we need to wipe this board. I really wish I didn't misclick on that planes earlier. Wow. Raise. Yeah. Well, so we don't actually care about that. We care about it on a red source though. Okay. We don't yet have the board wipe, so we do need to carry this. Otherwise, just a combination of random creatures and bombardments would be sufficient to kill us. This is a lot of damage. Yeah, we're actually not doing too well here. Yep. Alright, good play by him. Fire blasting. Or tapped out. So we need, like, right this turn. So we could. I think we're dead no matter what. He's doing 9 damage next turn across a bunch of sources. We can prevent 5 if we play on top land, then we still die. Okay, yeah, we lose. Hey, Daveman, MTG. Well, we didn't do too hot in the first daily, but hopefully we'll do better the next daily. Right now I'm just messing around in current practice room. Let me know if there's any specific deck you want me to play with. So reaching front forward, congrats to him. Let's see. This is decent hand. We don't want the enlistment early, but we have cantrips, so keep. You gave Un follow. Something means like 1 follow, as opposed to like as in undo the follow. If it's the former, thank you for following me. If it's the latter, then okay. Alright, so Tron. Tron is a good matchup. We lost to it in 3 games in the daily, but got slightly unlucky there, I think. So we don't have an exclude. Oh wow, he's gonna have a second land. That's a really loose keep for him. Like, if he draws a second land on turn 2, then he can map. Otherwise, he's just cost himself like a bazillion turns. But once again, we can't. Yeah. Thank you for following me then. Okay, so exclude is very important in this matchup because it means we can save our counter spells for Rolling Defensor, and game 1 we also want to save it for the Treasure Cruise. Strings. So here he's starting for land unless you draw off the sphere. But it's still slowing down even more because that means he can't activate the map this turn. So we know we have Island Cruise coming up, which doesn't actually do anything. We're just going to sit back and exclude the creature he plays. So the prohibit doesn't do anything in game 1, so we will just use it whenever we have the opportunity to do so. Game 2 can counter like a trickery or something. So actually, speaking of opportunities to use prohibits, we'll do that here. So he's probably very confused why I did that. Yeah, I can counter Ancient Stirrings. But usually we're going to be taxed at mana late game. But we're just going to use the prohibit when we can. What's a card graveyard for Treasure Cruise, etc. So he has a Tron, he can play a Mulldrifter or a Mulldrifter here. Either of those are the things we want to be countering with exclude, so it looks like he's doing a Mulldrifter or Treasure Cruise. We'll counter either of those. Mulldrifter not invoked, gets excluded, like I said. So Flame Slash is the worst card. Well, I guess it's probably like tied with the perfect for the worst card in our main deck here. Double Slash Mo is really bad. If either of those, they're just useless cards. We don't want to cruise because we would have to cruise into an island for the counterspell for a potential follow-up of like Log's Crusher because we don't have lots of lands for Scred or double Flame Slash. Anyway, so we would have really liked those 2 cards to not be 2 Flame Slashes. Okay, so he dealt away his Mulldrifter, which means the Haunted Phonograph isn't relevant quite yet. We could counter this and he plays a Mulldrifter or a Mulldrifer. Mulldrifer would be bad. He cannot play a Crusher. So I think we're going to counter this. Let's hope he doesn't have Mulldrifter. If he does have Mulldrifter, we're fine. I mean, like, we're not, something the World Play resolves it. We'll just Flame Slash it in a couple turns, something. Mulldrifer would be bad. Actually, he can't cast Mulldrifter, right? Because he only had 6 mana. Well, they're 6 color mana with Greta. Okay, so Marauder, we're just gonna ignore the Marauder and kill it with Scred a couple turns. So yeah, we're going to fetch Mountain and then cruise for 1, hoping to draw kind of magic. Exclude would be ideal. We need to draw another. All right. Oh yeah, good. I was just gonna say we need to eventually get another Scred or Exclude because he's gonna be using his. I think. Shouldn't discard this one here. He's going to be using his Haunted Fengraph to bring back the Marauder, since he moved the Mulldrifter. So we'd have 2 answers to that, in other words. Discarding the Dismint there because this game is very long. We've been drawing lots of removal instead of counter magic, so the Flame Slash is going to be marginal against the Mulldrifter. And he has no. This is game 1, and this is going to be playing main deck Duplicate. So we want to draw our counter magic of some sort, so that way we can Scred and then counter the Marauder. So he's cruising for 7. I mean, yeah, that's one of the strengths of the Tron deck. Like I said, when I play against them daily, is that they don't care that they can't make you stretch cruise efficiently because they have infinite mana. So there definitely does exist some world where the Tron deck should be playing Deep Analysis instead of Treasure Cruise. Not what we wanted there. Actually, in hindsight, discarding 1 of the slashes would have been better because we could move for the Treasure Cruise. Yes, that was a mistake. If you noticed that in the chat, then good job to you. We're in bad shape. We're dead to lots of things. Okay, we're gonna upkeep Scred, and then his Marauder is gonna resolve, and then we're gonna Scred again. Yeah, we would have preferred to have discarded the slash instead of the enlistment, so we can have a better cruise the following turn. In the situation, I'm bluffing and exclude. The other option would have been to, on my turn, sack the Expanse and cruise tapping out. It would have been a lot nicer if we could cruise away the slash, like I said, so that way we could draw into a cantrip. Is he playing Crusher? Crusher's fine here, because then we can actually fetch for Mountain and double slash. Looks like this is Crusher. Maul Splicer. Or another Fangum Marauder. Maul Splicer is not good. Oh goodness. Okay. Well, so yeah, we're just gonna fetch second Mountain and slash with the tokens. So Maul Splicer is like really good against this cruise control deck. If the Tron lists were playing like more than 1 Maul Splicer, then the matchup would be a little better against us, and so I think we'd be favored. Okay. So yeah, we can slash Expanse, cruise for 1. Sounds like a plan. So notably, we're not going to kill the Maul Splicer just yet. That means he can't Haunted Fengraph it back just yet. We're going to fetch for the Planeswalker. Stupid. Come on. Looking for counter magic. Okay. Counter magic, hooray. Okay. So that will just appear in. So not in the best shape here. We've been forced to use our spells inefficiently. Like we didn't have counter magic, so the most plus to resolve. So he's in a good position of still having a full hand. Whereas the usual flow against the Tron deck is that we will deplete them of resources. Okay, so this is going to resolve. We already have Scred, we're not going to waste it. We want our Screds to line up against their Marauders and their Crusher. We need counterspell against their Mulldrifter, Multiplicer, and One Thunder. Windstorm. Okay. Lots of options here. We could Scred, retrace the enlistment, and then cruise. That sounds like a pretty good plan. There'll be a cruise for 3. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, actually, wait. Time is count. Oh, we want to have counterspell. Oh yeah, okay. I miscounted. We didn't have enough finance both enlistment and counterspell and cruise. Actually, okay. Well, I'm an idiot. We should have still enlisted there and just not treasure cruised. That was a mistake. Okay, so how many excludes do we have left in our library? 3 excludes, 2 counterspells left, and he has 2 Mulldrifters and 1 to 2 Rolling Thunders. I'm going to brainstorm to tell us if he wants to spend a counterspell on this. Alright, so we're actually going to counter this. We're hoping we doesn't have a second Haunted Fengraf. The ideal plan is the ideal situation is if his plan is to resolve a Crusher, because our Scred will crush his Crusher. Okay, so we're going to we're going to fetch away the slash on top. We don't want that. And then slash this guy. This graveyard is no longer empty, so like the Fengraf isn't guaranteed to return back to the Multiplicer. And when we get to cruise. What am I missing? Instant? Counterspell. Firebolt. It's fine. He probably should have flashback a Firebolt there. No reason to tell us that he's the second one. So it looks like we have completely duplicated him of resources, like I discussed that we would be doing eventually a few minutes ago. So in this situation, he's helping a top deck better than us, which is unlikely considering our deck is higher density of relevant things and cantrips behind them. So the fact that he got a Tron piece means that he's only playing with one Fangraph. So this is a Crusher. Okay, so he's just in the card dudes. That's fine. Once again, we let Crushers resolve because we're going to scrub them. We're saving the counter spell for Rolling Thunder. Hoping to draw excludes for his last two Mulldrifters. Post sideboard, we'll have access to Pyroblast. Yeah, exclude, that's a good one. So those fire bolts of his, it just like bought him a few turns, but doesn't matter at all. So we already have a counter spell for Rolling Thunder. This is game one, so we're just gonna go with the other in the Smith there. So he's been drawing bad things as opposed to our opponent in a daily who do really good things, even after we're in a good position. Just looking for good things here. Okay, cool. Two cards in hand for him. Let's play this one safe. Wait, did I press yes? Let's press no. Okay, well, that changes things a little bit. Ah, man. I was trying to draw the AK. We're trying to draw a Ponder into AK. Well, sorry about that. Shouldn't matter too much. Just that the AK would have represented more chances of drawing lands than exclude. Treasure Cruise. Yeah, I wish we had the AK. So if we counter this, and he has the Rolling Thunder already, he can kill us. I think we're going to counter this. Thank you. Thank you, Cybod. Yeah, the way my desk is positioned during the afternoon, the light just shines directly from these blinds right here. Well, he has the thunder. Okay, well, we lose. So if we hadn't misclicked on that ponder shuffle, the AK might have drawn us into things that would influence our decision there. Okay, Power Blast. Privet's bad. Pump Slash is bad. Oblivion Ring is good. This is the plan. So we want Oblivion Ring for his stuff, so it can't be Hunter Fengraft. But it's not like super strong. It's more just like a 5th and 6th spread, because against the things that we don't want to resolve, we don't want them to resolve. And against the things that resolve, we just want to kill them any way we can. Okay, excludes is good here. We're going to do it this way to give us the option to shuffle away that island. We probably will next turn shuffle away the island. Yeah, we'll go ahead and fetch up planes. It gives us the option of using our ring on a Marauder 3 turns down the line. That way we don't have to waste an exclude on a Marauder. So Mountain, that's good, but you can naturally draw the Tron. Okay. So this position, we just basically want to draw straight cantrips. So the next daily is at 5:30. At some point I'm going to take a break to get something to eat quickly. But now let's be playing Pauper all day long. This is one of those rare Saturdays that I have the day available to me, because my girlfriend's visiting her parents for the weekend. Okay. No reason to tell him that we have a mountain. So again, just looking to draw straight cantrips. Well, now we can bluff Power Blast plus another Counterspell. Seems good because we want to brainstorm this away eventually. So it's like a nitpick about this deck, by his Tron deck. So the Colony Gardens are like against Innocent Blood type effects, but they're pretty bad otherwise. Also, well, Black Control isn't that popular. So anyway, I think like playing another Haunted Fengraf is better, because it's a similar effect in terms of just card advantage against Innocent Blood, but it's going to be a lot better in matchups where your opponent's playing like Essence Scatter, Remove Soul type things. Or in our case, Exclude, because we play Exclude, it's a good card. Expanse. Okay. Pretty slow game. Need to be mindful of our clock, I guess. After this match, I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me know in the chat if there's any Nick deck you want me to play with. Marauder. Yeah, we'll just Oblivion Ring that. I guess it's notable that Oblivion Ring doesn't pull up our graveyard for Treasure Cruise. Okay, so we could, if we Oblivion Ring, then we'll have Counterspell, Counterspell. Or we could preordain into. It's actually preordain. Let's go to be nice here. Nope. I didn't want to do a counterspell plan there because I really want to save my counterspells for his One Thunders. If he has double Mulldrifter, we'll be punished for this. Is evoking it? That's certainly a mistake. You don't want to be evoking Mulldrifter in this matchup. You really want me to force? You really want to force me to have a counter for it. Because like I was saying earlier, I actually have to kill like every single threat, every single creature, especially ones that are flying, because they can't be getting blocked by enlistment tokens. Okay, well that went well for us. Ponder. Having two planes in play is not ideal though. Huh. I think we want to shuffle here. We already have the Exclude for a Crusher. Or we could. Yeah, I really want to hit our land drops here. It's not too fancy. Looking for a land? Great. Okay. Yeah, we want to hit every land drop ever. We're not going to cruise just yet. We want to have access to two counterspells. Well, two pieces of counter magic. We'll cruise next turn though. So we're going to lose this match on time. It's fine since I want to take a break anyway. We haven't seen that Pyroblast yet. So we're going to let this resolve. He already had a full hand. All this cruise accomplishes is lets him filter his cards. You can discard his bad cards. But he doesn't already have infinite mana in play. He only has 8 untapped, so it isn't like he can play 5 things in one turn to make up for the fact that he has more than 7 cards in hand. So let's see, we already have 8 lands, and at least we shuffle away that Scred. So yeah, we shuffle away the Screds. You want to counter a Crusher, Mulldrifter. Oh, but like I said, you only had well, you did 8 mana available. Okay. Mulldrifter gets excluded. He could Power Blast back. And yeah, we would counterspell the Power Blast. Okay. So we know we have another Brainstorm on top. We're not going to use it since we can already cruise for 1. We're going to save it for the other fetch lands in our deck. Alrighty, so let's cruise for 1. Oh, you're gonna Power Blast this. Well, I think if you had a Power Blast, you have certainly used it on the Maxu and his Mulldrifter. So we have excess mana, we're just gonna filter our draws. Okay, that's very strong. But a bit too much, actually. We want these cards eventually. Alright, we need a Power Blaster because we don't want to have to use a counter spell on his a Mulldrifter he might play. But once again, this is an example of us not being able to punish things. Like, we're kind of just doodling around until we find a Sense in the Smith. And that gives him time to sculpt a really good hand. So this particular game is going to be a grind fest as to who can get better draws and more value out of the draws. We want the rest of our excludes to line up well. We have 3 more excludes in the deck. Mulldrifter, okay, so we're worried for that Power Blast play I talked about. So that's good that we thought through that decision to not have to waste a counter spell on a Mulldrifter. What could this be? It's gonna cruise. If he cruises, we would counterspell it. Start putting some position to grind him out. I'm gonna be brainstorming in 1 or 2 turns. There's no rush quite yet. So we have 10 mana, which is enough for double Enlistment plus counterspell, or single Enlistment plus counterspell and exclude. And like that's the general feel of how we want games to go. Is us getting enough mana to Enlistment with several counterspells back up. So he completed his RUG Tron. Looks like he's. Why would he be thundering? Oh, okay, it's not gonna. So Modder resolves. We will spread that. What is this going to be? Mulldrifter? Few Mulldrifters, I'm going to brainstorm to find exclude or Power Blasts. There are 3 of each left, so it's not too unlikely we'll see one of those. Treasure Cruise. Definitely countering it. It's a question of if we want to brainstorm into a Power Blast or not. Yeah, let's do that. Nope. Well, we did find the exclude. That would be nice if this was a Mulldrifter instead. Okay. So we're going to counterspell and then Scred. And now we're slightly brainstorm locked. So that means we're hoping he played another creature for us to exclude with that cantrip. We would have really wanted well, obviously you wanted a Power Blast there, but we would have been happy with a fetch land. Okay, we have 10 mana, which is one of the magic numbers in this deck. The magic number is 12 and 13. We're gonna save our land for some enlistment action. Pressure. Let's see. He has 2 Mulldrifters left. 1 Mulldrifter left, but he still has at least 1 Splicer, small Splicer that we saw from game 1. So this is going to resolve, and we're going to shred it. If we didn't have this shred, we would exclude, obviously. Okay. I guess we exclude this, unfortunately. The other option is to brainstorm, just to give us more information. We knew about the counterspell, but the cards below are mysteries. The brainstorm give us more information, will let us know whether we have another Scred coming up. Or a Living Ring, I suppose. So, like, we're definitely going to be killing this Crusher through some means. Since he has 2 Marauders in his graveyard, like, in theory, we could dig for our second Oblivion Ring to exile it, so that way he can't Haunting Fengraf it back. But the other Oblivion Ring is only 1 left. It's not super likely. Okay, anyway. We don't have enough lands to double Mismit, so that's why I'm tapping a Planeswalker for the Knowledge. Two lands, not good. We're just gonna pass, save our lands for Mismit. Alright, Mulldrifter. Yeah, we wish we could have excluded that instead of excluding the Marauder. We're just gonna counter that. Or Thrift. We'll counter on the flashback. Oh, he has another. Huh. We're actually like screwed here if this is a non-flashback or Thrift. Right. So I made the same mistake that I made in like game 2 of the daily, which is complete frame Earth Rift. Yeah, so I had to play that. Yeah, earlier in this game, I played the Plains because I didn't have any other land. Yeah, that's a mistake. Well, we need to draw an enlistment here, and we do not. So we have to brainstorm for enlistments. We do not. So now we just need to bluff a third Plains or something. Okay, well, it's quickly going for it anyway. That's game. We'll take a break, probably like a 10-minute break. So yeah, I'll keep the stream running though. So hey, if you're still watching, I'm back. Looks like we have one viewer. One viewer. Okay. So let's play some games, and then we'll play the daily in around 2 hours. Let me know if you have any requests. Actually, I'm gonna play with the Goose Control deck in the next daily, so I'll play with a different deck now, just so you guys can see some variety. All right. We'll do my blue-red tempo. Let's put the shades back on. There's like an odd lull here. Usually open Pauper games like immediately fire. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yes, definitely will pay for it. So this deck, okay, keeper. The 2 bolts here aren't ideal, but this deck is well designed to handle awkward mana. Shades for Luckier style. As you can see, but there's like a whole bunch of sunlight right in my eyes in the middle of the day. My desk here is right next to the windows, and the apartment's arranged such that the sun's in my eyes in the middle of the day. Okay, so this looks like it's the Goblin token deck. Like I said, the double bolt here is a little unfortunate. We prefer single bolt. So I'll do a quick deck tech after the match. So this deck plays a lot of basic lands, which lets me aggressively cantrip into lands, which is always a good thing. Played Delver. I guess speaking of lands, we would have really liked a basic island on that turn to protect our Delver against Death Spark. I suppose the token version doesn't play Death Spark. Also, if he had it, he would have liked to use it there. But yeah, it would still protect it against like a bolt. Okay, so this matchup is kind of a race. On my stream this Thursday, I also played Blue Red versus Goblins, and so some of you already saw the matchup strategy there, which is basically just race them. If they're the more controlling Goblins version that I prefer, that plays like Sparksmith and Death Spark, you have to be very careful because those cards are extremely strong against Delver. We're also playing Phantasmal Bear, which just gets trounced by stuff. Okay, we're definitely gonna counter this. The Phantasmal Bear does not line up well against the Goblin deck. Gets trounced by Death Spark and their Mog Raider effects. They can use Mog Raider to target the Phantasmal Bear. Looks like this. Huh. Okay. So he managed to get up to 4 lands. Yeah, this combat deck is really finicky with mana though. Like, you can't consistently get your lands, and sometimes you don't even want it. Oh, sorry, I'm fixing up the chat. Not the best position for us here. Snap does not line up well against this deck. So he wants to ponder, bolts his chief, attack with Delver. Yeah, let's ponder. It tells us if we want to start chomping or racing. Alright, these are not what we want to be seeing. It has a bear isn't the end of the world. It can block pretty well. I think we're gonna attempt to race and hope he doesn't have help in Bushwhacker. Oops, I meant to play a pen there, sorry. I mean, he does have the Bushwhacker after all. It's pretty good. Yeah, we would like the land for the double bolt. Another Bushwhacker. Yeah, this deck can do that sometimes. It's one of the strengths. Okay, well we have like Trickery in the sideboard. Snap is bad. Counterspell's pretty bad too, but we don't have anything to bring in. Let's play first. Decent hand. Sprite. Intrapurine. I mean, I can against them because it blocks their tokens. Yeah, we're gonna roll with this. Huh, no one drop. It's interesting. That makes our Spellstar Sprite play a lot worse. No 2-drop either. Yeah, we're fine with this being Power Blasted. Or with the edge of being Power Blasted or Lightning Bolted. The upside was pretty high. Like we're really happy with him not having an aggressive start. Here. Oh goodness, this is lagging. Alright, here we go. Alright, trading. We're gonna try to get value out of this Pulsar Spirit. We'll cost 3 mana in this deck besides Rainbow Mermaid. Another Dragon Powder, sure. For his sake, at least he played that pre-combat. We are not going to Trickery. We're going to get greedy and hope he has like double Bushwhacker. He knows about we as Pulsar Strike to stop the single Bushwhacker. The hypothetical single Bushwhacker. Alright, this will help our treasure cruise. He's gonna bolt us. If you're showing the stream now, this is my blue-red Delver deck. I played in the daily this morning with my cruise control deck and went 1-3. Oh, whoops. I didn't have a stop there? Oh, well, that was a huge mistake. Disregard that mistake. Yeah, I went 1-3 with my cruise control deck. The last loss was to burn, and I had the win in play and just like made a really stupid mistake. So it should have been 2-2, and it should have been 3-1 if our draws were a little better in the first round. Speaking of mistakes, I accidentally F2'd through that. Let's see, can we cruise? Can't cruise just yet. I accidentally F2'd through the declare attacker step. Okay, let's see what we want to do here. We could actually cruise. Let's cruise. Cruising is always a good thing to do in Pauper. Wow, okay. So this is some good stuff here. We're going to do... Could not cruise. Cruise or not cruise? We're going to Cloud of Fairies, cruise with Spell Stutter back up. The reason to leave out double blue there is to bluff a counterspell for that something chief, whatever it's called, that gives him the 4-mana 2/2 that gives him dudes. Anyway, okay, so he's playing into Spell Stutter that he knows about. that probably means he has a Pyroblast, because, or that's not true, he can have a Pyroblast or a Lightning Bolt. Question is, do we care? I think we're more happy spending this Lightning Bolt, considering we made that misclick and lost 4 points of damage, so we're no longer positioned to race. We actually just want to win the long game here. Anyway, yeah, so I didn't think it was worth bluffing Counterspell. I thought it would be better to leave with the Bolt, and that ended up being a decision that paid off. Okay. So lots of options here. We can Expanse first before ninjing. That seems really strong. Yeah. Then we could Delver, Cloud. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, so that play of not countering Sparksmith, it would be really strong anyway, even if we didn't have the Sprite, but it's especially strong given that we have the Seltzer Sprite, because now we can protect our ninja against a Lightning Bolt, hypothetically. If you recall, the Lightning Bolt was something I was playing around. So it looks like it's the Bolt. Well, you should have just Pyroblasted the Crown of Fairies. Okay, whatever. But that means our read last turn. Last turn we were playing on either Lightning Bolt or Pyroblast, and our read was correct. So we have protection. Next turn we're going to cruise again. Goblin Matron. So he's playing at least one Goblin Matron. Okay. Yeah, we're fine counterspelling this. Is another Pyroblast? Okay, that's fine. Oh, so you had both the Bolt and the Pyroblast last turn. Okay. Well, this just fuels our cruise. So we're gonna cruise pre-combat, obviously. Well, not obviously. Well, if this doesn't flip, we'll definitely do that. Okay, so great. Can cruise into another ninja. We'll pretty into another ninja. Delver. It's possible he has Electrickery, which would wipe our board. And the Delver is not going to flip. Yeah, so let's bottom both of these. Speaking of Electrickery. Another option there is to keep one of the Delvers, and then use our spell starter to only counter Electrickery. I think we're fine with this clock. I want a chance to draw another relevant card. Alright, so this is the guy I was talking about earlier. It's fine. We'll just, yeah, we will bolt this. We're gonna hope this flips. It does. Treasure Cruise is a pretty good card. Oh, I was also that, yeah, plus that's a misclick. Yeah, because we could have Electrickeried and then cruised, play a land, and then ninja on the Cloud of Fairies. What we're doing here is fine. I'm gonna save the land for our brainstorm. So this time around, we are going to Electrickery correctly before it's a chance to attack. The other situation for us is him playing a Bushwhacker. Well, he really shouldn't be doing that. He knows we still have this Spell Starter Sprite. Tarfire. That's gonna definitely get spreaded. So cards that are awesome in the situation are like Brainstorm and Gush. Aha, great. Walked right into our trap card. Alright, so let's correctly do this. He's out of cards, no reason to be fancy. So this is game. Okay, so we learned that he's playing Goblin Nation. And that chief thing, that makes Counterspell better. Chain Lightning, it's pretty bad. It's only going to be used to kill like his Sparksmiths. But we are in the draw this game, which makes turn 2 Sparksmith more of a thing. Yeah, so we can cut one Chain Lightning for one Counterspell. So the next daily is at 5:30, hour and a half from now. Let me know if you have any like requests in the chat about which deck I should play, or if you want me to discuss anything. Okay, so he actually has a turn to play this game. Yeah, so the Goblin Setter is where I was talking about. It's pretty good against good old Phantasmal Bear. So this is Curious Choice. If we lead with Expanse, we're guaranteed 2 into turn 2. If we lead with Delver, we can start racing. Let's do that. This Goblin token, this doesn't usually play Death Spark. Perhaps it should, but like I mentioned, Death Spark is like the best card against Delver decks, especially ones that have Phantasmal Bear. We do not want to trade because we're trying to race with our flyers this game. Okay. It's fine. Well, we draw the second line anyway. So choices here, we could Counter Fairies, Ponder, Phantasmal Bear, or we could Counter Fairies, Counterspell. The Counterspell is only going to be used if he has land, Sparksmith. That's the only time that play is better than the other one. Where we have plenty of. We're going to take 5 or 6 cards to deal with the Sparksmith. Let's go with that. There's this lagging. Alright. These cards are really good as long as he doesn't have Sparksmith. And if he does, we're in trouble. Get to 1 lander. That makes me think he has Sparksmith. But if he doesn't, this hand is like way winning. Huh. Yeah, even if he doesn't have Sparksmith, we're gonna shuffle. If he doesn't have Sparksmith, he could have just like a token thing, and then use the tokens from the token thing to kill our Phantasmal Bear, and then we don't have the best clock. So we're gonna shuffle, look for Treasure Cruise or Gush. Oh, I see you didn't have a second line. Okay. Let me know in the chat if you have any requests about what deck I should play. Until then, I will just play more with this blue-red Delver. Okay, this hand's pretty weak. Doesn't have a cantrip. It's not very aggressive. Probably gonna mulligan. Let's see mulligans slow. Let's mulligan. This hand would be amazing if the Phantasmal Bear or Ponder was an island, but alas. Alas. Okay. Well, this is worse than our 7, but better than our 5 or 6. Okay, so this is White Weenie. excuse me. This matchup's kind of even. Electrocuting the sideboard really helps, as well as additional burn spells. Go either way. I think we're favored. Is this hexproof and a bad draw? EJ Mace 00. Hey, thanks for joining in. So is this hexproof and a bad draw? Oh no, this is Slivers. Fucking Slivers. Okay, well, we're showing a mull to 4 because they're just gonna run out of cards. But if we both had equal draws, we're pretty strong against Slivers since we have the 6 main deck bolts to kill their 2/2s. But this looks like it's gonna be bad news bears for us. Yeah, we want. Let's see, this is turn 2. Yeah, we need to shuffle away these lands and draw a bolt. Since we mulled the 4, we're just hoping to draw a bunch of bolts and then eventually grind him out with Gush and Treasure Cruise. In theory, this should be a very good matchup for us. He has no answers to the flyers, just like from a deck design standpoint. We have our bolts. We're just gonna way out card advantage him. Like I said, we mulled the 4, so if I can lose this one, could very still win though. Still very win. Okay. So we're gonna main phase the brainstorm in case we draw one of our 2 chain lightnings. If we didn't have chain lightning in our deck, then there's no good reason to main phase the brainstorm. Unless we're gonna play around pump by him. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's brainstorm, put back evolving wells and mountain. Yeah, so we had 2 mystery cards there. We're hoping that one of them was a chain lightning or lightning bolt, but no. So he definitely does do that, otherwise he would have played it last turn. That's good, because that means his hand is like all of his bad slivers. / pump spells or something. So obviously we really need to find a bolt soon. We're going to be seeing lots of cards next turn. We can Prudent and Ponder, and then have the untapped mountain for the bolts. If he has a protection spell though, probably lose. Wasn't expecting to win this one anyway, and I mulled a 4. Post sideboard, we're going to get some snaps, slight upgrades. We'll get the 3rd snap. Slight upgrade. Jeez. Okay. He's going to play like a. With you with his green mana. I don't know why he tapped both. If he has a poisonous sliver, he should play that pre-combat. Okay, so the deal for us is us getting double bolt and him not having a pump spell. I still think he wants to get the island though. Help us find at least one of the bolts. Okay, let's put it in first. We're breaking down the bolts. In this situation, I'm actually going to Prudent again instead of playing Delver. We really need to find our bolts. But first we're going to do this. We're doing this now. If he has like a pump spell, we'd probably lose the game anyway, but just in theory, it'd be better for him to use the pump spell on our turn rather than his turn. Okay. That's game. Multi-force, too rough. Okay. So yeah. We want snap. Yeah, counterspell isn't super good here. Rather just have removal. Like we want to be proactive, especially on the play. Like you're thinking, well, what about the Phantasmal Bears and Into the Powers? We're really happy if we're in a position where they have to trade with our Into the Powers. So if you want to time the sideboard. Yes, we're gonna play first. This is very good hand. We prefer like a Cloud of Fairies over the counterspell. Maybe a cantrip instead, but other than that, it's a really strong hand. Yeah, we'd much rather be in a position to go like turn 2 Cloud of Fairies into Spell Stutter on history drop than have to leave up 2 mana for counterspell. That's why I was saying that counterspell isn't super good in this matchup. We'd rather just have 1 mana removal than have to leave up 2 blue. It's the reason I'm only playing 2 counterspells in the main in this deck. The bullets and snaps make it so that we can use those against creatures. We fill up our graveyard for crews. In the matchups where we want counterspell, we have 2 of them and a deprive in the sideboard. Oh, not good. Okay. So we're gonna hope this flips next turn. The ideal card to flip with would be, well, the ideal card to draw next that flips him would be like a bolt of some sort, because then we can use it while making use of counterspell. We're also happy to see a ninja or a Cloud of Fairies at any time. We're gonna counter anything he plays here. That's well, any of the +1/+1 pump effect slivers. If it's like a Gym Hide sliver, we really don't care about that. Okay, so we're looking for a bolt. Really great. There we go. Okay, well, that's one way to win games, is draw the card that you wanted to draw. What is he doing? Oh wow, okay. Didn't know these decks even played that card. We don't care. So he's not playing a pump guy pre-combat. I think he would do it if he had it. Like, it's gonna die Lightning Bolt anyway. Considering we already have flipped over, he doesn't want to just sit around and let us kill him. Oh right, gives other Slivers flash. The question is, do we spell center this? Yeah, I think we do. Without Cloud of Fairies, it's just counting a 1-drop, which should, the best 1-drop counter would be like a Plated Silver or his Pump Spell. Oh, speaking of Plated Silver. Okay, that doesn't. But anyway, just getting 4 power on the board increases our clock. We're not going to bother bolting here. We want to save bolt for the relevant Slivers. Also, we can use it to kill him, since we're going to win this race. On board, at least. So I guess he played the Plated Sliver in case we blocked, but I don't think there's any world in which we're blocking. He wants to race. He has 1/1s, well, 1/2s. Like, I don't think Slivers is a good deck, especially in the current metagame. But this is the reason why it's not that good. When you don't get your good draws, your bad draws are just really bad. And your good draws aren't even that good. Like, your god draw isn't even that godly against average draws of decks that have lots of removal, also efficient removal. This deck also has no late game plan. There's no card advantage. Like, Slivers is a good example of that. Like, just gets smashed by my cruise control deck. Absolutely destroyed. Skitter's hand is trash. He's really fearing this lightning bolt on like a pump sliver, muscle sliver or something. As you can imagine, Snap is a really strong card in the creature against other creature decks. Yeah, we're gonna counter this. Exist a world where we would actually bolt now. We're fine waiting a turn for use the bolt. Maybe I should have. Yeah, I should have considering brainstorming pre-combat to find a ninja for my spell setter. I'm also fine just saving the brainstorm in case this game goes long. We're obviously much favored in the long game. We have Treasure Cruise, we have Gush. They had nothing. Having 2 cruises in our hand is a little awkward. I can see some cantrips, some fetch lands. Okay, that's just another like sliver doesn't do anything. Like something as simple as Phantasmal Bear would be good here because it would completely nuke his clock. We could have been like ultra fancy there. We could have. Oh, never mind. Well, if we had 2 snaps, we could snap his Plated Sliver and snap our spell setter and then block. Just something to think about. Okay. Well, now the ninja play is a lot worse because that would force us to bolt his Sentinel Sliver. We're still happy just racing. I mean, he's on a 2-turn clock because we saved our bolt. Snap is really good insurance here. Hide, another irrelevant sliver. It really doesn't belong in the deck because it just contributes to your clunky draws. I think if you're doing slivers, you just want to do a streamlined aggro deck and play protection so that they can't like flame slash your slivers. When slivers doesn't really do anything. Like, yeah, you can splash for distant melody or something, but that's only good if you're winning. If you're losing, you're gonna lose really hard. So he has 1 mana up. We're gonna bolt end of turn. If he has like an answer to the bolt, that way we can snap our spell stutter and counter it. Oh, it's not true. He has more than 1 mana because of the Gem Hide that I was just making fun of. Okay, so let's see what's playing here before I finish my sentence. Hype Stirring doesn't do anything at all. Okay. Okay. On to game 3 because we mulled before game 1. He has a lot of 1/1 slivers actually. Trickery could be playable. Yeah, on the draw, it's actually getting some more trickeries. Chat's been really quiet, so let me know if anything you want me to talk about or anything like that. So this blue-white Delver deck is really strong against control decks. Like it's very strong against my cruise control deck. It's very strong against the blue-black creatureless control deck. Civilize, yeah. The black regen slivers, are those even at common though? Like what's the black? Is there a black regen sliver at common? Plus you're playing red for the bone splitter sliver, whatever it's called. One goes +2/+0. Or blue for distant melody, like I said, I think that's a bad idea. Okay. So we're gonna fetch for an island and ponder into another lands next turn. Oh right, Crypt, of course. Yeah, that's from Nemesis. Or not Nemesis, Legions, of course. Yeah. Crypt Sliver. Which one's Cloud Sliver? Is that from a newer set? Anyway, him playing Gem Hide in turn 2 is awesome because it's not one of the good slivers. Another cruise. That was probably the worst draw we could have. The Cruiser Gush there is bad. Ponder for a land. Us playing so many basic lands is good. Yeah, because now we can do islands into Delver. Yeah, I think we want to do that. We're going to reveal the brainstorm, or reason to show them we have the chain lightning. Let's look at clock sliver. Oh, well, you just said it in chat. Oh, okay. Doesn't seem, well, I suppose it does address the issue of this deck being really weak to removal. Somewhat. Like, so with this deck, you really want to like just curve out with your pump slivers. But if you're curving out with your pump slivers and you can't afford to use crypt sliver or clot sliver, still decent though. Okay, well, we really wish the cards on top of our library were better and that they were cantrips or mountains. Let's play another pump sliver. Reach sliver. Okay, yeah. Well, that's the most relevant card in his deck. But we have 8 answers to it. Okay, 9 actually, because we have 3 snap. Okay, so we know we have a chain lightning on top. So we're going to brainstorm here. Looking for lands. And we don't find anything interesting. So we're definitely going to play the Delver. The question is what cards once revealed to him. We don't care about him knowing about Brainstorm or Treasure Cruise. We'll probably be playing the other Brainstorm in 2 turns anyway. So let's show off that one. If we attack, he's going to block with his Sinew Sliver, or not block and try to race. If we don't attack, then that lets him. If we don't attack with the attempts to block, then we get blown out by a pump spell. So I think we're gonna, in this situation, since our draw was clunky, we want to attack and hope he blocks. If he doesn't block, okay. This means that he either has a bunch more pump slivers in his hand, he's gonna try to race us, or he has like a pump spell, and he's gonna block next turn and clear Jude. Yeah, that brainstorm and that ponder weren't the best. We would obviously really want a red source here. It's eek. Huh. Yeah, we're losing this race pretty big time. I don't think we can possibly win this game now. So, how do we win this game? I think we have to block next turn, hope he doesn't have another pump sliver or a pump spell. So we're going to be able to block with our lands untapped, which gives us Snap and Sprite. We actually have some play here. Only the virulent, or the Spinneret Sliver. So we could double block, since we got plan. We could bounce one of his guys and then block for trade. Alright, I think this is a smart attack by him. If he attacks everyone, he gets blown out by a double snap or something. Yeah, I think here we want to snap and block. And then brainstorm and hope we see something good. Is he going to flash in something cool? Oh, right. This allows him to flash in his Sliver after we bounce it. Okay. See, even if we brainstorm into a bolt, we're still dead on board. We can't plus win this. This is a pretty solid hand. We would prefer to have an island instead of an expanse, though, obviously. This is why we're playing lots of basic lands. It didn't work out for us this first opening 7. We still are more likely than other decks to have a solid aggressive plan. Grixis. So this could be teachings and a bad draw. This could be some other weird deck. Well, this should be spreadless teachings, I should say. We're gonna ponder for lands. So yeah, you might be thinking, oh, Draco 36 got really lucky there with that ponder. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm happy I found lands, but that's the way this deck is designed. So keep that in mind. If we were playing lots of comes to play tap lands, then that play makes a lot less sense. Our deck design would make a lot less sense. Grixis, Jex, Jeskai Sage. So that Sage is pretty awful against our deck. Doesn't do anything blocking wise, and we're really happy to let him juggle around. Okay, so we have lots of choices here. We could Ninja Sprite Delver. Sorry, we could Cut a Fairies, Sprite Delver. We could Cut a Fairies, Ninja Bear. Let's go with the. Let's go with the Delver play. We have our Sprite, Super Protector Delver. We're fine waiting a turn for it to flip. We just want to force him to play into our Sprite. I think we're about to get. Okay, so he's slashing the bear as opposed to slashing the delver. It's fine. I think bear, if I'm him, I'm slashing the delver. If he attacks with the sage and I block with the bear, then we get blown out by like a brainstorm. Okay, so he didn't play land. This means we're going to be ninjing. Phantasmal bear. Okay. So we have lots of options here. We could. Let's ponder for a land and try to increase our advantage. Nope. Huh. So we can do Delver, Bear, no Ninja. That seems really strong. Play around days just for fun. Days and Power Blast are underplayed in Pauper, but that's because they're really expensive. So I did have the Brainstorm that I was talking about. Yeah, if I'm him, I think I would much prefer brainstorming or slashing the Delver and then hoping I walk into the Brainstorm on the Sage. I feel like the way his deck is, well, the way his deck ought to be designed is such that he shouldn't be afraid of us blocking with a Phantasmal Bear. He should always be in a position to make his Sage a 3/3 or more. Okay. So this looks like blue-red aggro, because he's playing Flame Slash in an aggro deck, which of course does not make sense. Yeah, we're not going to block. We're going to race. Okay, we have lots to play here. We don't want that brainstorm on top, so we're going to preordain it away. So that way our draw from Ninja is better. Okay, well, you didn't want to play anymore. Let's confirm the daily is at 5:30. Yep, it is. The sun's no longer in my eyes, so I can take my sunglasses off. Hey, you're the right streamer. Hi. So for once we have an island instead of an expanse or whatever, so this is good hand. Streaming right now. Okay, so this is Elves, or it's a weird Stompy deck that's playing Mana World type things. We are actually unfavored against both of these decks. against both possible decks. Elves has access to that enchantment that gives their dudes reach. Stuff like Timberwatch Elf is a must answer for our bolts. So he could even play turn 2 Timberwatch Elf. So I think we really want to pregame into an answer to that. Like some versions of this deck, well, some variants of this that I've toyed around with run Daze, and Daze is really strong. This particular version is more geared towards the late game, though, to have like a really consistent gush brainstorm late game. So Daze doesn't make sense there. Okay, so this is definitely Elves. The Tricky in the sideboard's a beating. So game 1, he doesn't have that reach enchantment, which is good for us. But we don't have the trickery to respond to this explosive draw. So we're probably going to be chumping, well, blocking with Phantasmal Bear. Next turn. Okay, it's a pretty sweet draw from him. Of course, it just gets nuked by trickery. Okay, yeah. We like the bolt there. Yeah, so like I said, like ignoring his position, Brainstorm would be good here to throw away our bad cards, but we really need to play the bear to stem the beats. Given the way this game's going, we're actually the control deck, so we don't care about him getting life. For example, we're fine with him getting like 20 life from Well-Wisher, as long as lets us get into position where we're drawing upper cards and we haven't died yet. But I have a feeling we're going to lose this game. So if he attacks with only an Sentinel, we are not going to block. Just want to stem the beats from his other dudes. He's talking about attacking, that's fine. Here we're getting. We're going to get a mountain while we can. It's a little aggressive, but we're losing, so we're going to take a little risk. So worst case scenario is he plays Distant Melody off of a Birchler Rangers. Distant Melody is pretty good against this game 1 because we neither have the trickery to like kill those dudes, nor counterspells, because we only have 2 counterspell main deck and no Daze. We're gonna go ahead and sprite while we can. The sprite's probably not going to be countering a Distant Melody, but that would be our best answer to it game 1. Snap. Sprint string. Snap does not do too much against Elves, as you can guess. Okay. Could put back Cruise or Cruise Mountain. Or even like Cruise Snap, since Snap's pretty bad. Actually, well, Snap to me our answer to your Temple Watch Elf for now. Draw some pretty bad. Let's back Cruise. And then go Flyers. I have a feeling his last card's a Distant Melody. That's the reason he's not attacking into our bear. And if it's Distant Melody, then next turn we'll have an option to Cloud of Fairies and then Snap our Sprite to counter it. It's not attacking with both Sentinels. It's really banking on Distant Melody, I guess. But if I were him, I'd be afraid of us playing lots of counter spells in deck. Which we're not, but. Cruise. None of the cruises reshuffled away. Alright, yeah, so we basically just need to hold up the Snap Sprite the rest of the game for his Distant Melody that we're guessing he has in his hand. Seems really conservative in not attacking. Okay. Well, if we drew the cruises, we put back with the Brainstorm. Right? Not ideal at all. Well, this game could have gone a lot worse for us. Okay, Drum. So he's playing Drum. That certainly means he's playing Distant Melody. Not that he wanted it. But, so we're just gonna counter the Distant Melody he's probably gonna play right now. Can he even play it? See, he's 2. Yeah, he can play it. Okay. I think he's sucking 4 mana. Alright, so I can get more from that. Okay. Right, so as predicted by us, this is our really like scrappy out to Distant Melody game 1. So actually pretty good for us. We're gonna cruise next turn since we're no longer fearful of Distant Melody. It kind of sucks that we drew those cruises. We brainstormed back. Something like anything else would have been better. Even lands would be better. Gush would be better. Delver is good here. Ninja is good here. I think you should attack with the Sentinels. He's no longer. I mean, he's another Distant Melody, which is unlikely. Prudent. Okay, great. So we can pre-dane into cruise into fun things. Okay, Snapperoo. Snap gives us an answer against yet another distance melody. The bear helps us. So a really conservative play, we drawing the snap, attacking and passing. Next turn we play the bear, and then we can cruise, leaving. Or no, we can't. Okay, so we're putting the bear on the bottom because next turn we won't be able to cruise. We won't be guaranteed to be able to cruise with snap back up. It's kind of sucky that we have 3 cruises in our hand. I just have a feeling he has another distant melody, considering the way he's been playing this game in terms of not attacking. It's unfortunate though, because if we weren't for full distant melody, we could have exploded over the next 2 turns just to show off like the strengths of the deck. So cards we care about are distant melody and Timberwatch Elf. Priest, we don't care about that. We can just counter the thing, if anything, that makes use of the mana. Yeah, this deck gets wrecked by Trickery. So you can play some dudes in the Mildy again. The only way like Trickery could punish this line so hard. Yep. Okay, well, we are rewarded for our very accurate read. We can still very well lose this game though. Draw's been so janky. But at least we made the right plays. Pyridane. Okay, well, we're definitely cruising first. We already have 7 cards in our graveyard because we used our snap last turn. Life lands being Maggie, okay. Double Bolt Bear. Now we are talking. This is some good stuff for us. Of course, we lose to the 3rd melody. That's very unlikely in this elf deck with no card selection. Okay, so I think we're just gonna play another bear. The double bolts is great insurance against Timberwatch Elf. Like I said, obviously we lose to a 3rd melody. Snap. Ah yes, snap. Snap is Ninja. Okay. Lots of choices here. We can pre-dane, pre-combat, open draw 5th lands. Yeah, let's do that. That's an influence our decisions. Great. The 5th land is pretty sweet. Great. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna go attack with our dudes, ninja the sprites, and have sprite back up. But at this point, both the cards for him are Vista Melody, and maybe anything else I haven't thought of. Like I said, we're completely safe against Timber Shelf because they're double bolt. Just these ninjas and bears are good. We can block. So actually, one thing I haven't mentioned until now. So this guy isn't watching the stream, so I'll say it. He should be killing our bears with his Korean Ranger. I forgot to mention that. That's a pretty big feature of the Korean Ranger, is that kills the Palatable Bear. So like, this isn't too much. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, if he had been correctly using the Ranger a few turns ago, then he could have started attacking with an Elves Sentinel. So let's not know about that interaction. That's lucky for us, I guess. So we're going to continue to play as though he does not know that interaction. Red. Uh-oh. Mob Justice. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we're gonna split that. Let's ponder. He's on a 2-turn clock because of our double bolts. Aha. Aha. This is good. This is very good. Yeah, I've been Ninja here. Ninja Cloud of Furies. Yet another Cloud of Furies. Or not, yet another spell sort of sprite. That's happened. We're not living up red because trying to be clever and not make him think that we have double bolt. With Status getting countered because he is, well actually no, he's not dead because of the fucking Essence Warden. So if we sprite, he goes to 11. Actually, if we sprite, he's exactly dead. So we shall do that. Okay, so Trickery is exactly what we want. Snap is bad. Okay, well, we're succeeding. Let's go ahead and join the daily before we forget to do that. We'll play with cruise control. Let's make sure we have cruise control selected. They should really tell you what deck you have selected here. Let's play with the blue-black Delve deck. Okay, blue-black Delve. This is a good hand. The deck's clunky hands are the one-landers. Because we're playing with Mental and Thought Scour as opposed to Period and Ponder, one-land hands are a lot more risky. Mountain Pass. Could be Burn, could be Goblins in a bad draw. Could be Blue-Red Delver, or the Blue-Red Midrange in a bad draw. Mountain. Could still be Burn without a Sorcery Speed 2 drop. Okay. So Mountain, Kiln Fiend. So our hand's pretty bad against this. We don't have a removal spell. So this could be like a mono red Kiln Fiend deck. Okay, we're going to play Angler next turn to block / trade his Fiend. Trade with his Fiend. And we're gonna hope that we don't die this turn to a crazy like double strike business. I'm not having a third land means you can't kill us here. The ideal draw is something like Snuff Out. Zero mana interaction is really strong against like an all-in deck like this. Well, that was a misclick by him. Okay. Okay. He conceded because you couldn't read the chat. He conceded because apparently he's really laggy. Okay. This hand's also really, pretty good. Its weakness is it isn't innate position to apply any pressure, but it's with the ghastly demise in other lands is good at making us not die early. Expense. So we're just gonna island mental note. Oh, well, he's revealing information by telling us what colors he's playing. That's probably a mistake. Swamp. Is he also playing the Angler deck? Could be playing some like Torture Existence deck. I'm just trying to list all the decks that would play a Swamp and play Terrific Expanse. Two Swamps. Okay, so not the Angler deck. I'm going to go for keep. Double Swamp hand. Okay, so it's just going to be like mono black with a splash color. It's fine. So choices. We could mental note into the Miser's Angler, or we could pass with Brainstorm. That feels a lot better for several reasons. Like the Angler played, it's obviously very weak to sacrifice effects, so you can't protect it with kind of magic. Also all of our removal is useless against mono black. That's a intentional concession by me, because mono black isn't that popular. Chittering Rats. Well, this is the Wombo combo. As in it helps our fetch land. Okay, so this is an influencer decision. Okay. So definitely Divine Suits are dead. And then we can get rid of the mental notes. Brainstorm plus Thought Scour, so it can be a combo. So it's matchups like this where we would like to have more than two black sources in the deck, because Grim Harvest is like an absolute monster against decks like mono black control. Options are just playing land and passing, so that we can protect our Delver. Let's see, what cards could he play there? Good. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. Delver is really bad here because he has flying blockers that we cannot remove because all of our removal doesn't kill black creatures. Yeah, so Delver's really bad game one. Okay. Shooting Rats, this doesn't really matter that much. Okay, let's see what card we draw with Community Knowledge. We'll put back one of our Thought Scours and then Thought Scour it away. Bajukabog. Okay. That's good. Curious is playing both Jukabog and Terramorphic Expanse. Makes him not likely to hit his 2-drops. Rune Snag is really good against mono black. So yeah, so I think we're unfavored game 1, but favored after sideboarding this matchup. Angler is just really good against them. We're gonna brainstorm to set up our Delver. We like not to reveal our rune snags here because main deck disfigure. Okay, can't do anything with that. I was gonna say we don't want to reveal our rune snag since it's not a common card choice, and he obviously won't be expecting it. Okay. Choices. Well, we definitely want to have some counter magic next turn because he's going to be playing like a Grey Merchant or something. Let's put back. Let's put back one of the rune snags with the option to keep it. Actually, this position. Actually, that was okay. This position you want to be cruising. We need to find an angler. Okay. So we're set up for another cruise next turn. Friction Rager. Oh, can I spell that? We want to find an angler and like a delver to protect against sacrifice effect. Ugh, that was a bad mental note. Alright, well, we're just gonna cruise again here. Not ideal, but and make 2 or 3 draws. Okay. Opening this Magic Grey Merchant with Counterspell. So for that resolve, they mental note a land away. But it puts us in a way of position. It puts us on a 1-turn clock. We have to find Angler. We have protection for the Angler. So we're going to be seeing 3 cards between Let's Know, Accumulate Knowledge, and our draw. We need one of them to be Angler. If we counter here, that buys us another draw. Then we don't have protection for the Angler. Alright, so I think let's resolve not to get Angler. Well, we mull the Angler. Okay. Alright, that's some choices here. We have enough mana to actually we're mana short of Mental Note, Cruise, and Angler. Alright, let's Mental Note first. Okay, let's give me knowledge. It's not Scar. Ugh. Okay, so we can cruise into Angler. But then we probably die to wherever it is in his hand. What kind of spells? Yeah, I think the play is cruise into Angler. Double Ghastly Demise. Nope. Okay. Yeah, all those non-black from full game 1 is pretty rough. Okay, Grim Harvest is our trump card. Negate and Dispel counter his removal that kills Angler. We disfigure an Edict, but I think we'd rather be in a position just to have Angler and protect it. The Delver is pretty bad, except that we can sacrifice it to sacrifice effects. So we keep Delver in. Alright, that's pretty solid. Daily starts in 9 minutes. Yes, who wants to play first? This is an awkward one. We're going to keep though. Double AK is really strong. If you don't draw a land, I'm going to be brainstorming next turn. Draw land. Okay, that was ideal draw as well. Cool. Let's shuffle away the one dead brainstorm. We also don't need negate just yet. Sun and Blood. Okay. Yeah, having Evolving Wilds and having Jukabogs makes the turn 2 Sun and Blood or turn 2 Sun and Blood or turn 2 Witches less of a likely play. So I don't like Evolving Wilds in here. I don't think you need to splash anything. Like years ago in Pauper, there was a black Rask control deck that splashed blue for deep analysis and Mulldrifter. That's viable. That was viable at the time. I don't think it's super good now though. Okay, so let's put back Brainstorm, Negate. Negate is going to be strictly worse. No, that's not true. You can counter Chainer's Edict, but the 1-mana interaction is better. Fetch for islands. Okay, speaking of 1-mana interaction. Delver. Yeah, let's play Delver. We're happy to dispel a Disfigure here. Or a Type-Lock Edict. Could have Chainer's Edict. But shuffle away or negate. Okay, so like I said, we're completely happy to do this. Dispel. Disfigure is the reason we have to spell anyway. That and like Geth's Verdict. Speaking of Geth's Verdict, okay, cool. But cool, I mean like I am predicting things, not cool as in my Delver Guide. Okay, so we're gonna fetch for our swamp here. And then start going to town with our community knowledge. Spell. We could AK for our lands, but we want to be in position to rune snag a relevant creature he plays. Daily starts in 5 minutes. In a few minutes, I'm going to concede so I can go to the bathroom quickly. But we're in a strong position this game. This is how we want the game to be going. Speaking of how I want the game to be going, yeah, we will gladly rune snag this. We basically, the way we want these games to go is, unlike last game, where we're under pressure because we draw all of our non-black removal, we want the game to go to the long game where we can just like play a whole bunch of anglers and they can't call them. Mental notes. Mental notes. Yes, mental note. Angler. Okay, so we can angler and then we're fine unless he has Chainer's Edict. I'm willing to play into Chainer's Edict. Yeah, sweet. So yeah, you can see why the dispel over the negate is a consideration for Manlight in this deck. Okay, I'm gonna go to the. You can see this. Go to the bathroom, so we can get ready for the daily. So okay, yes, smashing blue. That's consistent with what we've seen so far. That's fine. I think we win this game probably. Okay. Be right back. All right, we're back. I'm gonna play with my cruise control deck in the daily that starts in less than a minute. Or it's inside the record. All right, so let me know if you have any questions or comments in the chat. Hopefully this daily goes better than the one this morning. All right, I've just started. Okay. Well, we're gonna put our money where our mouth is and keep this one hand with Ponder. It's completely safe to do this. Yeah, we're gonna lose a few games to this decision, but the deck is designed to aggressively keep low land hands. If you were watching me earlier today, I mentioned it's very similar to the 4 Ponder 21 land Miracle list in Legacy in that regard. Okay, great. Well, not so great. We really wish one of these islands were a temporary expanse. And so this would be super great if we had like island expanse cantrip, like a Prudent. Yeah, because actually we're kind of weak now. We can't cast for the spells in our hand. If we make it to the mid game, we'll be in great shape. In general, okay. So this is Stompy. This is our worst matchup. We are going to lose game 1 and be around even in post-border games, but because we were losing game 1, we're expected to lose the match. I am completely fine losing to Stompy because I think we're favored against all of the decks in the format. So that bad Ponder there is gonna definitely punish us. If we had like a Scred or a Flame Slash, we would be okay to take this game, especially if we stuck on one man. So more on Stompy. I think Stompy is underplayed. It's a very good deck. Also helps that it's very good against this cruise control deck. Another Rancor? Oh. Well, he should have played that post-combat to untap his Mental Sentinel. So that was a mistake by him. And he didn't attack, so he made 2 mistakes. We're still going to lose, though. It's kind of just the way this deck is designed. It can't really interact that well game 1 with Stompy, especially if I do early draw or clunky draw. Like just these 2 creatures is going to be pretty sufficient. Combination of these 2 creatures plus pump spells against our removal. If we even draw red source for our removal, that is. Sense Investment in general is okay as trump blockers, but the Rancor gives them trample, so that does not work anymore. Well, we want to cycle exclude, so okay. Riverboa is the best card in Stompy against us. We have no outs to it. Main deck besides countering it. Sideboard we have no outs except that the 2 Oblivion Rings I put in this morning coincidentally help against Riverboa. That was something I did consider when making that decision. It's very marginal. But anyway, my point is, I don't think he should have played Riverboa. He should have left up mana to at least bluff removal, or just play any other creature besides Riverboa. Like, Riverboa is his trump. If somehow we don't die, we're in a position to win, Riverboa is the way that he makes us not win. There are also a lot of some other things wrong with that play. He should have tapped a forest for a green, and then Query Manager it to his hand, and then played it again. So that way, when he Riverboa's... Well, actually, I didn't have a red source in play. But he should have done that fine after playing Riverboa, just so I can't untap and stem slash it. So he played a land this turn, but not last turn. That means he just drew a land. Yeah, we're gonna lose this. We want to draw like a prohibit or a counterspell, because when we kill his dude, oh goodness, okay, we just lose. Okay, so we're not gonna concede. We don't want him to know that Riverboa is the best card in the format against us. Yeah, so that ponder was really sketchy on turn 1. We definitely got punished for that. Being on the play, we didn't know what matchup we were up against, for example. Well, we did draw a counterspell we're looking for. Like I said, we're still gonna lose this game. Couple things we can do here. Okay, we're gonna play to lose because we've already lost, and this guy's already made a few mistakes. We're gonna see if he can make more mistakes, just so we can get a read on him for the post-board games. Still not expecting to win this match. Like I said, I'm not set. This is the only match I'm not expecting to win in the format. Every other match, I truly believe we're favored. If we're actually favored, like in some matches. Okay, so here are examples of him making mistakes. He should not be playing creature pre-combat. This is the information we want. So try to abuse it in post-board games. Playing Verbo here is for sure a mistake. Jeez. Wow. Okay. Alright, well, we're just gonna concede. He's not the strongest player. Let's hope we can get better draws than him. Or even draws with him. Okay. So Sandstorm is good. Cop Green is good. Cop Green's like the only way we win. Okay. Oblivion Ring is our out to Riverboa. So it kind of sucks. Perfect counters their deck. Excludes too slow. Counterspell. Purpose is better than Counterspell. Okay. We want both enlistments because even playtesting matches have played against Stompy, like they're in the mid game, use the enlistment to stall until you get to your winning state of Cop Green plus or in the Sandstorm. Okay. Yeah, so that is our game plan. Chat's been really quiet. I should start saying some things so we talk about stuff. One nice thing was we didn't reveal what deck we're on, as in we didn't show him the white. We're still, like I said, unfavored. This is a very marginal advantage that we would otherwise not have. Okay. Bradley B. Do I save system or lands from this one? Yes, it depends on the matchup. Like the way we play around like Bajuka Bog, Relic of Progenitus, or the Earth Rifts that I failed to play against when I was playing against Tron, are that we are in a position to cast double enlistment in the same turn. So that's an example where we want to have access to double planes and access to 1/2 lands in our hand. In matchups where they have ways to kill our guys, like the Blueback control deck has the Vincar's Justice, we just want to sandbag lands to refuel. There are some matchups like Tron. Like I play against Tron much of this deck, coincidentally, in stream. Against Tron, we need to have like double counterspell at all times, like counterspell plus exclude, and that requires us to have lots of lands in play. So against Tron, we want to be hitting all of our land drops. Just in general, we want all of our land drops. Okay. We're gonna just Purdian these to the bottom, looking for that red mana. Okay, not red mana. So if you're him, you do not play Riverboa here, because we can simply untap and kill it. Arguably, I should have sided out like 2 Treasure Cruises for 2 Trickeries, because this is not a grindy matchup. This matchup is more of a question of whether I can stabilize before I die. Once I have Cop Green and Swirling Sandstorm, I'm in position to win. Civilize. Yes. Well, like I was just saying in the previous question, I very rarely have excess mana because I need to have counterspell backup or even double counterspell backup. So I didn't like Deprive for that reason because it's not really a need. The more important thing is just like because we're so mana hungry in the mid game, basically not on turn 20, we don't want to be returning lands to our hand. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. We have some options. We can Scred during combat, so that way he can't Rancor on the Grand Ranger. That leaves us open to a pump spell. Like any pump spell, because Scred we're doing 3. So I think we're just going to Flame Slash. Note that he can't like Mutagenetic Growth or Grab the Courage to save it. We're just trying to stay alive to find Cup Green plus Rolling Sandstorm. Also, to answer the Deprive question, there are very, very few situations where I feel like I am low on counter magic, at least in the current metagame. Because decks are so creature heavy, that's like one of the motivations of this cruise control deck is to abuse the fact that decks are creature heavy. Because of that, like Exclude is usually just better than Deprive. It isn't like we're playing mono blue where we're guaranteed to have blue on turn 2. But yeah, these are good questions. Thanks for asking them. And like I could be wrong here. I played a lot of games in this deck. Played over 100 games the past month. So those are just my thoughts and intuitions, but it's possible I'm wrong. Okay, what is he doing? Okay. Well, this is where we wish we had that Electrickery. If we win this game, go game 3, we'll probably do what I said. To cut 2 cruises. Sends in the Smith. Well, that was the worst part of the draw there. Okay. So choices. I don't think we want to cruise here because it turns off Sandstorm. There's definitely tension. That's another reason to side out the cruises. So I suppose that was a mistake by me. I wasn't thinking straight. Alright, we're just gonna slash. Not playing to his pump quite yet. So basically, yeah, as you can see, this is just a bad matchup. It really hurts that we're low on red mana. It means we can only cast like one move spell per turn. We're not going to be able to Sandstorm next turn. So yeah, at least he's mana flooded. That's one saving grace. Like he should not be playing lands because he has the Grand Rangers. Well, yeah. So I mean, he's made a lot of mistakes. Doesn't matter because this is a great matchup for him. Well, I guess he has double regen mana now. Still, obviously, no reason to play this pre-combat, of course. Huh. Yeah, actually, this is really rough. Like, if we kill his dudes, then his record goes on the Verboa. And if we don't kill his dudes, then we're dead. Not good. Alright, decisions. Well, it's gonna start with the period. I mean, if you're wondering, yeah, I know all the tricks about like I can river boa so he regenerates and he gets me from combat. I know all that stuff. It's just it's not gonna really help in this situation. River boa is like the ultimate trap for him. Gets this deck. Okay, so we could go bottom, and then we have Sandstorm next turn after shredding something. But then we just died of Riverboa. I think we want to go bottom, and we need to get like runner on the Oblivion Ring to Riverboa, and we don't. So that's not good. We're gonna have to use Shred defensively here to try to shave off some damage points. So let's see, what are the ways we win this game? We really need like a brainstorm into Plains Oblivion Ring, and then the turn after that we Sandstorm. Just seems really rough. For sure we're dead. For the record, I have won matches against Stompy, just not super likely. Okay, well, we lose. We're going to do the cute play of shredding his Riverboa after he attacks. Well, this doesn't matter when we do it. Okay, that's not true. You need to do it after he attacks, otherwise he can clear range for untap and attack again. Well, and attack. So if we do it after declare attackers, it's like Green Ranger. Tricky card. Okay, so he's attacking. One way for us to win is for never attack again. It's always good. Pacha, spread. We were just dead. Like, if we Sandstorm, he got the other Rancor to put on Boa. And as you can see, the way the math works out, or actually that's not true. Right, if it wasn't for the other Rancor, then we'd be at 1 to Boa. And in theory, we could draw like runner, like Plains, Oblivion Ring, be at 1, and then somehow win this game. Not super likely. But okay, so we were not playing around Pump because the only way we win is by shaving off some damage here. Okay. Let's games. Oh, good old Stompy. If anyone has suggestions on how to improve my Stompy matchup, I would love to hear them. I just feel like my deck is fundamentally weak to a streamlined aggressive deck like Stompy. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, I think we're strong against lots of other things, almost everything else. $107 players. That's awesome. That's really awesome that they're seeing this many people. That's cool. Why isn't it showing the ban all Stompy cards? Yeah, that is one way for us to win. Does anyone know why it's not showing us the round time? Did I lose too quickly for it to start showing the round time? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Like 1 minute. We'll play some practice games. We'll wait for the next round. Okay. We're back. Let's play some practice games. So yeah, we were like really helpless against Stompy there. We're pretty helpless against Stompy in general. But frankly, that's kind of how helpless lots of other decks are to us. Like the blue-red mid-range deck we played in the first daily is even more hopeless against us than we are against Stompy. Let's play more with the Delve deck since we only got like 1 or 2 matches in last time. Good old no land hand. So we're gonna mulligan this. This is a very strong hand. So both of us are on 6 cards. Sorry, got that. Looks like hexproof. Hexproof's rough game 1. We can win it because it starts at the turn 1 Delver. Post sideboard, we get a lot better. This week we're gonna bring in like 8 or 7 relevant cards. Or maybe this isn't hexproof. This could be some weird deck. Moon snag. Hurrah. So actually, I wasn't really paying attention. We should have brainstormed there. Yeah, we definitely want to brainstorm there because we were going to be brainstorming anyway. So that was a mistake. In Legacy, playing Delver decks, I am really hesitant to aggressively brainstorm. Obviously depends on the game state, but usually I'm fine like sacrificing 2 damage just for the sake of maximizing my brainstorms in cases where that really matters. But this was a clear case where we're going to brainstorm no matter what, so we might as well guarantee the Delver flip. Okay, so it is hexproof, but he didn't have a turn 1 dude, which is why these comes to play top lands with that hexproof. So Rune Snag is going to be awesome here against Ledgewalker or his 3 drops. We don't need both demises game 1 because they're very unlikely to be super good. Wow. So is this some like goofy green-white enchantment deck? Well, he knows our Rune Snag. We're definitely Rune Snagging. How much more to say? Oh, I'm able to counterspell, which isn't great, but I don't really care. If this is indeed hexproof, it's an awful draw, and hexproof probably should not be playing the journey main deck. Is my turn line lagging? No, it's just okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether like my F2 has been registered and the client's lagging versus like the F2 is not been registered, but if I press again, I get screwed in the former case. Alright, so let's just let's mental note cruise. Or mental note angler if you're angler. Angler works too. Alright, we could bluff another Rune Snag here. Doesn't seem super strong to do that though. Okay, that's his cruise. Yeah, if anyone knows why the round timer isn't showing, please tell me. This is my first daily in many, many years, like I said. Last daily was fall 2008 for me. So there might be some obvious reason why the runtime is not showing. I just don't know about that. Oh, hold on, someone's at the door. All right, sorry about that. So yeah, we get to see all of our relevant cards that we have here. Okay, civilized, thanks. Not surprising to see a bug in the client. All right, so Gate's good, Annal's good, Edict's good. Demise not good. Snuff out can kill the Aura in Ireland. That 3-drop. It's not bugging to show up. Okay, thanks. Delver is great. Moonsnag is great. Counterspell is great. So we have like a wealth of riches here. This is the first time I'm playing this matchup with my exact set of configuration. Actually, all this is assuming he's playing hexproof. For all you know, he's playing some trivia deck instead. Let's see. So somehow it's not like ideal. Negate isn't ideal either. We're saying counterspell are already pretty awesome. And actually, I don't think the community launches are needed in this matchup. We just need to get our haymakers. Okay, that's good. Well, of course, when I say this matchup, we're not completely sure what deck we're playing against yet. All right, this is a good hand, slow but solid. Okay, so good. I mean, good for him as in he's not playing a shitty hexproof deck. He's instead playing some other weird deck. Okay. Options here are Wilds into Swamp. Another option is Thought Scour. We're going to go with the Thought Scour route for 2 reasons. One, it maximizes our mana. The other one is that we want to be brainstorming away the excess land. And depending on what he does, we might need to hold up turn 2 and snag. What does this thing even do? Okay, it's 2/2 of each. Doesn't it do anything? I mean, fine. So we wish we left in our removal here, obviously. Okay, so moving 2 Delvers there is good in the sense that we no longer have to dig for removal to make Delver relevant. Okay. So let's just leave up the kind of magic. This is a more like control-y glue deck and glue deck because we have the moon snags. And so we're completely comfortable playing the control role. Like I said, we wish we had more creature removal. So we sideboarded incorrectly. We didn't know what deck we're playing against. Like, so his only answer to Angler is the Journey to Nowhere that we saw in game 1. So we're just gonna save a negate or counterspell for the turn you turn aware. Pretty straightforward. Flux. So for all we know, this is not going to be a thing. Not going to be useful at all. So we're just in a Wild's Pass. This gives us counterspell, gives us Brainstorm plus a monthly note effect. It also gives us like brainstorming to snuff out if he tries to equip this creature, enchant this creature, I mean. Snuff out's always a strong card in general in this deck. It's really good against Familiar because it's zero mana interaction. It's the speed. Pyromancer. Wow. Okay. So we did not sideboard correctly. We're gonna counter. Well, actually, do we even care? Remember, we don't care. We're just gonna angler and protect it. We just need to get like 2 anglers in play and we're all set. Okay, so Delver is gonna be bad here because he's gonna have 2 of these reach dudes. Flux, jury's still out on that because we don't know what cards he's playing. I mean, if I were him, I'd play Armored Cloak. Return with Artmancer. So yeah, I think we're gonna put back Delver Cruise. Alright, there's still some games going. So we can angler with counterspell back up. Pretty good game plan. Oh, this up's all enchantments. Alright, okay, so we can nuke him with that next turn. For some reason I thought this was only auras. So Serene Heart is only auras, I guess. Okay. Angler. We're gonna save a green snag. No reason not to. Oriflex is pretty fun against Journey to Nowhere as well. You can imagine some crazy board state where he has like double or triple Journey, and then our turn we just slam down double Oriflex, and he loses a couple of his journeys. Crown of Suspicion. Well, none of his creatures currently share a fate. This doesn't do anything yet. Well, Oriflex is going to be decent here. Because, yes, the classic, as we were describing, Journey into Oriflex, but we need double Oriflex to make that relevant. So if you're him, you definitely lead with Journey there. Well, maybe not definitely. Oh, right, considering how weird Rune Saga get here, I guess this isn't. Playing like that isn't possible anymore. Okay. Wow, Negate's an awesome draw. We can Oriflex with Negate back up for a second Journey or something. Okay, so we can attack. If he double blocks, we win. And if he doesn't double block, he's going to be spending all of his mana next turn paying for Oriflex. Okay, great. So we're going to blow him out. So we actually want to snuff out the Aromancer because of the... Actually, never mind. This thing doesn't do it. I think it does. Okay. It doesn't matter which one we kill. Okay, so 3 wins.jpg. So there's no reason to play that now, I guess. Like, so considering we killed Elves enchantments, this gives him more information. But on the other hand, I'll play it anyway. He's not likely to have any enchantment removal against us. This frees up our mana, in other words. So like, I'm really happy with that. 2 for 1 there. Well, 3 for 1 actually. Let's see how the daily's doing. There's still some games going. 107 players is really good. It's good stuff. What do you get? Hilary the Sleepless. Yep, that's a card. Okay. We can Thought Scour into Cruise into Negate. If we get lucky with Thought Scour, we can get another Angler. It's pretty good. Alas. Let's go ahead and maximize our cruises. Did I miss one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have to use one of the rune snags. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna brainstorm into mental note. Counterspell is awesome here. Yeah, let's just do our thing. Yeah, we were looking for like a counterspell, rune snag or negate there. Or another angler actually. That'd be fine too. Dead weight is pretty dead weight in this matchup. Not gonna bring a counterspell on that. Angler's the relevant card here. Alright, what's he doing? Another Oromancer. This will be getting back thing, so we might as well counterspell this. Alright, let's go to islands. So looking for like angler, cruise, counter magic here. Counter magic, it's pretty good. We're still gonna Thought Scour our turn in case we draw that angler cruise mentioned. Well, we milled an angler. So he could play Land Journey, and that can pay for our snag because we had to delve one for snags a few turns ago. Yeah, so here we go. Land Journey would be a thing, but he's tapping green mana, so never mind. Yeah, we're gonna snag this because he will get the journey. Like I said, that he cannot snag. So he's gonna have to chump block pretty soon. See, we've milled one angler and we've lost $3. So we have one delver and two angler left in the library. Okay. So we use a couple chump blockers. It's fine. Cruise. Okay, well, cards are good. Wow. Haha. This is some good stuff here. Yeah, we're going. Okay, so I guess this is something I should have mentioned a few turns ago. Probably should have fetched second swamp a few turns ago, so that way I can have the sequence of Edict plus Angler. That's mental notes. Looking for a snuff out. Nope. Let's just do it again. Cruise. Okay, let's cruise. We can cruise for snuff out or kind of magic. That will either of those will seal the game. Seal the game, sorry. And we have the counterspell. Great. So that was a pretty like illustrative sequence of the deck. Just digging for cards to just lock out the game. Let me brainstorms. Let's just play it correctly for the viewers at home. Let's make up for that awful misplay against Burn last daily where we had the match one and I just fucked up. Oh wait. Well, apparently our last game began without us noticing. Okay, good thing I just checked that. Okay. I didn't see a notification for that. That's weird. Okay. This is good. Unlike game one against Stompy, we have access to red mana. Or sorry, we're gonna be fetching, but we double cantrip. It's fine. So we're just gonna be getting an island here. Okay, so hopefully this is the blue-red control mid-range deck that we absolutely smash. Okay. We actually don't. This is need the blue-red mid-range deck. None of those cards are relevant yet. This is both pretty good. Next year we can go Preordain and Accumulate Knowledge. Just this cantrip Velocity lets us fill up our graveyard. Hit all of our land drops. It's good stuff. Okay, so this is Kiln Fiend. we need to find a red source. So yeah, we're very favored, but they can definitely steal some games where we stumble on red, like red this game. The copper reds are going to be great coming out the sideboard. Well, at least we're not dead this turn. Other kill Fiend. Well, wish we had that counterspell mana with that private, don't we? Okay. So here we're looking for lands, hopefully of the mountain flavor. What was that private wish we had? That's not a land. Choices. AK to creating, first. If we get a fetch land, we can pass with prohibit. Focus on bottom. That's AK for lands. Alright. Well, we were really looking for a basic bounce in there. We're almost certainly dead this turn. Not much else we could have done this game on the way it's turned out. Well, he decided not to kill us. Just curious. I think this means next turn we're going to Enlistment and Jump Block. We're still going to probably lose this game though. But just as you can see, like our deck lines up very well against this deck. Like all of our removal is awesome. We're pretty much guaranteed to win the late game. We will lose occasionally when we stumble in the game, like we are here. Right. Let's concede. Well, no. Cruise. Okay, well, when you have Cruise, you should have concede, I suppose. I still want to show him the enlistment in the off chance that he's not familiar with. Well, in the likely off chance that he's not familiar with our deck. Yeah. Let's concede. There was no show him enlistment. Okay, so Cop Red seems pretty good. Solves everything in the deck. Sandstorm also pretty good, but it's a bit overkill. We don't need it. It's too slow. Privet is awesome. Counters everything in his deck except Pressure Cruise. Power Blast is interesting. So Power Blast kills his Cyclops, stops Pressure Cruise with his encounter magic he has. I actually haven't played this matchup in a while. Many weeks. So I forgot what my cyber plan was at one point. Okay. Don't need both enlistments. Exclude's a bit slow. Let's put one Power Blast. Okay, let's put it in two Power Blasts. Nah, we really want to kill turn 2 kill Fiend. low in time because didn't realize game had started. Alright, great. So we actually ever read this game. Some good stuff. Big interaction in this game, unlike last game. Also good stuff. So on the play, we are just going to pregame first. There's no rush. Like, sure, he could turn one Delver, but it's not like we're concerned with that. Let's see. Let's see. This is curious. Let's top both of these. So if you remember Reddit article on cruise control, we're just gonna overload them with answers to their threats. We have more answers than they have threats. Alright, so he's playing Delver. It's to be expected, but Delver isn't like the best card in this deck. Alright, well, if we win this game, we're going to bring in some more Power Blasts. Convulsive Research. That's, I think it's a non-standard card in the Fiend deck. Seems pretty bad. 3 mana is bad. You want like 1 mana or 3 mana stuff like a Hexing Probe. Kill Fiend. Okay. So, we don't really care about Delver. As long as we're above like 6 life or double Lightning Bolt or something, we don't care at all. Since we already have hit 4 lands, we're just going to slash at sorcery speed. Otherwise, we would just want to save slash for Cyclops. And we have a chance that we stumble on mana. So we don't have 4 lands for a Scred and Cyclops. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of the compulsive research here in his deck. Another Delver. This counterspell. Alright, well, he didn't have the Power Blast. Let's Scred while he doesn't have the spell mana up. If we still have the counterspell, we would probably Scred during his upkeep, so we can counterspell with the spell, and then that saves us a turn, because he can't do anything during his turn. Well, I guess in this exact situation, Convulsive Research is okay for him, because he got 3 lands, and we killed all his dudes. Another Delver, it's fine. Yeah, so we want some Power Blasts for sure. Who knows, maybe he's doing something silly like playing Mulldrifter as well. Okay, great, great. This is really good for us. We now have exclude against anything he has. The spread there is a bit aggressive. It just, I don't want him to have like a Dispel or something and then be the answer to the Delver. This investment is kind of a sore thumb in our hand because it doesn't do anything right now. That's also why we cut one of the 2 investments, because it doesn't do anything. Yeah, definitely want that Power Blast. So that was a mistake on my part. Well, he's not playing a creature. That's very curious. Aha, we have a cruise of our own. He could negate it. If we're gonna cruise, just to have a chance that our land drops. Okay. Quivering, he didn't counter that. This exclude is very likely to resolve, so we're just gonna play to that. So is it Boiler Works, Explosive Research? These are all like mid-rangey cards that do not belong in the same deck as Kiln Fiend, Cyclops, and Delver, for sure. And I was joking about the Mulldrifter in this deck, and I guess I was correct. It's kind of sad. Like, I really don't like these silly blue-red random cards decks. Makes no sense. But okay, well, this just means that we really, really wish we had that Power Blast. It also means that our Copperheads aren't as strong as we thought they were because he has Mulldrifter and Delver. So we're kind of getting punished by our opponent's weird deck design decisions. We want this. We can go Brainstorm and Exclude. So actually, in this situation, we're probably going to sign out the Copperheads, signing Power Blast, and be fine. This is assuming we're going to win, but I expect to win this. Explosive Research, go for it. We really wish we had Power Blast for Small Drifters, because that would ensure we just completely overload him on removal. Okay, so question is, do you want to spread or do we want to exclude? And the answer is, it depends what this brainstorm tells us. Okay, great. So we are just going to untap and slash it. We are not yet ready to start enlisting though. So let's put back enlistment land, and then fetch, and then AK, and then untap slash. Of course, if we had Power Blast in our deck, we would be spreading, so that way we have Power Blast in this turn. The possibility of Power Blast in this turn. No rush to enlistment yet, so let's get Island. Command Knowledge. Cruise is pretty solid. We can slash Prudent Cruise. And yeah, let's do exactly that. And take one of those. What card am I missing? Oh, I haven't. Let's come back with it. Okay, now we're starting to get ready to use our enlistment because we have a really good counter wall. So I need to start playing a little faster. Yeah, we really wish we had the Power Blaster. I thought he was a oh, hold on. We're gonna have this resolve. We need to save our excludes for small features. Yeah, I thought he was like a really aggressive deck. And a really aggressive deck like that wouldn't want to be playing 4 Crusher Crews. Definitely wants to be playing 0 Mulldrifter, 0 Compulsive Research, etc. With all this in mind, we are really missing our Power Blaster. We're still very favored to win this though. We have so many trumps. Also, the fact that he's playing all these like do nothing cards means that he doesn't even have the crazy stuff to protect his creatures. Probably isn't even playing Dispel or Power Blast. So we'll find out. So slash this. Counterspell Cruise. It's pretty good stuff. Let's play it safe. So we want to exclude Mulldrifters, and we'll be fine. Cyclops. Could prohibit. That's not. It's just Scred. But if we prohibited, then he would be in a position to force a counterspell on a Mulldrifter, which isn't what we want to be doing here because we don't have that power blast. Alright, but we do want to be counterspelling this. Since we have a counterspell top for a library, we're in a position to start just completely grinding him out. Well, he does have power blast in his deck. It's fine, we have to prohibit. Yeah, so we're going to untap Cruise and be in a really strong position. So I think that sequence showed why we were really favored against all the blue-red decks. Besides my blue-red Delver deck. Okay, so we drew our useless, somewhat useless copper red. We'd rather this be Power Blast since it's Mulldrifters and Cruises. We're going to fetch for a Planesword so we can start enlisting. We might as well play like Copper Red, a couple reasons. One, we're planning on setting it out, so that gives some false information. Also, it might discern would be good. So we're going to save the land here. Free solid mana. If we draw like straight lands, we'll start playing them, but until then, we'll save a land or two. So speaking of drawing straight lands, hey, we'll play this. Let me start playing a little faster. I'm going to save that. So we have 10 mana, just one of the match numbers of this deck. The other match numbers are 12 and 13. Just looking for that enlistments. And win. We still have our second planes, right? Yep. Looks like he's digging for gas. It might just be a bunch of Power Blasts or something. Alright, let's play Mulldrifter. Yep, okay, well, great. We have Exclude, as predicted. Or rather, as planned, I should say. Let's at least bluff the fact that we have Power Blasts. And let's continue to bluff the fact that we have Power Blasts. Okay. Not the best draws, these are some cantrips. We do one of our Power Blasts. Okay, cool. Looking for that enlistment. We could, in theory, lose decking out here. It's a possibility. Okay. Let's cruise. Eek. We did not get the enlistments quite yet. Okay. So from here on out, we don't want to shuffle our library because we have 2 non-enlistment cards in the bottom. So we're actually okay as long as enlistment is in the is not in the top 4 cards, bottom 4 cards rather. Okay. Let's just pass. Actually, we'll hit. Okay. Actually, externally will not. Okay. How many lands do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. We have 3 lands left, 2 of them on the bottom, so we really actually need our lands. Oh, that was the copperhead we shuffled away with the ponder turns ago. Well, last turn actually. Still okay. Enlistment needs to be in the next like 2 cards. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna have to counter any of his attempts to counter the enlistment though. It's a bit unfortunate that it was in bottom 7 cards of our library. Alright. We're really low on time. Firebolt's very strong in this exact position. Using the flash it back, we counter that. Well, maybe not bullet dodged. If he has another firebolt, then we actually lose, I think. Mulldrifter? Impulsive research? No? Okay. I think you should be playing them. Like, if we have to exclude a Mulldrifter, that's good for him. So it kind of sucks that our planes is in the bottom of our library. Otherwise, we for sure win this game because we can start double listing. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. That's not have to get counterspelled. I guess because in theory, if I'm going to be counterspelling that, I should have counterspelled the flashback firebolt. That's probably a mistake. I was just hoping that he didn't have any more removal. Probably way too wishful thinking. Okay, this is going to get skirted. Mulldrifter not evoked. It's going to get power blasted. Well, this doesn't have more than that one lightning bolt. Or we'll see. Only we have the double planes. Or, well, I guess if only the enlistment was in the bottom of the library. Bolts. Sure, pivots. Power Blast. So it looks like we're going to lose this game. This is one of the situations where that I talked about earlier today, where since the listener is in the bottom of our library, we're winning the entire game, but we just can't close it out, fortunately. Or is it even playing bluffing? Might as well bluff prohibit, or bluff Power Blast. Well, if he has no removal, we win. But probably still removal. We have no counterspells left in our deck. So next time we're going to be exclude. Exclude. Alright, so we have an exclude left, we have a plains left, we have an island left. If only we had the double plains. And as you can see, this game would have already been over. It's going to be a close one. We have no way to interact left in our deck. This is exclude, right? Oh, brainstorm. I must have missed. Oh, that's right. Side out excludes because we thought he wasn't playing Mulldrifter. Well, both brainstorm and exclude are dead cards, so whatever. So we know the next two cards of our library are lands. The thing with the Just Cast Sages is they just don't do anything unless we're already winning. You can say the same thing about Enlistment, obviously, except that Enlistment only picks up 2 cards in the deck. I feel like the deck is really tight already. Alright, so are we gonna win the last turn of the game? It's possible. It's possible, friends. Looks like we're gonna win the last turn of the game. And then we have to play really fast. And good old next game. So unless he magically has like trickery, we win. Sounds like pretty good. So like, even if we lose that game, I'm happy in the sense that the deck did what it was supposed to do. We just had made a stubborn mistake. Okay. Anyway, let's just focus on winning the match. These are the candidates. Purpose is no longer as insane as we thought it was because he has Mulldrifter and Pressure Cruise. Flame Slash. No longer as insane as we thought it was. This seems pretty solid. The Power Blasts do double duty to kill Delver. And Cyclops. Like the Cyclops is the thing that the Slash is for. Okay, so this seems really solid. This is only going to lose to like turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Kill Fiend, turn 3 Kill Fiend. But he has so many commons to play tap lands and janky stuff that we're in good shape, in my opinion. So if you recall, like on turn 6 or 7, I brainstormed away Enlistment, and we had tied out in Enlistment, so it was our only Enlistment. If only we had kept that, then the game would have been a lot less stressful, huh? Okay, this is very solid. We got our red mana, we got our cantrips. It's pretty good. He doesn't have turn 1 Delver, that's awesome. Yeah, this is like a really solid opening for us. So his deck is not capable of just like nuking you on turn 3 with Fiend, so we are not concerned about being forced to kill Fiend next turn. We're just gonna do our thing and win because we're a design deck. Great, so you probably like Cyclops or something janky. Okay. Okie dokie, what can we do here? We have options. We can expense, full name. Yeah, I need to start playing a little faster and stop talking. So let's do that. So he has Firebolts and Lightning Bolts. There exists a world where we would actually want to have the Cop Reds. So him being on the play makes Cyclops good. Okay, so his deck is not designed to kill us next turn, but it is possible. But not really. Like, he isn't playing Taxing Probe, he isn't playing double strike cards. You could have like Bolt, Cantrip, I suppose. See, Compulsive Research is just like not super awesome with Cyclops. We're going to AK in response. If we draw a Power Blast, we're a Power Blast to Cyclops. No. Okay. We're taking response in case he draws Power Blast, Research, and decides to Power Blast or AK. It's very, very narrow, but just mentioning it. Of course, I need to start playing faster. Slash. Slash is pretty sweet here. We're in good shape because we have Exclude for his follow-up. Of course, we have the Squid anyway. But might as well use the Slash to strike the worst in this position. See, if he played Mulldrifter, that would have been like hilariously bad. That's fine. This lines up right with our plan. Okay. We have lots of decisions here. Ooh. Let's brainstorm first. We want a counterspell. Great, counterspell. This is pretty awesome possum. This is how we like it. We're gonna counterspell like a Mulldrifter or a Treasure Cruise. Otherwise, let's grab anything else. Mulldrifter gets counterspelled. If he has the Power Blast, well, woohoo. Let's get our blue mana going. We're gonna Ponder Pass. Ponder Cruise Pass, rather. Pretty sweet, if you ask me. I just need to play quickly and we're gonna win this. Okay, I'm actually gonna stop narrating because I want to focus on playing. Man, that sucks. My bad there. Well, as you see, we definitely have that match in the bag. I soon learned how to play faster when streaming. The lag on the match combined client doesn't help. Like every single decision takes at least 2 seconds off the clock. Well, you can see our work. It's a really good matchup, and the general game plan went really well for us that game. F6 director combat. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you very much. Let's Google list of MTGO shortcuts. Wait, F6 is past and end of turn. Is there one that skips to combat? Oh wait, it skips until I have a choice. And so your point is that the declare hacker step, I can have a choice there. Is that true? So if I have 6 to my main phase, it will not skip my declare hacker step. All right, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, we need to counter that Comfing, because that's a chump blocker, because we had exactly 8 dudes. If we just had 5 more seconds, we win that game. So if clock wasn't an issue, we cannot lose that game. As you saw, we were so far ahead. Well, I'm a very fast player, especially in paper. I'm just really slow while streaming because I'm kind of narrating all my decisions. I'm also a little nervous being in front of the camera. So if I practice solitaire, I would. I think what you're asking, you're saying I should practice the F6 solitaire. Yeah. But anyway, I just need to practice playing while streaming. So I'll be doing that as I stream more. We'll be fine. I think I've already shown off the raw power of the deck. Just been let down by my slow plays. But thanks for watching all the same. So his draw seemed really bad that game 3. He did nothing after we shut him down. That's just a weakness of the deck. It's ignoring all the deck design decisions I pointed out. It's just not really a good Treasure Cruise deck. Like that game, he never finished Treasure Cruise. I think he drew like 1, but we countered it, and then he has like no chance to win. We just have so much more card advantage than him. That game went pretty much ideally for us. Everything was perfectly set up. 0 chances that game if time wasn't a factor. Okay, well, let's play some tiny practice. So if you watched me play the earlier daily, I said I would be disappointed with anything less than a 7-1 or 8-0 combined record because I think the deck is that good, and I think I'm that good at playing it. I'm just apparently not good at playing it quickly while streaming. So basically, I am not at all discouraged by these bad results. 2 of the match losses were completely my fault. 1 to slow play, 1 to misplay. So like, if you've seen the games and pay attention to the exact strategies and stuff for my matchup strategies, you know that this deck is strong. So basically, I'm not discouraged. I'm going to play the deck. Let's see. This is pretty good. We have Cruise and Delver. Good stuff. Good stuff. So all that being said, pretend my deck didn't exist. This blue back deck is pretty sweet. I like it a lot. Islands. mean, yeah, I'm still gonna play to show you guys some games, but I really was expecting to go at least 7-1. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna play it out. Just to show off some of my decisions. Hopefully learn some things. Like for example, I learned the F6 thinking jiggy there. Brainstorm. So this could be the mirror. I think Brainstorm's really bad in mono blue delver. It's just awful. Ponder and Predating are so much better. So for his sake, let's hope this is not mono blue delver. But it looks like it kind of is. This is not a hand you would keep the Angler deck. Unless he was really banking on that Brainstorm. And with Cruise Control, although I just noticed he is playing Snowcard Islands. So this could be Cruise Control on an awful draw. Possibly some weird teaching decks that, well, weird. Could be some good teaching deck that plays Scred like it should. Scred's a good card. It's always fun when we know our clear knowledge. That's the idea. That scar is pretty good. So we could Thought Scour and Angler, but then that would get manually to remove Salt or Counterspelled. We're still going to play Thought Scour. That tells us whether we should play the Expanse or not. Okay. So yes. Well, we could Expanse Cruise. Could Thought Scour Cruise. These were all candidates. We could just pass and force him to leave up mana for Thought Scour forever. Yeah, I got that. Command Knowledge. Okay, so this is starting to look like he's playing either Angler deck on an awful draw or my Cruise Control deck, which is cool because that means someone's playing my deck. So notably, we both have Command Knowledges. If you recall from when I played against Angler with Cruise Control, I noted that it's like an interesting dynamic there. Alright, Delhi's still going. Will both counter spells. Well, not both, but 2 counter spells. Not ideal. Wow, it's starting to look like Cruise Control. I don't think anyone will keep this bad of a draw for Angler. So for this Cruise Control, we are just going to play conservatively. We know that our Delver is not going to win the game. We are not. We don't yet have enough cards in our graveyard to go Cruise and Angler in the same turn. Otherwise, we would, because he can't counter both. But we don't want to run our Angler into an exclude. In general, we just don't want cards to line up in our opponent's favor. Okay, cool. So he's playing a Cruise Control deck. Good for him. So the important cards here are Scred versus Angler and Grim Harvest versus his deck. He probably doesn't even know. Well, unless he copied the deck from someone who copied me, he would know because he would have seen my post or whatever, or seen, like, he might have played against me in the past. I don't remember when I played against. Anyway, so he knows it's me unless he copied the deck from someone who copied from me and didn't attribute it properly. Okay. So it's actually not that weird. Well, it's a little weird, yeah, because I am constantly thinking about what I would do in his position. We want lots of blue in this matchup. So post sideboard, my particular variant is pretty sweet because we have lots of counter magic. Okay. So he has a mountain. He wants to be flame slashing this, like I said, because he wants his Screds to line up against our anglers. Well, this tells us his hand he definitely doesn't have a Scred or a flame slash. Also means he doesn't have an exclude, otherwise this is a misplay because he wants to be excluding the anglers. So our decisions here, we could cruise into his counterspell and then angler and hope he doesn't have a second Scred. Seems a little loose. If he's a good player, he would just take the Delver hits. He knows we have no reach because we're not playing red. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. I'm gonna go with the cruise first. Oh, my mind's so slow. So I assure you that when I played normally, not streaming, I don't take the time to make plays. I'm just kind of verbalizing all of my thoughts that I would normally be thinking at a lot quicker pace in my head. So he definitely has counterspell. Now he's debating. Okay, cool. Cool. For some definition of cool, that was cool. All right. What reminds me here? So he's asking, do I play a lot of Pauper? I'm not sure if that's sarcasm, based on my slow play or something else. Maybe he's just hinting on the fact that he knows that this is my deck. If he responds, we'll find out. Let's look at the oh, of course. Fuck. Well, one way to lose on time is because the game starts and does not notify us that it started. That's really, really annoying. If anyone knows why I didn't get alert when my game started, please tell me. Well, if we lose this one time, it will be because we lost like 4 minutes at the beginning. Cool. So actually in that position, I like to leave the land on top, so in case he attacks in probes, he doesn't know that we've already found our second land. He might think that we pondered into ponder or something. Okay, well this is another one of these decks that we're incredibly favored against. Too bad we burnt 4 minutes. I almost skipped my turn. Have a good plan. In this position, actually you could be playing Kiln Fiend, so we're gonna counterspell the Kiln Fiend. Okay. But if we knew for sure this was just the standard blue-red control deck, we would ponder, because there's nothing we care about countering. This is why I hate his deck. Doesn't do anything when it stumbles, and it stumbles not infrequently. Got some good stuff coming for us here. Let's ponder. Just looking for lands. Any land's good. What a like a janky start from him. There's no threat of Mulldrifter next turn, so we're not gonna bother with a counter spell. We'll just cast the pregame. I mean, there's just a world where we would even cruise this turn. But we're not going to because we have discard. Also, no reason to rush it in as accumulate knowledge is. The only thing you need to rush is playing quickly. So yeah, we're gonna start thinking about non-evoked Mulldrifters from here on out. So that means looking for excludes and whatnot. Obviously, sideboarding, we get Power Blasts, and we are so favored. But game 1, in theory, he can sneak through a Mulldrifter. Lands are good. So this is Sekis is so derpy. Even if our hand was empty, he couldn't even play the Mulldrifter this turn. Whatever. I mean, the deck is very strong against Mono Blue Delver. I'll give it that, but it seems really weak against everything else. Especially weak against well-designed decks like this Cruise Control deck. If you allow me to be a little arrogant there. Just want to draw some straight lands, so that's the game, sort of thing. That's what we want. Dirk to Dirk. Sprint's turn. Looking for a fetch land. And we got one. Awesome. Let's go ahead and exclude. Also awesome. Prohibit's only good for countering Secret Oracle. Flame Slash is only good for killing Secret Oracle and killing Delver. But like I said, Delver is awful in this deck. Let's just sit back with double counterspell. That's like a little too conservative actually, because all he could do is like Mulldrifter plus Delver, but we have Flame Slash for the Delver. Yeah, so we probably should have fetched and then pondered there. Whatever. I'm just very confident in this matchup. Like the match last round that we should have won, we essentially won. I just fucked it up. Like that one's a lot closer because he can still kill us like he did game 1 or whatever. But it's still the same matchup overall in the abstract, and that our deck is just so much better positioned. Let's ponder for our lands, and then just pass. This is awesome. So the ideal thing for us is that he plays a bunch of stuff, and then we answer it 1 for 1, and then we reload with our double cruise and AK for 3. The worst case for us is that he doesn't do anything, and then we are forced to inefficiently use our draw 3s to have to discard cards. But he is doing things. It's always good. Okay. He can't Mulldrifter as a follow-up, so we'll just pay 3. You probably have the mana leak. That's fine. We'll untap and Flame Slash. So my Delver is really awful in this deck. If the only way you can protect your Delver is mana leak, that is not a good strategy. Okay, so that was awesome for us because he's gonna cruise. Evoked Mulldrifters. This is like more than ideal. I mean, like he's evoked 2 Mulldrifters this game. That means our excludes are so happy right now. We have 4 excludes for 2 remaining Mulldrifters. It's not possible to lose this game. I will say it. Well, it's only possible if I'm an idiot. But from the deck's perspective, it's not possible. Okay. Right. Let's cruise while we can. We'll have to discard, that's fine. I'm prepared to, like I said, we're in such a strong position. We'll be discarding a Flame Slash. Looking for enlistment, looking for fetch land. Okay, that was not good. Okay, it's discard, Flame Slash. We don't need all 4 excludes since he's already used 2 Mulldrifters. Exclude otherwise it would be decent against Ego Oracle. Okay, so let's discard Flame Slash, Brainstorm, Islands. Play a little faster. So we fit every single land drop this game. Pretty sweet. Every single land drop, pretty sweet. If we weren't ahead by 10 cards, we will just pretend that we weren't ahead on cards. We would actually deck him this game because we have so many more answers than his threats, especially considering he's already evoked 2 Mulldrifters. The only reason this deck is pretty weak. This deck is pretty weak because he's very threat light. Looking for that enlistment, and of course we don't find it because Haskell Line hates me. Okay, let's expanse for the second planes and save lands for things. Flame Slash. If we had fewer cards in our library, we would just discard the Treasure Cruise and just wait to draw the Mismit, but prepared to cruise in a few turns. As you saw from our win earlier, I'd 0 cards left from our library. Like, we know we're in good shape. We're not super. I mean, it's very stressful playing in front of the camera, but I'm very confident in the deck design. That game I was completely comfortable running those 0 cards in our library. It kind of sucked that spent a lot of time doing that, but Counterspell is fine because we already have excludes for his Mulldrifter. So the ideal draw here is Enlistment, as you can imagine. Enlistments. Nope. Okay. Well, we have the Magic 12. Let's cruise. Jesus, that hates us. 13. Yeah, this kind of sucks. This card prohibits. Should we need to do a land count? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 20. We have 2 lands left. They're both, 2 lands left, but they're both Evolving Wilds. Okay, the Scred is only good against, it's only ideal against Delver. And even Delver can be raised. Let's discard Island, Scred. Oh, we only need to discard 1 card. Okay, in that case, we should have discarded Scred. That was me being an idiot. The Prohibit's better than Scred here, since we can prohibit as Delver. Also prohibit other things, obviously. Another fucking cruise. I think we're gonna have to cruise. This is gonna turn out like that other game where we can find enlistments. Okay, enlistments. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, it's double enlistments. Do we have it? Is the question. 8. Yeah, it's double enlistment. So we're gonna double enlistment with double counterspell backup. This is why one of the magic numbers this deck is 12. Because 4 + 4 + 4. Well, at least we draw a enlistment now as opposed to like 7 or 8 cards from now, like we did in the other game. So if you're him, you should concede, except that I am bad at playing quickly, so he just wants to have us burn more clock. Slash is the worst card in our hands. Discard that. He's just passing? Okay, well, at this point, he's just trying to burn clock. That's fine. Here's my explanation. So we get to enlistment with like 4 counterspell backup or something ridiculous. This is going to get prohibited just for fun. Prohibit will only otherwise be countering a Delver, but rare, but it's good for that. That one resolves. Using a quicksand one, or not, you should have quicksand one. Okay, so left in our deck, we still have those 2 Evolving Wilds. We have another enlistment. That represents 6 more dudes. Okay, let's counterspell this. So yeah, okay, I need to work on my tight play. If we're gonna counterspell that, then we should counterspell the bolt last turn. That way we get additional point damage in. That's just somewhat subtle misplay. I'm actually going to Preordain here because 9 cards left in our deck. We're looking for 3 cards. We're looking for the second enlistment and the other 2 lands left in the deck. So for his sake, he wants to remember to quicksand here. Or not. Okay, well maybe he doesn't know what quicksand does. Okay, bottom. It's fine. Wilds. Hooray, huzzah, everything is working as intended. Down by 5.5 minutes. But in fairness, 4 of those minutes are due to us starting the match 4 minutes late. So we're only 30 seconds in terms of me being slow. We're gonna counter everything he plays. we have 2 more enlistments that we can cast in our deck. So just keep that in mind as far as the math is concerned. Okay. Well, it doesn't change the clock. It's still a 2-turn clock. If he had quicksanded 2 turns ago when he had the opportunity, then the clock would be different. Perhaps. Well, we're drawing all the bad cards. The bottom of our library is 2 bad cards. It's a Flame Slash and Exclude, if you recall. So that means that the not bad cards are coming up soon. He's tapping his quicksand. Yeah, he doesn't know what that card does. We'll just exclude. He could draw like Cruise or something. Okay. Okay, Power Blast, as discussed last time. Herbit doesn't do anything useful. Flame Slash doesn't do anything useful. Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure he probably knows what quicksand does. He just is probably like, he's probably like stuck in tunnel vision and used to using it against like Ninja the Deep Hours, because he's probably never played against Sense Enlistment before and never been in a position to trade a land for a 1/1 token. But yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Because the enlistment was not in the bottom top cards of our library, as you saw, we win that game. Okie dokie. So we're just gonna bring in the prohibits actually. Slash is only good against Delver. Yeah, sounds good. Prohibit, like, if you play Secret Oracle, we're gonna have to kill that eventually. But it's such a bad clock, which is why it's awful with Delver in the same deck. And the prohibit will randomly be able to counter a Secret Oracle in the late game. Okay. So let's see if we can not lose a 1 game to time this time around. Okay, his deck provides no pressure, so we're just going to carefully assemble our mana. Like, if you're familiar with the term like breakpoint from games like Diablo, terms of frames per second, or StarCraft, terms of frames per second things, there's similar concept breakpoints here. Like him getting 5 mana is really important, because he can Mulldrifter. He can't do anything else relevant until then, so we'll just like drop around, waiting for him to not do things. We don't actually want any of those 2 cards. It's gonna shuffle away. Yeah, like, there's so many times against the cruise control deck. Like, there's so many games where my opponent can't win, and the only way I can lose is from decking, and they just like happen to cobble together random junk like Disfigure to kill my tokens. And so yeah, if the point of this game is to win, so like do whatever it takes to win. If you have to trade like an Oblivion Ring for a token, do it. Okay, similar to game 1, he cannot Mulldrifter next turn. We don't care about anything in his deck, so we're just gonna very calmly appeared in. Sweet, this is good stuff. .jpg. No rush to cruise yet. This deck just needs hits, land drops, and not tied to me being a slow player while streaming. I imagine this is like a super demoralizing matchup for the blue-red player, just because they're basically at the mercy of my deck not screwing me over. We're just so, like, strategically better positioned than they are. Ah yes, good old quicksand. Their least favorite card, as we learned from last game. There's nothing I want to brainstorm away yet. We're just gonna play it super safe. Gotta look at my clock though, I guess. Yeah. Just want to exclude all of his Mulldrifters and Sea Oracles, Scred his Delver, Power Blast his Mulldrifter and Cruise, and that's about it. That's how we win this matchup. Sea Oracle. Well, let's exclude this. Actually, we're gonna. There's no point in bluffing Pyro Blast. Well, we could have Dispel. Right? Yeah. Let's not be fancy. Let's just leave us the option to brainstorm if we feel like it. Well, there's a Dispel that we could have bluffed Power Blast against. Okay. But so great. He dispels to get a 1/3 and a card. Well, unless out of hand. Alright, there's a world where we don't actually brainstorm. Let's brainstorm because I want to have untapped mana next turn. But we like all the cards in our hand. We'll put away Command Knowledge. And prohibit. Here we're just going to get Evans. We just need to eventually draw Scred in the next 20 turns. Or Power Blast, but prefer not to use Power Blast. Okay, cool. We'll cruise and counter back. It's a little suboptimal to be in this position because then he can untap and cruise. You could have Power Blast and Dispel, which would be pretty good, or just Counterspell. Well, for a sec, at least he's playing Counterspell and Dispel. Because otherwise, like the versions of this deck that just play like Essence Scatter effects, they're just not at all well positioned to do anything against any sort of control deck. Their only way to win is Mulldrifter and Treasure Cruise. The only way to like not just get ground to pieces. Another one. I mean, Mulldrifter has used. Let's exclude this. We're going to say prohibits because we've seen Dispel and Counterspell from him. Might be important to use later in the game. We're going to Scred before he gets a chance to pick up the Miser's Dispel or something. I need to work on my clock. Fuck. Yeah, we would have really liked to cruise there. So this game isn't going like ideally for us. He's resolved 2 Sea Gates, which lets them draw cards. Other than that, they don't actually do anything. So they're going to chump enlistment tokens, but at that point in the game, we'll have drawn all our Screds. So at this point, we want him to Mulldrifter so we can exclude or cycle the excludes. If he has like a bunch of cruises here, that's bad because we've been drawing not good cards and made an answer to cruise. So like you can imagine him going like cruise. This. You can just like chain cruises into Mulldrifters or something. That's the way you'd win this game. We're saving our excludes for his last 3 Mulldrifters and last 1 Seagate Oracle. I don't know why he's doing that. I mean, Magic's is a bad card in this deck to begin with. Pretty useless against cruise control. Okay, well, he did have the cruise. That's good for him, bad for us. Power Blast there would have probably been game over. Scrudderoo. Okay. Ah, goodness. So there's a small chance we lose this game, and then I will not have time for game 3. It was tough to trust me when I say this is never happened in testing for me. Usually on par with my opponent's clock. We're going to cycle and exclude here. It's not ideal, but we need to start drawing some good cards. That was not a good card. You can get the second planes though, at least. Mulldrifter doesn't get excluded. And this mints. Okay, sweet. Given we've killed a bunch of Delvers, 2 Delvers, 3 Delvers, 2 Delvers, we're just gonna spread his dude and then win with Mismint. So maybe he remembered about Quicksand, but if he didn't, like the let me think. Alright, we're not gonna play that land. If he has like Relic here, that would really suck, just because we would still win the game with our Mismint, but now we'd be out of time, potentially. Alright, cool. We're just gonna grind him out, looking for Treasure Cruise, and counter spells, include Power Blast, all those fun cards. We'll AK in case we draw cantrips or cruises. Otherwise, our superior in this mint plan is going to be sufficient. Oh, cruise. That always is good. Goodness, my client's bugging. Okay. Just mashing buttons here. He seems to be out of relevant cards, which is good for us. Aha! Very, very good for us. Okay. This position we're gonna do nothing. We want the counterspell, and we're gonna AK into the lands and just play Misfits the rest of the game. So 7, 9, 10. Yeah, we're gonna double Misfit with counterspell backup. This is very helpful on the very small off chance that he top decks a Relic or something goofy and has a counterspell for our counterspell. Yeah, we're in like pretty good shape right here. Trickery. We will counterspell. I don't really like Electric Trickery in his deck. He's already well positioned against Delver. He doesn't do anything, and we win. So that win is as expected. Very good matchup for us. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm glad we won that one, considering we were down 4 minutes to begin with. We have to take a quick break. Be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. In case you're wondering, I'm not streaming with music because when I uploaded the videos from Thursday's stream to YouTube content ID correctly identified the music in the background. So I'm listening to music on my phone, my earbuds. For those of you in the chat, thanks for watching. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. And again, if anyone knows why the past like 2 or 3 matches I haven't gotten a notification when my match started, please tell me. So I've been streaming for 9 hours and 4 minutes as of right now, consecutively. It's pretty insane. This is gonna be a massive upload to YouTube. Even. For those of you who've been around for a while watching, thanks for watching. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Apologize again for my minor misplays, but mostly apologize for my slow play that resulted in losses. The Raging Flump is 2-0. Looks weird for him. He's a very strong, familiar player. He's been playing it for years and years. Do we want to play a game? So I'm actually just gonna wait for the next match to start. So yeah, I'm just gonna be on my other monitor. Let me know if you have any questions though. Promoting good oral hygiene on stream. Okay, yes, I will. I will do a little promotional thing here. So my girlfriend and I call these flossers. I don't know if there's like an official name for them, but they're like really cool. They're really good at getting all the stuff in your teeth. I'm going to specifically advocate for this brand called Dentec. Every other brand is complete trash, and like the piece of floss will just tear or fray after one or two flossings. Dentec is the only brand I come across that actually does the job. So yeah, that's my little commercial thing right there for Dentec flossers. Yeah, so we've been streaming for like 9 hours and 10 minutes. Only took like one 20-minute break. It's pretty tired right now. Yeah, but thanks for watching, to everyone who's watching. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stream another daily for a long time, probably. I usually don't have, well, Well, I definitely can't do it on Friday because I don't work. And I usually don't have like an entire day on Saturday or Sunday free, but today I do. But I will be streaming somewhat regularly during the week at night. So if you've enjoyed the stream, look forward to watching it in the future. And as for things in the future, I am interested in tuning my blue-red Delver deck and the blue-black Delve deck. I think Treasure Cruise, I think the cruise control that we're playing here is pretty much solid. Very happy with it. Not much else to say there. But the blue-red Delver and the blue-black Delve definitely have room for innovation. Like the blue-black Delve is popular; it's being played. The exact 75 being played is not optimal, so there's work there to make it optimal. And as for blue-red Delver, no one, like 0 people are playing it. And it's actually a very good deck. So that'll be something I'm working on in the coming weeks, is just perfecting that deck and maybe eventually writing an article about it. Because I'm baffled why no one's playing it. It's very strong. "24-hour stream." In theory, I could, except that I am planning to go to a local Paper Legacy tournament tomorrow. I think it starts at noon or 1. Let's look at my calendar. So if it weren't for that, I would consider doing a 24-hour stream for sure. Wait, why is not my calendar? Okay, yeah, it starts at 1. If you guys are curious, we'll be playing the 4 Ponder Miracles build in the Legacy tournament tomorrow. I top forward. This is like a monthly tournament. I top forward the December monthly tournament with 4 Ponder Miracles, and I'm playing it again. It's one of my favorite decks. So yeah, I also really like Legacy. So if anyone out there has any questions or thoughts on Legacy, we're happy to discuss those as well, in addition to Pauper. But Pauper's just a really sweet format. No complaints. Other than that, I'd be happy if there were like 0 ban cards. Cranial plating. Cranial plating is actually fine because if all the cards are unbanned, then that means Affinity can beat Storm. Like one of the best decks back in the day was just straight blue-red Storm with Goblin Bushwhacker and Impede the Warrens, and could kill turn 2, turn 3 through Disruption pretty well. Yeah, there was a time when the artifact lands were banned in Pauper. Then they got unbanned. Actually, I'll back up and say, like, back when I used to play Pauper was not an official format on Magic Online. We would just play in the anything goes room, and like in our game description, we would say commons only. And anyway, so that's the good old days. Remember this one time where, like in my description, I said commons only, and this guy joins with a, at the time, extended Ravager Affinity with like Ravager, Disciple of the Vault, Cranial Plating, all this crazy stuff. And of course, I just crush him with my Pauper deck. No big deal. I wish I had saved the replay from that. I'm gonna splash water on myself. Looks like we have 2 matches still in game 2. Oh, sorry, 1 match still in game 2. And that's finished. Yes, we're overtime this round. I guess that implies that match is gonna be done like right now. Yeah, because the only other additional time would have been sideboarding or something. Okay. Starting in 2 minutes. Yeah, I'll elaborate on my previous point in the next minute and a half. So like, so there's some people who have this viewpoint that certain cards or forms of interaction are like unfair. Like counterspells are unfair, instructions unfair. And so these people tend to just prefer to just close their eyes and play creatures or planeswalkers. I mean, that's a valid opinion, but I just much prefer to play really interactive Magic, really high-powered Magic. It's the reason I love Legacy and I don't like Modern. And the reason I like Pauper, even though a lot of the Pauper decks are kind of just like dirtily boring decks, as you can see, I'm not playing them. I'm playing like really like streamlined decks that play lots of interaction. Some people might think my cruise control deck is boring. So there's been a few people who have PM'd me on Reddit and on Magic Online just to discuss the deck and stuff. And this one guy, I forget his name, but he was telling me how all his opponents just rage quit and complain that the cruise control deck is so boring and everything. And I'm just chuckling on the inside because, of course, from my viewpoint, like the dumb decks they're playing are boring, and cruise control is an awesome interactive deck. So yeah, the TLDR is like having a really high power level is cool. It means you have really interactive games, lots of decisions. It isn't just about who happens to top deck their random massive planeswalker or creature or something. Alright, here we go. So now we are going to not start with 4 minutes down the clock. Okie dokes. Neckfire. Collect the fun. Okay. This hand is pretty sweet. Not much to say here. So even though we're slightly favored against Familiar, I'd still rather not play it. Like a really strong Familiar player like the Raging Flump would be able to navigate through this deck easily. I feel confident against the like subpar Familiar players though. Okay, so we're gonna want to eventually draw a Brainstorm to brainstorm with some instruments. So we play 2 Brainstorm, of course. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think Brainstorm's a little overplayed in Pauper. It's really awful in decks that either. So if you're playing Brainstorm, you want to be playing fetch lands, and if you're not, you're doing it wrong. Like for example, the mono blue Delver decks that play Brainstorm are doing it wrong, in my opinion. If you're playing fetch lands, that always slows down the deck. So you have 2 approaches. One is to not play Brainstorm. One is to play only a few Brainstorms. The third approach, which is the wrong approach, which is to play the Brainstorms and also play other lands that come into play tapped, in addition to your fetch lands, but it just makes your deck really inconsistent and clunky. And that's why my Delver decks, I don't play lands that come into play tapped, especially right here. In my blue-black Delve deck, there might be some merits to playing 2 Dismal Backwaters or so, or it's called, just so I have more black sources. So now I only have 2 swamps total. Our opponent is currently wasting time. Okay, so basic island go. So this could be Delver on a bad draw. This could be the blue-red mid-range we played against last round. Theory could also be Familiar. Okay, drew a Brainstorm. So if it's Familiar, we want to counterspell the return to Familiar. But we're also happy to this preordaining for the Flame Slash mana. Excuse me. Like we don't have a strong reason to think this is Familiar, so it was like we shouldn't just go all in on hoping it's Familiar, leaving up counterspell. Okay. So we don't actually want either of these. Well, we drew the 3rd Flame Slash there. So it's Brainstorm, so since it's not Familiar, so this could be blue-black Delve. Could be mono blue Delver with Brainstorm. Like I said, that's a bad idea for him. Those are our candidates right now. Could also be Teachings, I guess. Teachings isn't a popular deck. It's a really cool deck though. Back in the day, it used to be one of the most popular decks. So at one point, it was just like pure teachings, and then years later, it was being called rat teachings. So it's like a blue-black control deck, chittering rats and stuff. Soul manipulation, Mulldrifter. Okay, so this is the blue-black delve deck. Oh goodness, we're gonna have to brainstorm here. So I'm actually a smidgen afraid of blue-black delve. Oh well, we tricked the brainstorm. We're gonna brainstorm again. So we've seen all the flame slashes in our deck at this point. Okay. Well, somebody's just played the Rasmussen deck. We're gonna want to hide our crews. So we are going to do exactly that. Yeah, this matchup slightly favors us, I think, but both decks can be clunky. I think our deck is less likely to be clunky, but in this game, we're the clunky one. So if he anglers here, it's pretty good for him. We're brainstorm locked, don't have the Scred, don't have the red source. These are all good things for him. Okay, we're just gonna discard the Innocent. Innocent in the mid game against this matchup, it's just gonna be chump blocking. So it's not super good in this matchup. We much rather be in a position where we don't have to pray and chump block the angler. Speaking of angler, right, so we'd love to be excluding this, but alas. So he might have a counterspell, but then we'll untap in cruise. If you call the cruises on top of our library. Okay, so that's good for him. Good for him that he played it pre-combat to get that Paris trigger. So we're in like really bad shape here. Like it's gonna be 3 turns at least until we can scrub the angler, but then we're just gonna be dead. Yeah. Might as well play it out to see more cards in his deck. So there's some merit to cruising, leaving behind the enlistment. This gives him the misinformation that we're only playing 1 enlistment, which is very relevant because he's probably playing 9 health spellbomb or Copper Purge in the sideboard. Right. Yeah, we're gonna do that. I don't see us winning this game. I'm more interested in seeing if he's playing stuff like Duress. These flame slashers. Okay, well we'll might as well slash the angler or the Sky Sage. So we have to discard. Oh, might as well anyway. I mean, but slash is rough here. We only play 2 mountains, so we're very rarely gonna be able to double slash the angler. If only we hit one of those land drops, we'd be much better this game because we could just get to 5 mana and scred with lots of counter spells to back it up. Game 1, he doesn't have Grim Harvest, which is our favorite game 1. Post sideboard has Grim Harvest, and depending on the exact post sideboard configurations, you have to say the blue black delve deck might be slightly favored. Okay, pre-dam. Once pre-dam. Looking for lands and scred. At least we're actually ahead on time. It's like the first, it's the first instance all day where we're not behind on time. Okay. Okie dokie. So we need like a runner here. Yeah, we just lose. Perhaps I should have binned the Ponder, drawn the island, and hoped to top deck a land slash spread. Let's just concede. So we revealed our enlistment that game. It's also unfortunate because now he has an idea of what we're trying to do in our deck. Okay. So we have a Blue Ring against Angler. We don't want Flame Slash, it's pretty fucking awful. Like, Flame Slash is just strictly worse than Power Blast because Power Blast can kill Delver and SSH and also counter things. We want the Nihil Spell Bomb against his Grim Harvest. We want both enlistments because he's probably playing some sort of black graveyard hate in the sideboard. We're gonna cut a counter spell and just grind him out. The other option is cutting a Plains. So I lost to this blue black Angler deck in the first daily. But I've beaten it before. Still think it's an even matchup. Just gotten some clunky draws. Okay, yeah, we want to be first. We got the Listen Plains again. I'll keep this. This is a pretty bad hand though. This is essentially a mull to 5, except that it happens to have exclude. Like the Plains isn't completely dead here because it helps the AK and the exclude. So this is like a mull to 6.5, 5.5. Right. Well, we're hoping to draw a land off this command knowledge. Just go Siege. Well, fortunately, Tick isn't cooperating to anything like that. Another exclude is pretty bad here. This is our deck kind of telling us it's time to take a break. Okay. Let's see, we've got some options. He can't reasonably Angler next turn. Alright, let's just pass and turn spread. Well, actually, well, if he's gonna, okay, considering this is a brainstorm instead of mental note, we'll just kill his SSH when he attacks. So Jessica Sage is like really good against, not really good, it's like, it's pretty good in this exact matchup, but I actually don't really like it overall in the blue deck, Delve deck. It's just my thoughts. Alright, so we have Exclude plus Power Blast for an Angler plus Dispel or something. It's okay, but our draw was clunky. Much better than the first game at least. This enlistment, this plans are just all dead cards. We'd rather these be cantrips, fetch lands, etc. Sage, Sage, Sage. Yeah, we're just gonna counter this. We want to not counter Delvers because those can be killed. So we're hoping. So this is one of the strengths of the Angler deck. It's like, so right now we're hoping that he has Angler and not Cruise, because our deck has been not cooperating when we have excludes. But first, as I say that, we draw Power Blast. Okay, we're just gonna pass. Another option would be just to be super aggressive and enlistment with Power Blast backup, but that's just bad against Nihil Spellbomb and obviously bad against the Angler there. I was just saying we want to line up against. Yeah, that's why we have the brainstorms. But yeah, there are some games where we're gonna get the enlistment and the planes early. But as you saw from the previous games, like we're really happy waiting until the very late game to start doing enlistment junk. Okay. Why is he floating a blue? Oops, let's click on his part. So if we counter this, then he can Angler. We're gonna let this resolve. We can take a few hits from it. This deck has no reach. So we're fine going down to like 11 life or something. This is a buffer of 2 Angler hits. Another Delver. Another Delver. So if we Power Blast this, then you can Cruise. Yeah, this is just, we're just in a really tight position here. Just pointing out a better draw so far than we have. Also, there's a strength of this deck, so kudos to deck design. Yeah, if we draw trash from here on out, you can just use this and kill us with these Delvers. But if we Power Blast a Delver and he cruises, then he's ahead. So we're really looking to draw like cantrips into more Power Blasts and Screds so we can comfortably kill the Delvers. So actually, okay. Thinking more critically, I think we should have excluded the second Delver. Or sorry, never mind. You could have played Angler. Right. I was gonna say, so suppose you couldn't play Angler that turn because you didn't have black, let's say. But now we exclude the second Delver. It's bad wasting excluding a Delver, but we have lots of lands, so he flipped a Cruise. Okay. We have lots of lands, so like Scred and Oblivion Ring are still our answers to Angler. Okay, well, if he has Cruise plus Counterspell, this game's probably over. This game might be over anyway, just because this Cruise forces us to Power Blast the Cruise, and then we're dead and help turns these Delvers if we draw junk. the ideal situation there would have been him going for Angler, and we can exclude. But alas, if you're him and you have counterspell, I think you counterspell. Unless you know our exact list, I think you'd be afraid of just junk like Firebolt and stuff, killing your flip delvers. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's the right play from him, and now we are officially losing this game. Well, officially in losing position. Oh goodness, well we're obviously excluding that. That's actually good. Let's do something. Counterspell. We're just gonna fetch. Sets up for cruise next turn. Looking for cruise or Scred or Power Blast. Or cantrip into any of those, obviously. Opponent's being really slow. Guess this is our punishment for being slow against our opponents earlier. We drew a Evolving Wilds. Huh. Okay, well we're getting 3 turns. So we need an extra roster pretty good. So now if you're him, you can just try to win with these Delvers and not worry about anything else. The ideal situation is the Anglers. Choking Sands. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like bringing that in. Okay, so given it's a Sec 75, it might be the right call to bring it in. But I'd rather have a 75 where you're not bringing Choking Sands against this cruise control deck, instead of just bringing in more cheap interaction like the spells to protect your Angler and stuff like that. Well, so now we're going to fetch for a mountain. So this didn't actually hurt us that much, all things considered. So we're happy that, okay, so all things considered, we're happy that we played the wilds and are thus able to fetch for the mountain. So yeah, the ideal draw for us here is in some order we need cruise and removal. Or cantrips in any of those. So I'm gonna draw cantrips this game. Like, so yeah, this deck is kind of sucky when I don't draw my cantrips. It's very rare that I don't draw a 6th of my deck. If you're drawing 0 cantrips. I'm not even counting Camino, not just cantrip. I'm counting that as Courage Manage spell. We have 10 cantrips for Communal Knowledge for Treasure Cruise. Okay, what's happening? So yeah, if you're him, you're really comfortable. It's a pretty solid position. I guess if he has the second Choking Sands, we force to counterspell it. So we'll have no Vedena with the deck. Something to commend. Cruise is what we want. Sends enlistment is what we get. Sigh. We're not going to be able to race with enlistments. We're just going to pass here and try to cycle or exclude. If we play this mint, then we couldn't play the exclude. So if you're him, you do not play an angler. Well, we're very used to exclude. I think it depends on what his hand is. The rest, okay. If he has like angler and 2 blanks, yeah, you play the angler. If he has angler and 2 counterspells, I think you just be really content with 2 counterspells and not let me use like exclude or even like the enlistment can chump block the angler. But yeah, if you're him, you want to be using your graveyard for cruises in this situation, just because this is one of those weird games where he got the Delvers flipped early and we didn't have any interaction against them. So in most of my matches, in this matchup, the blue-black deck isn't really in a good position to play early Delvers and protect them, just because, like, so in my list I'm playing Green Snag, but other lists only really have counterspell as protection. So if they just roll out with the early Delvers, then I just kill them. This game, alas, we didn't have anything. Okay, so he has some gates, and that's game. We won't bother bluffing. Jeez. So good on him. I think that means so like if you're him and you have no idea what our list is and we counterspell the choking sands, I don't think you counterspell back. I don't think you're gonna get the counterspell unless you correctly know that we have exactly 2 mountains. I think you're much better saving that negate for a treasure cruise that could draw us into a mountain and a scrub or something. Anyway, okay, so finish 1-3. As those of you who've been watching me know, this should be a 2-2. We lost the game against Blue-Red due to me timing out like an idiot. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I hope you'll tune in the future. Yeah, goodbye.